space travelers, and nothing but space travelers. 20 lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, narrated by Scott Miller. The Gun. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 21. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. "It was an atomic fission we saw, all right," he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. "Any of you who wants to look may do so, but it's not a pretty sight." "Let me look," Tance the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. "Good Lord!" He leaped violently back, knocking against Doral, the chief navigator. "Why did we come all this way, then?" Doral asked, looking around to the other men. "There's no point even in landing. Let's go back at once." "Perhaps he's right," the biologist murmured. "But I'd like to look for myself, if I may." He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse, an endless surface of gray, stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag, pitted, fused slag, broken only by hills of rock jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent. Dead. "I see," Fomar said, backing away from the eyepiece. "Well, I won't find any legumes there." He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. "I wonder what the atmospheric sample will show," Tance said. "I think I can guess," the captain answered. "Most of the atmosphere is poisoned. But didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fission visible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing." He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. "What did the telescope show? Good or bad?" "Bad. No life could possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused." "Could they have gone underground?" The captain slid back the port window so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasional heaps of rock. Suddenly Nasha jumped. "Look! Over there, at the edge, do you see it?" They stared. Something rose up. Not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? "Please, turn the ship," Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. "Turn the ship, and let's see what it is." The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. "Piers," he said. "Piers of some sort of stone, perhaps poured artificial stone, the remains of a city." "Oh, dear," Nasha murmured. "How awful." She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half-circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked, like broken teeth. "There's nothing alive," the captain said at last. "I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on the sender and tell them what we found, and that we—" He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing into the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second shell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and girders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the corner, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaks in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. "Help me!" Doral was shouting. "Fire over here! Wiring ignited!" Two men came running. Tance watched helplessly, his eyeglasses broken and bent. "So there is life here after all," he said, half to himself. "But how could—" "Give us a hand," Fomar said, hurrying past. "Give us a hand. We've got to land the ship." It was night. A few stars glinted above them, winking through the drifting silt that blew across the surface of the planet. Doral peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Fomar were sitting at the table in the control room, pale and solemn, studying the inventory lists. "Low on carbohydrates," Fomar said. "We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside." Nasha went to the window. "How uninviting it looks." She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. "What do you suppose an exploring party would find?" Fomar shrugged. "Not much. Maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic, lethal." Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. "Then how do you explain it? According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun." "And gauge distance," the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. "That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target." "True." Fomar nodded. "Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry, the atmosphere itself gone, completely poisoned." "The gun that fired the projectile survived," Nasha said. "Why not people?" "It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe. Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water." There was silence. "A paradox," Nasha said. "Anyhow, in the morning I think we should send out a search party, and meanwhile we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back." "It'll be days before we can take off," Fomar said. "We should keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party." Nasha smiled a little. "We'll send you in the first party. Maybe you can discover— what was it you were so interested in?" "Legumes, edible legumes. Maybe you can find some of them. Only what? Only watch out. They fired on us once without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose that they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait. Interspecies warfare. Fighting within the race." "We'll know in the morning," Fomar said. "Let's get some sleep." The sun came up chill and austere. The three people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down on the hard ground below. "What a day," Doral said grumpily. "I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but—" "Come on," Nasha said. "Up beside me. I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance?" Tance nodded gloomily. Doral caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. "Listen, the captain is dying. No one knows except the two of us. By the end of the day period of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know." Doral nodded. "That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You will be captain in his place, of course, since you're vice captain now." "No, I prefer to see someone else lead. Perhaps you or Fomar. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you, whichever of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility." "Well, I don't want to be captain. Let Fomar do it." Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. "I'm rather partial to you," she said. "We might try it for a time at least. But do as you like. Look, we're coming to something." They stopped walking, letting Tance catch up. In front of them was some sort of a ruined building. Doral stared around thoughtfully. "Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here." They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. "I think this was a farm," Tance said, examining a piece of wood. "This was part of a tower windmill." "Really?" Nasha took the stick and turned it over. "Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time." "Look," Doral said suddenly, "off there, a long way off. Isn't that something?" He pointed. Nasha sucked in her breath. "The white stones." "What?" Nasha looked up at Doral. "The white stones, the great broken teeth. We saw them, the captain and I, from the control room." She touched Doral's arm gently. "That's where they fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close." "What is it?" Tance said, coming up on them. "I am almost blind without my glasses. What do you see?" "The city, where they fired from." "Oh." All three of them stood together. "Well, let's go," Tance said. "There's no telling what we'll find there." Doral frowned at him. "Wait, we don't know what we would be getting into. They must have patrols. They probably have seen us already, for that matter." "They probably have seen the ship itself," Tance said. "They probably know right now where they can find it, where they can blow it up. So what difference does it make whether we go closer or not?" "That's true," Nasha said. "If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We have no armaments at all. You know that." "I have a hand weapon." Doral nodded. "Well, let's go on then. I suppose you're right, Tance." "But let's stay together," Tance said nervously. "Nasha, you're going too fast." Nasha looked back. She laughed. "If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast." They reached the outskirts of the city at about the middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Doral stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. Well, there it is, what's left of it. There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They had been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained. Only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Doral spat in disgust. More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all. "But it was from here that the firing came," Tance murmured. "Don't forget that. And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience," Nasha added. "Let's go." They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. "It's macabre," Doral muttered. "I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die. It was murdered. I wonder what the city was called, Nasha said. She turned aside, going up the remains of a stairway from one of the foundations. Do you think we might find a signpost? Some kind of plaque? She peered into the ruins. There's nothing there, Doral said impatiently. Come on. Wait. Nasha bent down, touching a concrete stone. There's something inscribed on this. What is it? Tance hurried up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. Letters, all right. He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a bit of paper. Doral glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was, Franklin Apartments. That's this city, Nasha said softly. That was its name. Tance put the paper in his pocket and they went on. After a time, Doral said, Nasha, you know, I think we're being watched, but don't look around. The woman stiffened. Oh? Why do you say that? Did you see something? No. I can feel it, though. Don't you? Nasha smiled a little. I feel nothing, but perhaps I'm more used to being stared at. She turned her head slightly. Oh. Doral reached for his hand weapon. What is it? What do you see? Tance had stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. The gun, Nasha said. It's the gun. Look at the size of it. The size of the thing. Doral unfastened his hand weapon slowly. That's it, all right. The gun was huge. Stark and immense, it pointed up at the sky, a mass of steel and glass, set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned with the wind, a network of rods atop a high pole. It's alive, Nasha whispered. It's listening to us, watching us. The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so that it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. But who fires it? Tance said. Doral laughed. No one fires it. They stared at him. What do you mean? It fires itself. They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. I don't understand. What do you mean it fires itself? Watch, I'll show you. Don't move. Doral picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment, and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly, the great barrel moved. The vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. You see, Doral said. It noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. It probably had a bead on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again. I understand about the rock, Nasha said, nodding. The gun noticed it, but not us, since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again. Then the end will come. But what's this gun for? Tance put in. There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead. It's a machine, Doral said. A machine that was made to do a job, and it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles. The enemy, Nasha said. Their own race. It is hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, fired at themselves. Well, it's over with, except right here, where we're standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out. And by that time, we'll be dead, Nasha said bitterly. There must have been hundreds of guns like this, Doyle murmured. They must have been used to the sight. Guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping. An institution like the church and the state. Men trained to fight, to lead armies. A regular profession. Honored. Respected. Tance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. Quite complex, isn't it? All those vanes and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of a telescopic sight. His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly, the gun shifted, the barrel retracting. It swung. "Don't move," Doral cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood, rigid and still. For one terrible moment, it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out, and the gun became silent. Tance smiled foolishly inside his helmet. I must have put my finger over the lens. I'll be more careful. He made his way up onto the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. "Where did he go?" Nasha said irritably. "He'll get us all killed." "Tance, come back," Doral shouted. "What's the matter with you?" "In a minute." There was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. "I think I've found something. Come up and I'll show you." "What is it?" "Doral, you said the gun was here to keep the enemy off. I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off." They were puzzled. "I think I've found what the gun is supposed to guard. Come and give me a hand." "All right," Doral said abruptly. "Let's go." He seized Nasha's hand. "Come on, let's see what he's found." "I thought something like this might happen when I saw that the gun was—" "Like what?" Nasha pulled her hand away. "What are you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found." "I do." Doral smiled down at her. "Do you remember the legend that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, the serpent that watches it, guards it, keeping everyone away?" She nodded. "Well?" Doral pointed up at the gun. "That," he said, "is the dragon. Come on." Between the three of them, they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Doral was wet with perspiration when they finished. "It isn't worth it," he grunted. He stared into the dark, yawning hole. Or is it? Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. "Come on," Tance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it without success. "Give a hand." "All right." They came gingerly after him. Doral examined the door. It was bolted shut, locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. "Now what?" Nasha said. Doral took out his hand weapon. "Stand back. I can't think of any other way." He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently it began to crumble. Doral clicked the weapon off. "I think we can get through. Let's try." The door came apart easily. In a few minutes they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls, huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Tance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. "What exactly are all these?" he murmured. "Something valuable, I would think." He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. "Look at this!" They came around him. "Pictures," Nasha said. "Tiny pictures. Records of some kind." Tance closed the spool up in the drum again. Look, hundreds of drums. He flashed the light around. And those crates. Let's open one. Doral was already prying at the wood. The wood had turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture. A boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them, one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last Doral replaced the board. All these other crates, Nasha said. More pictures. And these drums. What are in the boxes? This is their treasure, Tance said, almost to himself. Here their pictures, their records. Probably all their literature is here. Their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe. And their history, Nasha said. We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they were. Doral was wandering around the vault. Odd, he murmured. Even at the end, even after they had begun to fight, they still knew, someplace down inside them, that their real treasure was this, their books and pictures, their myths. Even after their big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything else was gone. When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here, Tance said. All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about... He stopped. Yes, Doral said dryly. We'll be leaving about 3 day periods from now. We'll fix the ship, then take off. Soon we'll be home, that is, if nothing happens. Like being shot down by that... Oh, stop it, Nasha said impatiently. Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home. Sooner or later, we'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice. Doral nodded. What's your solution, then? As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down. His face twisted bitterly. They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it'll lie here until it rots. It serves them right. How? Don't you see? This was the only way they knew, building a gun and setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy coming to take their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them. Nasha was deep in thought, her mind far away. Suddenly, she gasped. Doral, she said, what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all. The two men stared at her. No menace, Doral said. It's already shot us down once, and as soon as we take off again... Don't you see? Nasha began to laugh. The poor, foolish gun. It's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone. You? Her eyes were flashing. With a crowbar. With a hammer or a stick of wood. Let's go back to the ship and load up. Of course we're at its mercy in the air. That's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky, shoot down anything that flies. But that's all. Against something on the ground, it has no defenses. Isn't that right? Doral nodded slowly. The soft underbelly of the dragon. In the legend, the dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach. He began to laugh. That's right. That's perfectly right. Let's go then, Nasha said. Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here. It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night, the captain had died, and the crew had ignited his body according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently, from the ship, a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the gray slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon, they all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sight shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally, the warheads themselves were carried off and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal-armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, the crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, as the sun was dipping into the gray mists that drifted across the planet, they came back up the stairs again. For a moment, they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoving outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get it into the air. With all of them working together, it took just 5 more days to make it spaceworthy. Nasha stood in the control room, watching the planet fall away behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking?" Doral said. "I? Nothing. Are you sure?" "I was thinking that there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it." "I suppose there was. It's unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far. But then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky. And then it was too late. Not quite too late. After all, their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all of that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose. But those wings, it looked very old. It will change us a great deal." "When we come back, we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time, it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Doral. "You'll lead us back there, as a good captain should." "Captain?" Doral grinned. "Then you decided." Nasha shrugged. "Fomar argues with me too much. I think all in all, I really prefer you." "Then let's go," Doral said. "Let's go back home." The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, a single half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, a red warning light flashed on down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, 100 miles from the city, another warning light flashed on, far underground. Automatic relays flew into action. Gears turned, belts whined. On the ground above, a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later, a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring cables. Behind it, a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights. And behind came more carts, some with relays, some with firing controls, some with tools and parts, screws and bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one, the lead cart. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city, to the damaged gun. This has been The Gun, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 21. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. So they baked a cake. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 22. Written by Winston Marks. Narrated by Scott Miller. Sure, I was one of the tough guys who said it would be great, just great, to get away from the boiling mess of humanity that stank up every inhabitable rock on Earth. Not being the Daniel Boone type, this was my private qualification for the job, being fed up to here with people, with the smothering bureaucracy of world government, with restrictions and rationing and synthetic diet supplements, and synthetic blondes, and mass hypochondria, and phony emotions, and standing in line to get into a pay toilet. I hated my profession, trying to wring glamorous interviews out of bewildered heroes, and press agents' darlings, and pompous politicians, and snotty millionaires, and brave little wronged chorus girls. Their lives were no more glamorous than their readers. They were the same mixture of greed and fear and smelly sweat and deceit and two-bit passion. My particular prostitution was to transform their peccadillos into virtues, their stubbed toes into tragedies, and their fornications into romance. And I'd been at it so long I couldn't stand the odor of my own typewriter. Of course, I was so thunderstruck at being chosen as one of the 21-man crew for the Albert E. that I never got to gloating over it much until we were out in deep space. Yes, it was quite an honor, to say nothing of the pure luck involved. Something like winning the Luna sweepstakes, only twice as exclusive. We were the pioneers on the first starship, the first to try out the Larsen drive in deep space. At last, man's travel would be measured in parsecs, for our destination was 26 trillion miles down near the celestial South Pole. Not much more than a parsec, but a parsec nonetheless. As a journalist, such distances and the fabulous velocities involved were quite meaningless to me. My appointment as official scribe for the expedition was not based on my galactic know-how, but rather on my reputation as a Nobel-winning columnist, the lucky one out of 56 who entered the lottery. Larsen himself would keep me supplied with the science data, and I was to chronicle the events from the human interest side, as well as recording the technical stuff fed to me. Actually, I had no intentions of writing a single word. To hell with posterity and the immortality of a race that couldn't read without moving its lips. The square case I had carried aboard so tenderly contained not my portable typewriter, but 6 bottles of forbidden rye whiskey, and I intended to drink every drop of it myself. So at last we were in space, after weeks of partying, dedications, and speech-making, and farewell dinners, none of which aroused in me a damned regret for my decision to forsake my generation of fellow scrabblers. Yes, we were all warned that, fast as the Larsen drive was, it would take us over 42 years, Earth-measured time, to reach our destination. Even if we found no planets to explore, turned around, and came right back, the round trip would consume the lifetimes of even the new babies we left behind. To me, this was a perversely comforting thought. All I wanted to know was how they expected me to live long enough to complete the journey. I could think of pleasanter ways to spend my last days than cooped up in this sardine can with a passel of fish-faced, star-happy scientists. I was 48 when we departed, which would make me a lucky 90 if I was still wiggling when we arrived at our celestial port. But the mathematicians said to relax. Their space-time theory provided, they claimed, a neat device for survival on our high-velocity journey. The faster a body moves in reference to another, the slower time appears to act on the moving body. If, they said, man could travel at the speed of light, Supposedly, time would stand still for him. This, I reflected, would mean human immortality, much too good for people. Anyway, since our average velocity for the trip was planned to come out around 1/10 of the speed of light, to us on the Albert E., only about 5 months would seem to have elapsed for the journey that would consume 42.5 years Earth time. It seemed to me they were laying a hell of a lot of faith in a theory that we were the first to test out. Our food, water, and air supplies gave us a very small safety margin. With strict rationing, we would be self-sufficient for just 12 months. That left us just 2 months to fool around looking for a place to sit down. I mentioned this item to Larson on the second day out. I found him at coffee mess, sitting alone, staring at his ugly, big, hairy hands. He was a tall Swede with a slight stoop and the withdrawn manner of a myopic scholar. As commander of the ship, he had the right to keep aloof, but as scribe, I had the privilege of chewing him for information. I said, "Skipper, if it took us generations to discover all the planets in our own little solar system, what do you figure the chances are of our spotting a planet near our goal in the short time of 2 months?" He was silent while I drew my ration of coffee and sugar. Then he opened his hands and seemed to find words written on his palms. His eyes never did come up from beneath his shaggy eyebrows. "If they exist," he said slowly, "we might find one. We have better telescopes, and our vantage point in space will be superior." He was a sorry-looking specimen, and I remembered that the 54-year-old scientist had left behind a youngish wife who adored the ground he walked on. The handsome blonde woman had stood heroically beside the ramp and watched, dry-eyed, as her husband ascended. There had been no visible exchange of farewells at the end, as he stood beside me in the airlock. They just stared into each other's eyes, oblivious to all but the maudlin sorrow of their separation. Then the portal had closed and widowed her, and I had the feeling that Larson was going to tear at the great threaded door with his bare hands and renounce the whole project. But he just stood there, breathing a little heavy and clenching those tremendous hands until it was time to take off. In a way, I envied him an emotion that was long dead in me, dead of the slow, corrosive poison of contempt for the whole human race, dead and pickled in the formaldehyde of 10,000 columns for which the syndicates had paid me nothing but cold money. Here was a man whose heart could still love, and I hated him for it. I said, "You look like you still have regrets. Maybe this isn't worth your personal sacrifices after all. If we don't find an inhabitable planet, we won't have accomplished much." "You are wrong," he said quickly. "We have already served our purpose." "Testing the drive, you mean?" He nodded. "This morning in our last radio contact with Earth, I dispatched the word. The Larson drive is successful. We have passed from our solar system on schedule, and our measurements of ship objective time check out with the theory, roughly at least." He spread his hands out on the table. "This was our primary goal. The expedition ahead is subsidiary. Colonization may result from our exploration, true, but now we have opened the universe." It was nice to know that things were progressing as planned. I asked, "What do you mean about things checking roughly? Is there some error?" He nodded and swallowed the dregs from the magnesium cup. "A considerable error, but it's on the safe side. Our velocity checks perfectly, but our estimate of the time shrinkage factor is so far off that Mr. Einstein's formula will take some major revision to reconcile what has happened." "We'll arrive sooner than planned?" Larson nodded again. "According to shipboard elapsed time, we will arrive in the vicinity of our destination in just 92 hours from now, a total of 122 hours since takeoff. You were worrying earlier about our scanty supplies. This should put your mind at rest." It didn't displease me. The lack of privacy on this tin bathtub was even worse than I had anticipated. The news came as sort of a reprieve. I looked at Larson, and suddenly I knew why the long face. His Tina. For her, 10 years would already have passed, and as we sat there talking, weeks of her existence were fading into oblivion, and Hans Larson was begrudging every second of it. Damned fool. Should have stayed at home. I left him brooding into his empty cup and went forward to the little control dome. One wonderful attribute of the Larson drive was that there was no acceleration discomfort. Gravity was nullified at the outset, and ship's gravity was kept at a comfortable 1/2 G. Mac Hulbert, chief navigator, was alone up there, one foot cocked up on the edge of the broad instrument board that looked like a cluttered desktop with handles. He was staring out into the void. Yes, void. They had said it would be black in space, but not even a glimmer of light showed through the transparent dome. As you looked to the side and back, faint, violent specks seemed to catch at your peripheral vision, but it was impossible to focus on a single heavenly body. Mac didn't turn or greet me. His face was no longer that of the carefree adventurer with whom I had tied on a fair binge less than a week ago. "Getting you down too, Mac?" I asked. He was about the only one aboard I could even tolerate. He wasn't as sour on humanity as I, but he granted me the right to my opinions, which was something. "God, yes," he said. "Skipper tell you about the time error?" I said, "Yes, but what's there to be sad about? You don't mind that part, do you?" To my knowledge, Mac hadn't left anything behind but his dirty laundry. Hulbert was in his mid-30s, slender, balding, and normally as cheerful and stupidly optimistic as they come. Now he looked worse off than Larson. "Yeah, I mind that," he said, kind of resentfully. "I thought we'd have more time to sort of get used to the idea of, well, outgrowing our generation. But think, by now many of my older buddies will be dead. A dozen World Series will be over. Who knows? Maybe there's a war going on back there." Of all the morbid nonsense, yearning for the obituary column, the sports page, and the headlines. But then people are rarely sensible when something disturbs their tidy little universe that they take for granted. It was a little terrifying, though, staring out into that smothering lamp black. We were moving so fast and living so slowly that even the light waves from the galaxies toward which we moved had disappeared. We were reversing the redshift effect of receding light sources. We approached the stars before us at such a velocity that their light impinged at a rate above the visible violet spectrum. Mac blurted out, "It'll never work out." "What won't?" "Colonization. Not at these unholy distances. Even if we do find an Earth-type planet or two, people won't leave everything behind them like this. I feel cut off. Something's gone. Everything. Everybody we knew back there. It's terrible to consider." I sat down beside him, stared out into the India ink, and faced a few overdue realities myself. Our chances of finding a habitable planet were remote. Finding intelligent life on it was even more unlikely. That such life would resemble men was so improbable that the odds in favor were virtually non-existent. So what had I really to look forward to? A quick survey of the star system in the company of these nincompoop idiot-savants, then a return to the civilization of complete strangers, a culture in which we would all be anachronisms, almost a century behind the times. A parade of faces began peering at me out of the darkness. There was Bess with the golden hair, and Carol, and petite Annette, and Cliff, my red-headed old roommate who knew how to charcoal broil a steak, and our bachelor apartment with the battered old TV set, and my collection of books and pipes, and there was my outboard jet up on lovely Lake Vermilion, where a man could still catch a fat pike. What would it be like when we got back? More people, less food, tighter rationing, crowding beyond conception. Hell! When the rest of the crew learned of our sharply revised estimated time of arrival, they came down with the same emotional cramps afflicting Larson and Hulbert. It was sickening. A bunch of so-called mature technicians and scientists moping around like a barracks full of drafted rookies, matching miniature billfold photos of cuties that were now approaching cronehood. The whole venture had become a tragic affair overnight, and for the next few days, all thoughts turned backward. So nobody was remotely prepared for what happened. They were even unprepared to think straight, with their heads instead of their hearts. And Larson was worst of all. On the last day, Larson eased off our 1,800-mile-per-second velocity, and as the stars started showing again, shifting from faint violet down into the more cheerful spectrum, spirits aboard began lifting a little. I was in the control room with Larson and Mac when we got our first inkling. Mac was fooling with the electronic search gear, sweeping for planets, when he gave a yip and pointed a jabbing finger at the scope. "Audio," he stammered. "Look at that." He lengthened the sweep, and the jumble of vertical lines spread out like a picket fence made of rubber. "A carrier wave with audio modulation," he said, with disbelief all over his face. Larson remained calm. "I hear you, lad. Don't shout." He studied the signal and frowned deeply. "It's faint, but you can get a fix." As they played with the instruments, I looked forward through the green shield that protected us from Alpha C's heavy radiation. Our destination star was now a brilliant blob dominating our piece of heaven. It was a difficult thing to grasp that we had traveled almost 26 trillion miles in 5 days ship's time. Mac said, "It's a planet, sure enough, but that audio." Larson snapped, "Forget the audio. Give me a bearing and let's be getting on course. That may be the only planet in the system, and I don't want to lose it." His arms pumped and his big hands pawed at the controls as he brought the inertialess drive into manual manipulations. For the next few tense hours, we stalked the planet at a discreetly low velocity. When his navigation problem was complete and we were on a slow approach orbit, Mac began playing with the communication rig again. The ship's intercom was cut in, and we had to chase people out as excitement mounted over our discovery. Finally, when his elbow had been jostled once too often, Larson ordered the control room cleared of all hands but Hulbert and me. When we were alone, Larson said, "This is fantastic." Mac's face was tied into an amazed scowl, too, as he studied the feeble little patterns on his wave analyzer. "You said it," he breathed. "We've got ourselves a sweet little Earth-type planet, if we can believe the spectro, and unless I'm stark space-happy, there's something or somebody down there beaming a broadcast smack in our direction, following us around like the string on a yo-yo." "How do you figure that?" Larson wanted to know. Mac replied, "At this distance, the field strength is too strong for anything but a beamed transmission. Mister, they have us bracketed." Mac swung to the panel on his left and cut in the communication circuit. "It's strong enough to listen to now. Let's see what kind of gibberish we can wring out of that carrier wave." He threw a couple of switches and hunted for the exact frequency. A whisper and a rustle of the carrier brushed the speaker. Mac centered in and turned up the volume. Then even I sucked air. A voice issued from the sound cone. A man's voice. "Welcome to New Columbia. Welcome, Albert E. Come in, please. Welcome to New Columbia. Welcome, Albert E. Come in, please." It repeated over and over. Larson let his breath go first with a nervous snort. Mac and Larson both looked at me, as if maybe I had something to do with it. Hands trembling, Mac picked up the microphone and reached for the transmitter switch. Larson grabbed the mic from his hand. "Not so fast, damn it!" "But they know we're up here," Mac protested. "They even know the name of our ship." "And our language," I added. I wasn't bored anymore. Larson nodded slowly. "What kind of devilish intelligence have we run into? I need time to think." The way he said it sent a cold draught down my spine, and then my imagination started catching up to his. At our rate of approach to the star system, how could any living being have had time to sense our presence, pick our brains to learn our ship's name, our language, master our method of communication, contrive a transmitter, and get on the air? The magnitude of the accomplishment sent the importance of our little triumph of space travel tumbling into a cocked limbo of insignificance. For a moment, I considered the old curvature of space concept. Could we have somehow doubled back, completing a mystic circle? Was that old soul up there burning through our green shield? What a laugh that would be! The mental giants of our times backtracking and circling like a tenderfoot lost in the woods on Lake Minnetonka. Mac cut off the transmitter reluctantly, but he said, "Yeah, I guess I see what you mean, Skipper." Larson got to his feet and paced the crowded wedge of space, punching a fist into his other hand with meaty slaps. He stopped and listened to the soft muttering of the speaker, and shook his head. "It makes no sense. It's impossible. Utterly impossible." The man's voice from the planet implacably continued repeating the message. No trace of an accent, nothing to suggest an alien origin in its tone, pitch, or enunciation. Perhaps that's what threw Larson so hard. If there had been the faintest taint of otherworldliness about it, I think he'd have hauled stakes and gotten us out of there. But the song of the siren was too powerful. The irresistible mental image of a fellow human out here in the bottom of space was salt in the bleeding wounds of Larson's loneliness. He stared out where the planet must be, some 1,000,000 miles before us. Suddenly, the tenseness relaxed from his face, and he got the damnedest expression of mixed incredulity, hopefulness, and sorrow. Tears began welling from his eyes and streaming down the rugged contours of his cheeks. It didn't add, nor could I reason a motive for his laconic command. "Intersection orbit, Mr. Ulbert. We'll take her down," he said quietly. That was all. He hunched over the control board and moved things according to Mac's computations. Soon I could make out the planet. We came in from an obtuse angle with its sun, so it showed first as a crescent of pale green silver. Then it filled the viewing dome, and Mac began working the homing equipment. "May I acknowledge their message now, Skipper?" Larson shook his head with compressed lips. "But if we're going in anyway," Mac argued. "No!" Larson exploded. Then his voice softened. "I think I know the mystery of the voice," he said. It must be. But if it isn't, if I'm wrong, God alone knows. We must chance it. I don't want to know differently until it's too late." This was just real great. Larson had some fantastic notion, and he wanted it to be true so damned badly that he was taking us into blind jeopardy when we had the means to probe it first. Real scientific, that. Humans. Men and their so-called sense of reason. Larson was a crowning example of the sloppy-hearted thing I was fleeing when I embarked on this joyride. and now it would probably be my undoing. We were homing in on the transmission from New Columbia, easing down into the atmosphere, and now clouds and land and water formations took shape. The beam led us to the sunlit rim of dawn, and suddenly we were hovering over a great forest, slit at intervals with streaks of glittering blue that looked like deep, wide rivers. Now Mac touched a switch, and the CW whistle gave us a tight audio beam to follow to the source of the signal. Larson switched to the micro-landing controls to ride in like a jetliner on the Frisco-Shanghai run. We slanted gently down until the forest became trees, and the little blue-green splotches were lush, grassy meadows. And there was the tower, and the low buildings, and the spaceship. Something happened to me inside when I saw that. It was a kind of tremolo feeling, like a note in a new symphony, a note that springs free and alone, wavering uncertainly, and you don't know which way it will turn. In seconds, it seemed like hours, we were on the ground. The ramp was jammed out, and Larson was blundering down it, crying like a baby. I stood in the port, breathing the warm air, redolent with exotic new scents, and yawped like an idiot, trying to make sense of the huge banner strung 100 yards across one whole side of the little village. The banner read, "Welcome, Hans. Welcome, Albert E. We knew you were coming, so—" And near the center of the banner was the largest chocolate cake, or facsimile thereof, in all creation. It must have been 10 feet high and 20 feet in diameter. But Hans Larson wasn't amused by the cosmic gag. He galloped off that gangplank like a lovesick gorilla, and I'm a comet's uncle if Tina wasn't there, racing out to meet him. Larson had guessed the truth, and no wonder he hadn't the guts to test it beforehand. By the time I got down, out, and over to where they were all wrapped up, mingling tears, I had it pretty well doped out myself. I don't know why we had figured that all progress and improvement in interstellar flight would cease just because we had left Earth. The eternal, colossal conceit of man, I guess. When our last signal back to Earth had given the OK sign, sure, they started building bigger ships and recruiting another crew. But by the time that the Albert E-2 was ready to take off for a more extended expedition, the Larson drive was now the Larson-McKendrick drive, with a velocity of a full half the speed of light, some 5 times our velocity. Somehow, Tina had managed to get herself in the party, as Hans had sensed she would. And the time differential, as it worked out, wasn't serious at all. Tina had been only 32 when we left her on Earth. Including the year and a half she had already been with the colony on New Columbia, she was still quite a bit younger than Hans, and just twice as pretty as the day of their separation. The tremolo note was rising now, the soft, mystic pitch of excitement inherent in the new world. I turned to Mac, who was grinning like to split his face. I said, "Looks like you were wrong, old boy, about the impossibility of colonizing." He nodded his head readily, but he wouldn't tear his eyes away from that monstrous, preposterous chocolate cake. The attraction, I discovered, was a little bevy of onlookers who stood at its base. They were a dozen or more most attractive colonists in the younger age bracket, and unmistakably of the opposite sex. Mac said, "Yeah, I was wrong about colonizing prospects. Dead wrong. Aren't you glad?" And now the tremolo feeling split into a crescendo of subharmonics and overtones, a magnificent chord of attunement with life and humanity everywhere in the universe. And all at once I knew I was glad, happy as hell to see these people from the old hometown of Earth. This has been So They Baked a Cake, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 22, written by Winston Marks, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Death Star, written by James McKimmey, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Hertz went through the automatic motions of preparing himself for their landing on the small, unnamed planet. But each thing he did was a wasted motion, because it was really the boy, Jones, who was going to put the rocket down. And what could Hertz do now? Hertz touched his rough cheek with the back of his hand and swore silently. The hard, aging muscles of his body were taut, and although the lines about his eyes had deepened, his eyes, blue and sparkling, still retained their old ferocity. His eyebrows, although nearly completely gray now, intensified that ferocity with their thickness. Jones, the boy, moved his hands, and the rocket made its turn clumsily, pointing its blazing fins at the strange globe beyond. Hertz shook his head and asked himself why he had ever tried to help this cocky, all-knowing kid with a thin mouth and short-clipped hair. The boy had fought everything Hertz had tried to do for him, and right now Hertz knew, even before he said it, that the boy would respond in the same way he had since the trip started. "I think you're doing all right," Hertz said, and he tried to keep the tone of his voice casual, as though he really meant what he said. The boy glanced at him briefly with insolent eyes. "I know I am," he said. Hertz had to clamp his jaw shut tightly to keep from saying anything more. There was hardly any time involved in this landing, but each second stretched out to an individual eternity. The distant globe came up to meet them steadily, enlarging its circumference, and the roar of the jets was thunderous after the quiet, free movement they had made through space. There was nothing left for Hertz to do now but wait, and he placed his hands on his knees, raising his curled fingers, dropping them in a monotonous, silent tapping. It isn't right. None of it. The feel of it, the speed, the sound, the very movement. It isn't going to work. And why not, for God's sake, on this one last run? As they slipped down through the atmosphere of the planet, Hertz knew that he had been very foolish and sentimental, and very, very stupid for having asked to accompany the boy. The boy's first trip, Hertz's last. But if Hertz still believed in the premonitions that he could feel to the marrow of his tired bones, this might be the last trip for both of them. He watched the boy, and he wished he could take control now before it was too late. But this was the boy's own run, his rocket, and there was nothing for Hertz to do but wait. Seconds now, and Hertz thought of all the times he had done just what the boy was trying to do now. 20 years of it, from globe to globe, stretching the fingers of exploration, all to make the money and finally tip his damned hat and say, "Thank you, it was nice, and now I'm going to retire and let some other poor slob take my place." But when the time came for him to do and say just that, he had climbed in for one more ride, just so a kid who didn't want any help might have had a better chance to get along in this rotten exploratory service than Hertz had been given. The distance between the rocket and the widening surface of the planet was disappearing, and in that last interval, Hertz thought again of his dream, the dream he had been carrying in his brain for all of these years. The width and breadth of his own land, that section of Mars where he had stood 20 years ago and watched with hungry eyes, and then ever since had sweated and cried and suffered to own. His land, with its silent rolling hills and quiet green valleys, with its sweet sloping clearing where he would place his house, the rippling brook singing softly nearby. The only place he had seen in any system that had the peace of it, the magnificence of it. His land, paid for finally, and bound by legal protection, waiting for him. And here he was, letting the reward for those 20 years drift away by sitting beside a crazy, overconfident infant who was sure as hell going to crash this rocket. When the crash came, however, Hertz was still surprised, somehow, but only until he fell into the depthless darkness. When he awoke, he saw that the ship rested at an odd angle. One whole side of the compact cabin had become a gaping open tear that looked away to the horizon of this new world. Hertz had a thin cut over his left eye and a collection of stinging bruises. Nothing more serious. Jones, on the other hand, appeared to have been smashed brutally about the legs, and from where Hertz lay, he could see the ugly cut in the boy's head and the unnatural angle of the boy's right arm. "Jones," he said to the motionless form, and then with effort he crawled to the boy who was still clamped tightly into the swivel seat before the instrument panel. His hands searched and found 2 broken bones in the arm and leg. The cut in the boy's head had obviously touched bone. Hertz gathered medicine, bandages, and splints from the first aid compartment. He swabbed, bound, compressed, and covered the wounds of the boy. Then, with teeth tight together, he set the 2 bones with the rough skill of practical experience. When the splints were bound, he loosened the boy's body from the binding straps and carried him to the rear bunk space of the cabin. He tested the boy's pulse and regularity of breathing, then interjected enough of relieving drug into the boy's blood to keep the full impact of pain away from his senses. Hertz returned to the front of the cabin to look over the damaged radio. Tentative inspection told him he could make sufficient repairs to send out a help call. But first, he knew he would have to make an estimate of their position on this strange planet. He strapped a pistol to his waist, donned his helmet, and lowered himself to the ground. He looked about him. There was a bluish tint to the atmosphere that hovered over the rim of the circling trees. Yellow, pink, and deep white flowers with fragile petals nodded silently through the stretches of growth. Another planet, his eyes told him. Another simple, damned planet, like the one before and the one before that. Vegetation and earth beneath another shining sun. "And this is what I've earned," he told himself, "instead of my land, my estate, my kingdom." His lips compressed, and he hammered a fist against the side of the rocket. "Well, it's not going to be," he promised himself, starting his climb back to the cabin. "Nothing is going to keep me from getting what I've earned. Nothing." He was swearing aloud when he pulled himself into the cabin. Jones was watching as Hertz straightened up inside the littered compartment. Hertz unstrapped his pistol belt and tossed it to the floor. "How do you feel, son?" he asked quietly. The boy only stared at Hertz. "All right," Hertz said helpfully. "All right, hell," the boy said in a thin monotone. "You were pretty well banged up. That's news? If you're still feeling pain, I'll give you another shot." "Why don't you save it for your head?" Hertz turned and went to the forward part of the cabin and the radio. He didn't want to listen to that high, whining voice. The boy was hurt, and Hertz recognized it, but Hertz couldn't take too much more from anyone, injured or not. "I'm not going to live," the boy called after Hertz. Hertz turned back to face the boy. "What the hell kind of talk is that?" "I'm not going to live," the boy repeated in exactly the same tone. "You're getting delirious." "I'm getting dead." "Listen," Hertz said slowly, "I respect the fact that you've been smashed up, Jones, but I don't want any talk like that. Do you understand?" He tried to keep authority in his voice and at the same time enough softness to give the boy assurance that Hertz could take care of him. We can have help here in no time, Hertz continued. The radio can be fixed, and the first thing you know, you'll be bedded down in some pretty hospital with flowers and—" "This was your fault," the boy said, as though Hertz had not been talking. Hertz closed his mouth slowly, and his lips got thin. "Why don't you try to get some sleep?" "Because I'm bleeding to death inside." Hertz blinked. It was a possibility, of course. The boy may have been hurt worse than Hertz had thought. With great effort, the boy raised a bandaged hand to his lips and ran his tongue across the white gauze. The movement left a red streak. "You see?" he said. "You see that? I'm bleeding out my guts. I'll sleep all right. I'll really sleep, and it'll be your fault, Hertz." "Listen, Jones," Hertz said, deliberately lying. "You'll be all right. Don't you see?" "No, damn you, no! And if you hadn't forced yourself onto this run, this wouldn't have happened." "Jones," Hertz said, trying to keep his voice soft, "these things just happen, that's all. This is nobody's fault. You fly these damned runs, you take your chances. But you're going to be all right, son." "Don't call me that," the boy said, and now his voice was higher, louder, and Hertz could see a little of the blood showing on a corner of the boy's mouth. Son, I'm as good a pilot as anybody. You or Gearing or Royce or anybody in the stinking service. I didn't need your damned help, and that's what did it. Sitting there, watching me every minute, making me tighten up until I couldn't fly a kite. It's your fault. And why the hell couldn't you have died or gone back to your stupid Martian farm?" The boy was crying. A thin trickle of blood crawled down his chin. Hertz took a step forward. "Kid, listen, I wanted to help you and—" "Keep the hell away from me!" the boy screamed. Hertz froze. He hadn't realized either how badly hurt the boy had been, or how much resentment had lain beneath the boy's cold exterior. He was beginning to feel some of the guilt that was placed on him by the look in the boy's staring eyes. But why? He asked himself. Why, when all he had wanted to do was help someone? "I know how you're feeling," Hertz said, trying to be patient and calm. "I really do. But you can't blame anyone for this." The boy remained silent and condemning, and Hertz knew that his words were ringing hollowly in the cabin. Still, he tried. "Look, I've crashed before on a dozen planets, but that's the way it works, and that's why I wanted to help you. I wanted to quit on this last one, don't you see? For 20 unholy years, I've been trying to own a piece of my own land where I could say, this is my own world, and what I tried to do by going with you was make it easier for you, because in you I could see myself 20 years ago. Don't you see?" The boy said nothing. "I wanted to give it up and quit, but I thought if I could show you something, teach you something." He cut the words short because he could feel himself pleading. There was no need for this. What he had done had been a sacrifice, and if the boy couldn't see that, then it was because he was hurt and in great pain. "If I had a medal," the boy said hoarsely, "I'd shove it down your rotten throat." Hertz ran the palms of his hands down the sides of his trousers. "I'll give you another shot, and then I'll get the radio set up. You'll be all right." The boy shook his head slowly, the bright eyes never looking away from Hertz. "You're not going to give me anything, and I'm not going to be all right." "I can't waste more time, Jones. You're hurt, bad, and I've got to get help." He turned abruptly and went back to the radio. There were only wires loosened and parts slightly shaken. No irreparable damage. His hands moved quickly. When he heard the thump of the boy's body hitting the floor of the cabin, his stomach jumped. He turned, made a step forward, then halted. The boy was stretched below the bunk. Blood was spilling from his mouth. But he was moving and alive, and in his hands now was the pistol Hertz had dropped. "What the hell are you doing?" Hertz said. But the boy was motioning with the pistol. "Stay where you are! Stay the hell where you are!" Hertz waited, watching the way the boy lay on one of his arms, the broken one. The drug would be cutting out the pain to some extent, but he was breaking himself up. "Jones," Hertz said, "for God's sake, you're killing yourself." "Oh, no," the boy said, pointing the pistol. "You're killing me. I would have been all right, but you had to come along, and this is your work, Hertz. You're killing me. Now you're going to get your reward for that." "Jones," Hertz said, "if you think this was my fault, all right then. I'm suddenly very damn tired. I was tired before I started this, and it's worse now. If what went wrong was my fault, then I'm sorry. I really am. Do what you want to about it." Hertz felt his energy draining out, and all he seemed to want to do at that moment was sit down and be quiet. "I will," the boy answered, and Hertz could hear the click of the safety going off. "I'll do exactly what I want to do about it. Are you ready?" Hertz watched the pistol in the boy's hands. Then he threw himself sideways, rolling across the cabin, trying to find protection as the pistol cracked again and again. When the sound had stopped and silence had settled itself heavily over the cabin, Hertz lay half-sprawled, looking at the boy. He knew none of the shots had struck him, and the surprise of this made his position on the floor seem, for a moment, very foolish. Then he realized what the boy had hit: the radio and the replacement cabinet full of extra parts. From his twisted position on the floor, the boy had done a very effective job of splintering every part of their communication system. Sudden anger ran through Hertz, and he pushed himself up to stand flush-faced, watching the smiling boy. "You gone crazy," he said. The boy shook his head, his fingers still clutching the pistol. "No, I really haven't. But you will, Hertz, because you aren't going anywhere now. No place at all. You're gonna stay right here, because you can't get help now." "The hell I can't," Hertz said. But he knew, as soon as he said it, that the statement was a childish reaction, and that in truth he couldn't. "The radio makes no difference to me," the boy said. "I'm going to die in a very few minutes. I can feel it crawling up in me. But I'll die knowing you aren't going to get what you were after, Hertz, any more than I did. I was good, damn you. I was a damn good pilot. I had it all in front of me, and you had to ruin it. But you aren't going to get anything now. Your land, Hertz? Your stupid land. How about that? Who'll be sitting on that when you don't get back?" "I feel sorry for you." "Oh, that's good of you, Hertz. You feel sorry for me while you spend the rest of your life stuck on this damn planet, will you? I enjoy the thought of that." "I won't be here long," Hertz bluffed. "Oh, no?" the boy said, as more blood ran down his chin. "A planet half the size of Venus? No way to send them your position? You think they're going to send out a fleet to look for you over every inch of this globe? They couldn't find you in 40 years. Hertz stood silent, his eyes thin as he watched the boy with the bleeding and smiling mouth. "I only wanted one thing, Jones. Just that one thing." "That's right," the boy grinned. "Just that one thing, that section on Mars. Only now you aren't going to get it. You've got a one-track obsession, Hertz, like a simple damn child. Even though you've flown the universe for 20 years, this'll kill you, and you have my deepest regrets. Here," he said, sending the pistol spinning across the floor so that it stopped beside Hertz's boots. "There's a round left in it. I saved it, just for you." The boy began to laugh, then a kind of building laughter that turned into choking. He put one hand to his throat and then rolled over suddenly, so that his eyes stared at the ceiling. Hertz looked at the dead boy for a long time. Then he tapped the pistol very lightly with a toe of a boot. Finally, he stepped to the broken radio and ran his fingers carefully over the useless equipment. When he crawled from the cabin of the rocket to the ground, his movements were automatic. On the ground, he stood very quietly, his back against the ship, watching the tree leaves flutter faintly with the breeze. The words of the boy were still in his brain, and he could still see the very clean-cut, very young, very dead face. So many times he thought of Jones as he had been himself 20 years ago. It was almost as though he'd died up there himself. Worse was the realization that what the boy had told him was right. Somehow, this was all his own fault. With his age and knowledge and experience, he'd taken the confidence out of the boy. The fears, the distrust during the whole trip had been communicated to Jones, and so this was the result. He shook his head a little and pushed himself away from the rocket. He began walking, step after step, unknowing of his movement. Jones had been right about another thing, too. Hertz's one-track obsession. That was true, and it had been his motivation for everything he had done. To get one thing, a lifetime of blindness to everything else, while he lived through one day after another, year after year, to reach one individual day that was as surely lost now as the life of that boy in the rocket. And so this is life. You fight your blind way through an entire lifetime, and when you get to the end, there isn't anything at all. His hands knotted at his sides, and he walked with anger and a rising bitterness. All at once he stopped, his eyes widening. The rim of trees had disappeared, and now in front of him lay the entire length and breadth of it. Detail for detail, his land, with its silent rolling hills and quiet green valleys. His land, with the sweet sloping clearing and the rippling brook singing softly beside it. His land, right in front of his eyes. But it couldn't be. A mirage, perhaps? Shock twisting the responses of his brain? Yet when he stood there, wide-eyed, examining, he knew that what he saw was reality, and every blade of grass, every leaf, every drop of water in the singing brook was physically there, inch for inch. Lord, he thought, dropping to his knees, how could this be? He thought about it as he looked and felt and thrilled. Perhaps, he thought, this was the way it was on other planets, when I couldn't see anything but a long-distant dream. Perhaps I could have had this a dozen times in my life, and all I would have had to do was take it. But why didn't I? Why couldn't I see this before? Did it take 20 years for me to start seeing what was in front of my eyes? And why 20 years? Why this time and moment? Because for once in my life I forgot about my own damn desires and thought about something and someone else? Is that it? Hertz climbed to his feet slowly. He didn't know, and he asked no more questions of himself. He simply walked forward to it, forgetting the broken rocket and boy who broke it. He simply breathed deep of the perfumes of the hills and the valleys, and he stepped onto the sloping clearing, listening to the singing of the brook. His nostrils flared to respond to the faintly acrid odor of wet, dead leaves. His eyes failed to discover the rather sharp, ugly cut of the profile of the hills, or the ungainly dip of the valleys. He was blind to the muddiness of the brook, and his ears could not hear the sucking sound the water made as it pitched over dirty-colored rocks. He did not look, hear, or feel as he might have on that section of Mars, where the dream of 20 years might have disappeared like a speared bubble to become ugly reality. He was capable of none of the deadening response that might have been his here on Mars, had he been a man who had not lived 20 years to offer, finally, one totally honest, unselfish motion in this universe. He simply stepped to his reward, smiling. This has been Death Star, written by James McKimmey, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 1953 by Planet Stories Magazine. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Leave, Earthmen, or Die. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, Book 11. Written by John Massey Davis. Narrated by Scott Miller. In a dwindling spiral, they circled the planet, and Murph's cold blue eyes studied the radar screen. Things looked good. No sign of cities, social denizens, or humanoids. He was scribbling notes on his desk when the all-wave above him started crackling. He watched the green line sweep back and forth along the dial, finally centering on the wavelength which was broadcasting. As it focused, the speaker sputtered in. In accordance with interstellar code, it sounded like a recording. We repeat, landings and colonizing efforts have been previously attempted upon this planet. They are not welcome and have not been successful. Change course and seek other areas. This warning is being broadcast upon wavelengths available to you and in language translatable by you, in accordance with interstellar code. Murphy switched it off and looked at his crew of two. Well, Forsyth grinned at him. The hell with them! We've heard that from every race in the solar system, one way or another. I say we land. Jameson shrugged. Put her down anywhere. Makes no difference to me. His scarred lips tightened. Okay. Murph switched the set back on. The same record was playing, monotonously. Load up with combat equipment, boys. We're going in. The deadly silver needle tightened the spiral course around the planet, and above Murph the speaker crackled again and went dead. Guess they got tired of playing that record, he muttered. Another crackling, and the mechanism blared again. We see you intend disregarding our warning. In accordance with interstellar code, it is only fair to warn you. It clicked off abruptly as Murph jabbed at the switch. No use listening to this outworld nonsense. He'd heard it all before and lived through it. Where's the rest of the fleet? He threw the question out generally. 9 hours behind, Jameson said. We blast in, they follow us. The three men were silent as they scanned the radar screen. They whined above a landmass, and Murph juggled the controls, and the ship swooped upward, then settled slowly, riding on the jets. While they waited for the ground around them to cool, the men climbed into combat gear. The radar scanned the military hemisphere available, and Murph casually flipped the radio switch again. Have disregarded our warning, the voice said, insistently. In accordance with the interstellar code, we cannot now be further responsible. It croaked into silence as Murph slammed the switch closed again. Nuts, he said, buckling a belt around his waist. Yeah, said Jameson. The hell with them, whoever they are. Well, said Forsyth. He was the navigator. Now, I'm not so sure. Get dressed. Murph was in command, and he showed it. We are going out. There was an oddity about the voice, Murph thought, as he dressed. The voice reminded him of his sweetheart Citra back in Philly on Earth. Husky, throaty, and with the soft, vibrant purr of a happy kitten. It reminded Forsyth of his son's tones, during the family farewell for this expedition. A twinge of concern tautened his body as he remembered. One never knew when, or if, crews returned from these grim expansion campaigns of humanity. Jameson had another impression. He remembered his days as a professional fighter and that last rough brawl when he hadn't quite made champion. It still rankled. The voice was that of his opponent in the 7th round, just when Jameson's knees started to buckle. The sly, calculated insults in the clinches, intended to make him lose his head. They had accomplished their purpose. He had charged in slugging when he should have hung on or run backward until his wind returned. From then on he became a has-been, working steadily downward, until the manpower needs of humanity had offered an opportunity to pick another career. His scarred lips, remembering, were a tight line, and his eyes cold and uncompromising. They'd finished dressing. Murph flipped on the radio again, grinning in contempt. The voice still vibrated through the ether. "That you blast off immediately, or assume responsibility for the consequences. Interstellar Code states that invaded peoples are justified in using any tactics." It clicked off. Murph had been annoyed by the resemblance to Citra's voice. Perhaps he was homesick. Jameson's lips vanished into a white line, and Forsyth looked around, rabbit-eyed with astonishment, expecting to see his son emerge from the piles of supplies and equipment. Self-conscious, none of them said anything. "Okay," said Murph. "Out we go." The precision door swung open quietly, and the three descended to the still smoking ground. Each set up his rapid-fire electro-gun, covering the entrance, and then they sat back, waiting. Nothing happened, and Murph broke the tense silence. "Turn on the radio." He looked at Forsyth. "We can hear it from here. I'll man both guns." Forsyth grunted and vanished into the ship. Murph heard the crackle as equipment warmed up and listened to the voice of Citra. Oddly enough, Jameson tensed as he heard the voice of the present champion, and Forsyth nearly cried as his son's tones came through the metallic speaker. But all the voices said the same thing. "Subject to unprincipled attack to resist invasion of our homeland. This is the last time this warning will be broadcast." The receiver clicked, then dropped into the monotonous hum of a radio on an unused but still alert wavelength. Forsyth returned, and the three men sat, each back of an electro-gun, alert eyes scanning the alien landscape. From over a slight rise a mile off, a figure approached the ship. Murph blinked, doubting his senses, confused. Then his roar broke the silence of the strange world. "Citra!" Just one word, but that's all he could do. She looked as she had when he left on this expedition, when they had said goodbye, sparkling with sequins in her dressing room, undulating with feathers in the right places. She walked toward him with the feline grace he'd learned to love. "Citra!" he shouted again. Astonished, he deserted his position behind the gun and started running across the plain. Gracefully, daintily, encountering difficulties because of her spiked heels on the rough terrain, she smiled bravely and hurried toward him. Forsyth saw the approaching figure, too. He tensed with disbelief and surprise, and then his voice rose excitedly. "Jimmy! Jimmy!" What was his boy doing here? Reason faded as he watched his 9-year-old son stumbling toward the ship. He unfastened his harness and slipped from behind the gun. His boy on an alien planet, confronting unknown dangers. He must get him back to the ship and the little ring of certainty behind the guns. Forsyth started across the level space, grateful that the towering hulk of Murph had recognized his boy and would, on this unknown world, help bring the kid back to comparative safety. In 6 hours now, the fleet would be here. The boy could be sent home on one of the capital ships. Behind him, Jameson watched the two figures running away. His face froze into granite. Rage and resentment surged within him. Across the plain, he saw the man who had stolen, yes, stolen the championship from him. The fighter loped toward him casually, sneering and confident. Jameson felt a surge, like an electric shock across his shoulders. His teeth ground together, and he could hear their roaring within his ears. Deliberately, he moved from behind his gun, started at a fighter's dog trot toward his opponent. It occurred to him that Murph and Forsythe would beat him there. He was glad they were willing to help, but for the sake of his own integrity, he considered this his fight. Jameson ran swiftly then. He passed Forsythe and Murph, determined to be the first to reach the one man he hated. He sprinted eagerly, sucking the strange air chemicals of this world into his lungs. He was short of breath. Behind him, he heard the heavy thudding of Murph plunging and plowing toward him, and in addition, the light but rapid steps of Forsythe. But now, he didn't care. He was confronting his opponent. Dropping into a crouch, Jameson moved in, feet wide, tense. There would be no mistake, no error this time. His fist lashed out, and his opponent fell on the strange and powdery dust of a strange world millions of miles from their first fight. The man started struggling up, and again, flat-footed, tense, fists like crunching sledgehammers, Jameson dove at him. And then it happened. Murph hit Jameson from the side. Raw and choking with rage, Murph clubbed, groped, kicked, fouled, until the ex-fighter fell in the pale and strange dust. Murph's voice was hoarse and shaking. "Hit my woman, will you?" he screamed in rage. Jameson tried to rally, but each time he moved, Murph's fist slammed against his face and head. There was a final crash as the back of his head struck against the rocks on the ground. Jameson lay in the dust on an alien planet, and from behind his right ear, gray and reddish matter oozed. He didn't move. Murph stood up. He looked again at Citra. He was choked and tired, standing there. And as he grasped for breath, Forsythe ran by him, ran up to her. Angrily, he watched. Forsythe running up to his woman. What was wrong with these men? Murph saw Forsythe put his arms around Citra and say, meaninglessly to Murph, "Jimmy! Jimmy!" Again, a red rage filled Murph. He dove forward, smashed into Forsythe, and the navigator reeled backwards. As he fell back, his feet tangled in the scrubby vegetation of the planet. He reached toward his belt, and his electro-gun jerked free from the holster. He saw the bull shape of Murph over him, an enraged beast, and as he fell, the twin electrodes shot out an energy stream. Fear and hatred tensed his nerves, but despite the emotion, he set the range right. The sparks arced together just in front of the great bulk of Murph. There was a crackling and the smell of burning flesh, then a surprised look upon Murph's face. The surprise turned to rage, and the last thing Forsythe saw was Murph falling down on him, his clothes and his chest burned away until the ribs showed, animal rage welling from his lips. A figure stood 50 feet away and watched this drama. Murph, blood coughing from his mouth and nose, the great muscles of his chest nothing but crisp, burned meat, reached for Forsythe, picked him up, holding him over his head as an ape would a man, and slammed him again and again to the ground. The final time Murph tried to lift Forsythe, his strength gave out. He dropped Forsythe's limp form, coughed in a final paroxysm, and fell beside Forsythe and Jameson. The figure, which stood 50 feet away, turned and walked leisurely back over the rise. Now, it was not a fighter, and it was not Jimmy, and it was not Citra. It was a denizen of the planet, and it looked like no human. Shortly thereafter, the all-wave radio in the deadly, powerful silvery needle, standing serenely on the strange world, blared again. In accordance with interstellar code, we have asked that we not be invaded, and are warning you that according to Article 19, Section 3, fleets which invade a peaceful people become subject to unprincipled attack, even to the use of psychological weapons. 5 hours away, the main fleet streaked toward the planet. The Admiral looked at the tape reports from the scout ship and at transcripts of the recorded warning. "Nuts," he said. "We go in." He felt an odd, intuitive twinge. The voice was so much like his mother's, and she hadn't been well when he'd last seen her. Beside him, the radio man busily, tersely sent out landing instructions. He felt irritable. The voice had sounded just like Peggy, that no-good, cheating. He shrugged. Just imagination. In a diminishing spiral, the fleet swung around the planet while the Admiral scanned the screen for a free landing site. This has been Leave Earthmen or Die, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 11. Written by John Massey Davis. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Planet of Dreams. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 7. Written by James McKimmey, Jr. Narrated by Scott Miller. It was a small world, a tiny spinning globe, placed in the universe to weather and age by itself until the end of things. But because its air was good and its earth was fertile, Daniel Loverall had placed a finger upon a map and said, "This is the planet. This is the dream planet." That was 2 years before, back on Earth. And now Loverall, with his selected flock, had shot through space to light like chuckling geese upon the planet, to feel the effect of their dreams come true. Loverall was sitting in his office, drumming his long fingers against his desk, while the name Atkinson ticked through his brain, like the sound of a sewing machine. Would he be the only one, Loverall asked himself, or was he just the first? In either case, it was up to Loverall, as leader and guiding hand, to stop this thing, and stop it quickly. Loverall stood up and put on his jacket, although there was no need for it, other than the formality it gave his figure. He stepped out of his office into a clear, bright day, where the air was clean and fresh in his lungs, at once like frost and fire and sweet perfume. He walked along a winding path, which was bordered by slim-necked flowers, and a short hedge whose even-clipped lines were kept neat by tireless robot hands. Trees pointed to a blue sky, rocking and fluttering their leaves in a soft breeze. And glinting metallic houses lay peacefully beyond in wooded hollows and upon slight hills. A whole small world was before his eyes, set there upon his direction, maintained by himself with the help of a dozen complex machines, which lay locked and sealed in the maintenance room for only his fingers to touch. It was a busy life for Loverall, up at dawn to work until deep night, keeping his flock happy and free from spirit-killing labor. But it was a perfect plan, one which had been tested and turned in his mind for years. If he had to work hard to keep it running smoothly, that was all right. In fact, he had never been happier. Now, however, there was business about Atkinson. Loverall was disturbed about that. He walked on, over the quiet path which would lead to the house where Atkinson and his wife lived. Loverall smiled, in readiness for any happy face that might appear before him, to greet him. to show with thankful eyes appreciation for his wonderful world. But that, too, brought thoughts that were a bit disturbing. Lately there had been few such faces. Most of his flock no longer seemed to care about walking along the cultivated paths, or smiling, or nodding, or touching a leaf here or a flower there. They preferred, it appeared, to remain deep inside their houses, as though they might have become tired of the soft perfection of the dream planet, as though they might have become weary of quiet woods and sweet bird music, or a sky which was always blue. Loverall shook his head as he walked, puzzling out his thoughts. It was strange, but nothing to worry about, certainly. Just this business about Atkinson, that was his only worry. He came slowly up a hill, the top of which held a low curving house, with a silver roof and wide sweeping windows. There were yellow and blue and deep red flowers skirting the sides of the house, and green ivy grew thickly between the glistening windows. The lawn, dotted with small leafy trees and round bushes, sloped down from the front of the house, looking like a carefully arranged painting. Loverall pressed a button beside a shining door and waited, smiling through his pale blue, kindly eyes. Mrs. Atkinson appeared after several moments and stood blinking at him. She was a thin woman, who seemed to have gotten even thinner, Loverall noticed. She was working her fingers at the neck of her dress. She smiled, but her lips wavered. "My dear," Loverall greeted her in his soft voice, showing the goodness in his eyes. She nodded her recognition, opening her mouth without speaking. "May I?" said Loverall finally, waving his long fingers toward the living room. "Oh, yes," said the woman. "Of course, Mr. Loverall." And as she spoke, Loverall had the impression she might suddenly begin crying. Loverall followed the woman into the house, noticing all over again the precise way everything had been arranged. The rug was soft beneath his feet, and the light came in through the windows in such a way that it, too, became soft. The furniture, molded to hold a human body most comfortably, rested about the room in perfect efficiency. "Your place is so lovely," Loverall said, out of his old habit from Earth. But his words seemed to ring strangely in the quiet, because it was his own arrangement, like all the other rooms on the planet. And Mrs. Atkinson, standing thin and nervous before him, had nothing, after all, to do with it. The cleanliness was the work of his robot machines, and planning his own. It was like complimenting himself. He cleared his throat and stood, smiling his most benevolent smile to reassure Mrs. Atkinson. "Ah, my dear, is George about?" Again, the woman's hand skittered to her throat. "He's not ill, surely?" Loverall asked, although this, too, was silly, because foods, selected and prepared for utmost nutrition, packed and frozen to be doled out in weekly quantities, purified air, disease-killing serums, simply written folders on exercise, and, of course, Loverall's own philosophies of quiet, peaceful living, all of this guarded well the health of the Dream Planet's flock. The woman shook her head. "No, George is fine. He's just sleeping, I think." "Rest is nature's finest tonic," said Loverall, and hearing his voice, thought suddenly there was hardly anything he could say any more that might not sound a bit out of place in this peaceful world. Rest, to the man who had nothing to do, ceased to be a tonic. "Yes, yes," said Loverall. "May we just sit down, my dear?" Mrs. Atkinson jerked a hand toward one of the chairs and then wound her fingers. Loverall sat down and leaned back, smiling his most charming smile. "Perhaps George might awaken after a bit?" "Oh, yes," the woman said, her eyes flickering, and she sat upon the edge of one chair like a bird perched upon a thin wire. Loverall waited, legs crossed, leaning his head back against the silken softness of the chair. It was so good to relax these days. The business of watching and of caring for his flock was trying. When you have brought an entire community of people at great expense through space, guaranteeing to give them a life of constant comfort and ease, so that they might dream and think as they wander through the flowers and the leaves, their thoughts cleansed of worry about work and responsibility, then you have a job. Loverall was most busy, busier than his heritage of wealth ever before had allowed, seeing to all of this. But he also was most content with everything except Atkinson. Mrs. Atkinson teetered on the edge of her chair, as though she might at any moment go flying across the room in a crazy gyration. There was something about her eyes, Loverall noticed, while he peacefully nodded in the chair. Fear, perhaps. If so, he probably had been right. He tightened himself, listening. There it was again, the sound, just as he had heard it a day before when he had passed near the house. He leaned forward quickly. Mrs. Atkinson jumped. Loverall smiled. "Didn't I hear a noise of some sort, my dear?" "Noise?" the woman said, as though her own voice were the sound of an echo. "An odd noise," Loverall said, his eyes searching. The woman's hands fluttered about her dress. Loverall stood up. "Would you mind if I just glanced about, my dear?" The woman didn't answer, but Loverall was already moving across the room toward a door. He opened it and walked down a hall. The noise grew stronger. He threw open another door. He stood watching while George Atkinson spun around, dark eyes flashing, hair tousled. There was a 2 days' growth of beard darkening Atkinson's face. "Why, George," Loverall said, swiftly examining the litter of metal and wood which was spread over a table behind Atkinson. There was a homemade hammer in Atkinson's hand. "What have we here, George?" "Something for you," Atkinson said, tightening his fingers about the handle of the hammer. Loverall grinned his famous Loverall grin. "That's fine. What could it be?" "None of your damn business, George," Loverall said, his smile still white, but his eyes narrow and quick. The woman was behind them. Her voice screeched. "George, I told you. Why don't you listen, George? You should have listened to me. You—" Loverall held up a hand, still watching Atkinson. "Now tell me, George, what is it you're making for me?" Atkinson raised the hammer slightly. Loverall stood very still. "That's a nice hammer, George." Atkinson's eyes were black beneath his thick brows. "You made that, didn't you?" Loverall asked. "Yes, I made that," Atkinson said. "I made that, and I made something else. Another minute, and I'll have that finished, too." "George," said Loverall, stepping quietly forward. "I don't like to say this, of course. You've been one of our very best members. But nobody works here, George. We can't allow that. You know the rules." "I know the rules, all right." "Well, then," Loverall said, extending his hand toward the hammer, "we'll just destroy this and whatever else you might have been making. We'll just forget it ever happened. We'll get along real fine that way, George. We'll just be such good friends." "We'll just go to hell," said Atkinson, snatching his hammer away. Loverall's smile disappeared. "I'll tell you, George, I have to mean business with this. You know the reasons. If we allow anybody to work here, then there's going to be trouble. That isn't our plan. We're here to grow within ourselves and expand culturally, not to commercialize a beautiful world like Dream Planet." Atkinson stood unmoving, and Loverall could see the way the man's muscles were tight, like steel springs, and the way his eyes burned deep inside their blackness. "We've given you everything you need," Loverall explained, trying to adjust the smile on his lips again. Everybody has everything they want. But you see, if you sit there and work and make something that someone else doesn't have, then the whole system is destroyed. Then someone will want what you've made. We'll have jealousy and hatred and fighting. This is the stuff of which wars are made, George. You know that. It starts with small things like this, but it grows. When it does, the structure of our life here will collapse. You wouldn't want that, would you, George? Yes, Atkinson said, his mouth white at the edges. I'd like to see the whole rotten thing collapsed and blown to hell. Loverall's teeth snapped together, and his lips grew tight. He could feel a muscle jumping along his neck. Atkinson looked at him with furious eyes. What do you think it's like living this way? You're busy working 24 hours a day, while we wander around this damn prison like the breathing dead. You can feel sweat and aches in your bones from a hard day's work. Sleep is like medicine to you, instead of another stretch of torture. You can forget your own brain for a while by doing something with your hands. You can relax because you can get tired. Not us, by God. Not us. I envy you, George, Loverall said through his teeth. Oh, like hell you do. You treat us like we were helpless infants. You feed and clothe us and do all our work, and you're so happy you damn near split your guts. I'll take that if you don't mind, Loverall said, reaching for the hammer, his voice suddenly icy cold. Atkinson slammed back against the table. No, you won't. You won't take anything more at all. You've taken our spirit and our pride and the strength right out of our spines. You won't take anything more. George, Loverall said, but not moving any further. Atkinson slid the hammer back of him onto the table, and his hands were searching among a dozen scattered pieces of metal and wood. He watched Loverall as he worked. Let me show you what else I've made, he said. I'd hate to do it, Loverall said, but I can stop your food, your water, everything. Atkinson's hands moved swiftly, assembling the pieces. He nodded. You can, but you won't. I have the only keys to the storage units. I control everything, George. Correction, said Atkinson, holding an assembled revolver in his hands. You did. Loverall looked at what Atkinson had in his hands. He blinked. You're nearly dead, Atkinson said. Loverall looked at Atkinson, into his eyes. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it some other way. Atkinson shook his head. Just this way. Just with something that took me dozens of days and nights to make. With something that made me sweat and swear to get. It was difficult, with no tools or proper materials, but that made it all the better. Now I've got it finished, he said, pushing a bullet into the chamber, and ready to use. Loverall stood frozen. Then he turned. My dear, he said to the woman who moved her mouth as though her voice had been pumped out of her. He reached to touch her shoulder. She recoiled, as though his fingers held poison. George, he said, turning back to the black-eyed man. This is a great moment, Atkinson said, lifting the muzzle of the revolver. When I squeeze the trigger, it'll be like blowing the lock off a prison door. I'll go yelling to the others, and we'll smash down the whole goddamn place. We'll smash it down, so we'll have to rebuild it. We'll pull apart every robot you've got. We'll tear apart the food lockers and have a celebration for a week. And when we've gotten sick from too much food, we'll start growing some more with our own hands. We'll make forges for the men and looms for the women. We'll burn our clothes and make new ones. We'll grow corn in the fields. We'll pump water from the ground. "You're finished, Loverall." Loverall stared at the revolver. "George," he said, pleading, "the plans, the beautiful, beautiful plans. All of you, you all wanted peace and contentment, time to think and dream. You all wanted to get away from the work and the worry and the responsibility. Atkinson fired the gun into Loverall's stomach. Loverall gestured at the air and fell to his knees. Atkinson threw his gun through a window and grabbed his wife by the hand. "Hurry," he said, laughing. "Hurry!" Loverall felt of the blood on his shirt and rested on his knees. He could hear footsteps racing through the house and out to the yard. He held out his bloody hand and looked at it. Atkinson's voice pealed through the warm, clean air. "He's dead! Loverall's dead!" Loverall sank to his haunches and opened his lips. The blood was there, too. He could hear the shouts and the laughter, and then the tearing of steel, the smashing of glass. He bent over his knees, trembling with a sudden chill. The sound of destruction grew like thunder. "Why?" he said in his dying throat. "Oh, why? It was what they said they wanted." The end. This has been Planet of Dreams, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 7, written by James McKimmey, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 1953 by If Worlds of Science Fiction Magazine. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Never Gut-Shoot a Wampus. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 9, written by Winston Marks, narrated by Scott Miller. I'm not exactly broke, but this Major Daphne owned more planets than I do golf balls. Whereas my mining interests were mostly on Earth, the Major got in early on the Centaurus grab. A whole generation later, all I could stake out was one hot little hunk of tropical mud that no one else would fool with. Daphne liked to kid me about my galactic empire every time we collided at the club. I was a bachelor, and Daphne was married, but he spent more time there than I. He was a bear of a man with a bull-moose voice, the chest and shoulders of an ape, the appetite of a goat, and the morals of a rabbit. There were few wealthier men in the system, and none half so noisy about it. His favorite approach to bragging was to tell of his interstellar hunting expeditions. It cost money to push even a private boat around out there, and nobody but a fat-headed, ostentatious trillionaire would consider blowing $500 million to shoot a brace of pink-eyed grouse, or travel a parsec to blast a 2-ton Lartesian lizard. He nailed me one morning in the slime bath at the club. I was soaking out a hangover and a few wrinkles in the filthy antibiotic goo up in health service, when Major Daphne charged in with a towel around his fat middle and plunked down in the next vat. He splashed a gob of the vile-smelling green stuff in my face, and I cursed him out. He bristled at me as he settled his bulk on the sunken stool. "Young man," he growled, "profanity is the luxury of uneducated lackeys and foul-mouthed jackals. Which are you?" "Splash me again, and I'll come over and drown you in this snot," I told him. He squinted under his gray eyebrows and roared. "Oh-ho, it's my empire builder friend. Say, when are we going hunting on that free-floating pimple of yours?" When are we going hunting? He had never so much as bought me a drink, and all of a sudden we were buddy-buddies. "What's the matter?" I said. "Run out of game on your private preserves?" "Just looking for amusement, my boy. I put a hole in a dozen of every species on 17 planets. Covered all my Centaurus holdings, but never did get around to, what do you call that little spitwad of yours? He sounded serious, and an idea popped into my head. That little spitwad is Tigers II, and it happens to be the hottest big animal planet in the system. Sounds gamey. He nodded. Have you looked around it much? I had made only one trip to drop off a prospecting party on the North Polar Plains. That was 2 years ago, and all the word I'd had since was a couple of double-talking messages relayed from Centauri 3, asking either double wages or immediate pickup and dismissal for the whole party. Sometime in the near future, I must get out there and investigate personally. But I had been stalling the trip to accumulate the liquid assets it took to lease a ship and outfit from the main base on Centauri 3. Been all over it, I lied. It's not much for comfort, but it's hell for targets. Some really big stuff out there. This last was true. In the week I had spent on the edge of the grassy plateau, I had seen a number of herds of heavy-bodied four-leggers galumphing about. We'll make up a little party, the Major decided. Get yourself and your friends out to Centauri 3, and I'll provide a small craft and the gear for the hop over to, what did you call it? Tigers 2, I told him happily. This was what I had hoped. The $80,000 passage out to the system I could afford, and with Daphne footing the rest of the bill, I would save myself quite a piece of change. How many will be in your party? He wanted to know. I'll send word ahead for suitable accommodations and supplies. I hunt light, I told him. There'll be just me. You must be nuts about the sport. You don't mind if I bring along a little diversion. It's your party, I reminded him, more to confirm that he was expected to foot the bills than just to be agreeable. I'll keep my party small, too, he promised. Just the wife and a few nieces. The Major and his party were already gassed and crated when I arrived at the space deck for the big jump, so it wasn't until they pulled the needle out of me on Daphne's planet at main base that I got a look at his wife and nieces. From that moment until we put down on Tigers 2, the shuttle trip was one continuous party. Beside Daphne, there were Angelica, his legal wife, and 6 variously hued, large-breasted, slender-hipped young women, each of different planetary origin and talents. When we were gathered in the cushion-lined salon of the Major's cozy 200-foot hunting craft, he introduced them in 2 sections. My wife, Angelica, he said, with a casual bow in her direction, and my nieces. His face brightened with pleasure as he regarded them tumbled around on the billowing underfoot. Although their costumes were of different colors, they were all of singularly identical design. They wore one-piece dresses, demurely high-necked, puffed at the shoulders, belted at the narrow waists, and that was all. The flounced skirts stood out as if heavily starched, but they rippled and floated in the diminished gravity with a most titillating effect. Angelica wore pants. I said I was charmed, but actually I was appalled, especially when the Major explained, I only brought along 6 nieces this trip, 3 for you and 3 for me. Where, I wondered, did this leave Angelica? The ship lifted under us without warning, and we tumbled about in a gay tangle of giggles and heavy perfume, all but Angelica and me. We were thrown together, and we lay on our sides motionless, nose to nose, staring into each other's eyes. Hello, I said. She heaved herself up against the 2G pressure and leaned on an elbow, regarding me with quiet gray eyes. Her skin was white, but it was still a relief when she answered in unaccented English. Hello, she answered. Thank heavens you speak Earth. At our feet, Daphne was tumbling up his galactic geishas with lusty shouts of laughter and gabbling in 6 different dialects. "Are you a linguist?" she asked. I shook my head, and she smiled for the first time. "Good," she exclaimed. "You'll get tired of that bird talk and pay some attention to me." She sold herself short. Conversational boredom was the least likely reason I would seek the company of this fabulous creature. Daphne was completely engrossed with 2 wriggling, giggling extraterrestrials at the moment, so I rolled back and took in the rest of my hostess with an indiscreet survey. In gray slacks and high-neck t-shirt, she presented the ever-pleasantly mysterious enticement of the fully clothed female. Already my interest in the nieces and their leggy displays faded in favor of the one possibly forbidden morsel aboard. I reached out to touch the unbelievable platinum hair, but she frowned a warning. "Look, but don't touch," she said softly. I misunderstood, but Daphne put me right on the subject. He was looking over at us. "You're wasting your time," he called. "She's colder than a methane popsicle. A real chip off of Jupiter. Let's eat. What do you say? Come, Nellie, produce." Angelica sighed. "That belly of his. Life is one continuous smorgasbord. Excuse me, Mr. Frost." She arose cautiously against the double gravity, but even under these circumstances, not a line of her firm curves drooped excessively. She was, I guessed, early 30ish, judging from her mature manner, but she was firm and resilient as a girl of 18. The nieces had tired of scuffling in the heavier pull of out acceleration, and lay with their cunning costumes plastered to their limp, moist bodies. The Major tried a few last tickles, but the responses were unsatisfactory grunts of fatigue. He hauled himself over to me. "Great girl, that Nellie. She's my gun-bearer. By the way, what weapons do you use?" "Whatever you brought along," I said. "This is your show." "Good, good. They ought to outlaw these nasty little nuclear sidearms. No sport at all. I'm a powder and lead man myself. Give me a good rifle any day. Primitive but positive, if you know what you're doing." In amazement, I asked, "You use inert projectiles on unknown game?" "Certainly. Oh, I've had a few close ones, but I learned my lesson in Africa. I got over my impulse to gut-shoot everything that ran at me." He showed me a wrinkled red scar on one shoulder at the base of his bull neck. "You never want to gut-shoot a lion. He keeps coming. Lead has plenty of impact, but it mushes up and loses its shocking effect in the entrails. You gotta break a bone to be sure on these fast beasties. Same thing's true with most of these wampuses." "Wampuses?" I asked. "It's what I call any fast-moving game that wears its skeleton on the inside," he explained. "Some on every planet, carnivorous. Teeth, claws, and a hell of an appetite's about all they have in common. Come in all shapes, but main thing is they come at you fast. A lion covers 100 yards in a little more than 3 seconds. Some of these extra T's do better than that." I tried to look casual, but the truth was that I had never fired at a living target in my life. "Never gut-shoot a wampus," he repeated. "Break a bone. That gives you time to finish him off." Our sanguinary conversation ended with the appearance of a circular tray loaded with food. It slid in silently, supported from a silvery overhead trestle. When it reached us, it lowered to the pillowed deck, and the Major fell to with both hands. He had eaten only a few bites when the uncomfortable plummeting of the food down his gullet reminded him of the heavy pull of acceleration. He threw back his head and roared into the concealed microphone overhead. "He's off to 1G, Captain. A man can't enjoy his food." After a brief pause, a man's voice answered. "We'll have to replot the orbit and it will cost us several days at lower acceleration, Major." "Ease off while we eat, then pick it up again," Daphne snapped, oblivious to the work he was creating for the navigator. "And don't make me heave when you do it, either." The pressure gradually diminished to normal Earth gravity. Daphne belched with relief. "That's better." Angelica was back. She and the girls joined Daphne, nibbling at the platters of meats and swallowing copious quantities of a golden, low-alcohol fluid they sucked from collapsible containers. "Better eat, Frost," Daphne insisted. "Be in free flight for a bit, and you want to keep up your strength. I can't eat well in free flight. Makes me gassy." I forced down a few mouthfuls of the exotic rations, wondering why a steward hadn't served us instead of Angelica. After the meal, the girls began to perform for us, 3 of them, singing, dancing, and producing weird music on tiny instruments they inserted in their mouths. The other 3, Daphne told me, were strictly free-flight artists from low-G planets. Angelica watched for a few minutes, then got up and followed the food tray as it drifted away from us. I went after her. In the galley, I found her stowing the remnants back into refrigeration. She didn't wait for me to ask the question. "Daffy dislikes personal servants," she said. "Roboid servers are not practical on the smaller craft, so I take care of our wants." She scraped some half-chewed food into a disposal unit and slipped the plate into a slot. The wife of the wealthy Major Daphne, handling garbage, cook and gun-bearer. "You must love him very much," I said. "Love?" She turned to face me. "What has love to do with anything?" That was cue enough for me. I couldn't convince myself she was as frigid as the Major asserted, and I was right. She came into my arms like a hungry tigress. After the most interesting moment of its kind in my eventful bachelorhood, she peeled herself away and went back to her chores. I gasped. "Lady, what your husband doesn't know about you!" "And he'll never find out," she said instantly. "He only holds precious things he can't have. My love, passion, call it what you will, is one thing he can't buy." "I am afraid I don't understand," I said. "Why did you marry him if it was that or die a spinster? Every young man who looked twice at me disappeared. At first, I thought Daffy would get tired of being married to a perennial virgin, but I was wrong. It's the only thing that has kept him interested in me." I said, "I suppose it's a natural form of perversity for a man of his wealth and power." She wheeled, hands on hips. "Perverse? Yes, he's perverse, and perverted, and bestial, and greedy, boorish, cruel, inhuman, self-centered, insane, piggish." She glanced over my shoulder and stopped. "And a completely devoted husband." Major Daphne slobbered behind me. He reeled through the entry, loose-lipped, disheveled, and very drunk. He brushed me aside and lurched past me, arms outstretched. "My little Nellie's only one appreciates me." For a second, Angelica was a platinum-haired statue. Then she moved to meet him, bringing up an expert knee that struck too high to injure him, but low enough to crush the breath from his lungs. Daphne clumped down on all fours, gasping. "He knows better than that," his wife said. It was such a cold-blooded blow that I reacted. "Maybe if you give him half a chance," I said. "I'd wind up as a niece," she snapped at me. "Wait until you see what happens to them." "Shut up!" Daphne rolled to his side, doubled up, and glared at Angelica. "Shut up, Nellie, before I kill you." I left the domestic tableau to resolve itself and sought my cabin. I stayed there through the remainder of the heavy acceleration, but when we went into free flight, the Major dragged me out. The party was still in full force, with the three other girls doing titillating push-offs from wall to wall, convoluting their lovely bodies into incredible ballet formations, which Daphne took keen delight in disrupting with licentious hands, like a spoiled child pricking colorful balloons. Each fiasco ended in shrieks of laughter and mock combat, until the Major was snugged back in his hold-down strap, promising to behave. Frequently he would raise his arms and aim an imaginary rifle. Ka-chunk! Broke a leg that time. Ka-chunk! Right in the hip. Then he'd holler over at me. Never gut-shoot 'em. Break a bone. Anelika remained bored and indifferent to the revelry. She drank sparingly and passed up 100 opportunities to be alone with me. She paid meticulous attention to her husband's wants with the quiet efficiency and anticipation of a trained secretary. But I caught her eyeing me with a most provocative, speculating look. My experience with married virgins was too limited to interpret her glances. All revolved around the Major. When he ate, we all ate. When he overdrank and slept, we slept. I never did discover which three nieces were supposed to be mine. None paid me any attention, and Daphne, much to my relief, never insisted upon my activity in his bacchanalian affairs. Before we arrived at Tiger's 2, I was quite fed up with my host, drunk or sober. His indefatigable, sensual tastes wore on my nerves. But I still had no conception of the Roman carnival this was to turn into. We touched down a few hundred yards from my prospecting camp, which was located at the edge of the 200-mile plain. Daphne stowed the girls in their rooms like so many playthings, and the faceless captain announced that the ramp was down. At the first smell of the hot, humid, over-rich air, the Major reared back his head and said, "I like it." I had forgotten the rather exhilarating effect of the high oxygen content. Coupled with the low gravity, Tiger's 2 induced a mild euphoria on its human visitors. My planet was small and dense, and the rapid rotation, once every 7.5 hours, made for violent, capricious air currents and weather. "I'll hike over to the compound and check on my crew," I told Daphne, as the three of us bounced down the ramp. "Don't bother," he said imperiously. "We passed them on the way in. Meant to tell you. I've been checking on them. You've got a nice thorium deposit, but it's a mile under that mud down there in the jungle." He waved carelessly to the south. "You what?" I said incredulously. "They were dissatisfied," Daphne said. "I gave them a furlough with pay. Like to have a place to myself, you know." "What damn right did you have to—" "Right?" He rolled the word around in his mouth as if it were a brand-new concept. Then he chuckled. "Quit crying. They wanted off. I sent my ship after them. Saved you a hunk of cash. Hauled their samples back, too." When I failed to respond, he continued. "Let's not spoil the trip over it. Tell you what, I'll buy the mineral rights from you. How's that?" "For a cold $1 billion, I said, without thinking. He didn't bat a lash. "Throw in the exclusive hunting rights, and it's a deal," he said. "She's yours to the core," I said quickly. "Minerals, animals, and vegetables." The cost of mining the thorium was completely beyond my means, and my previous efforts to sell the whole planet had met with offers of less than 1/10 of this amount. He tilted his head back to glance at Anelika. "Get that? Easy to remember. A round Billy for the parcel." She nodded, and he turned back to me. "Congratulations, Frost. Now you're a billionaire. Let's eat. I'm hungry." Anelika produced a small hamper and followed along behind us as we strolled over toward the heavy greenery. I was still feeling weak. Having your only planet jerked from beneath your feet was not an experience I especially savored, in spite of the profit I realized. It gave me a better insight to Anelika's answer to my question. Love. What has that to do with anything? What Daphne wanted was his. He didn't need the minerals, and he was here at my invitation for the hunting. But let's not have any unpleasantness. Spend $1 billion and keep things friendly. He spotted a herd of heavy animals grazing 1/4 mile away. Squatting, he waved us down in the deep grass. "We'll eat here," he said. "Keep an eye on those herbivores. They're close to the trees. See if anything comes after them." Centaurus was a faint golden ball above a high overcast. It was never meridian in the summer season, so the orb hung well up from the murky horizon to the south. Daphne seemed unaffected by the oxygen, but I had a feeling of well-being that approached intoxication. Angelica moved between us, spreading the lunch. For the first time on the trip, I felt genuinely hungry and began popping morsels into my mouth before she was finished laying it out. I ate alone, however. The Major said, "I think I see a wampus." Without a word, Angelica departed and returned in a minute with 2 rifles. Strapped to her side was one of the nasty little nuclear pistols that her husband deplored. He took one of the rifles and lined out the telescopic sight in the direction of the herd. I continued eating until he shouted, "Blitzmachen!" On my knees, I could see a brief commotion in the herd, and the gusty wind brought the wavering sounds of grunts and a shrill neighing. A flash of bright orange tore back for the jungle, dragging one of the smaller, lumpy herbivores that would have weighed 1/2 ton on Earth. So I was right. There was interesting big game on Turkish too. Daphne sank into a tense silence. Angelica dropped beside me, but didn't eat. She sat on her legs, hands folded in her lap, while I rustled through the edibles hungrily. Finished, I stretched out in the dry grass that crackled under me, intending to take a nap. Daphne turned his head and whispered with irritation, "You people are making too much noise. Go on back to the ship until I get a line on what we're after." His wife shrugged, and we turned back, leaving the picnic debris with Daphne. When we reached the ship, she tossed her head and breathed deeply. "I like it out here. The air, it's wonderful." We sought the shade on the far side, out of view of the crouching Major, and lay side by side facing each other. It was the first time we had been alone since the moment in the galley. I was determined not to upset her again, but she kept her gaze on my eyes, waiting, expectant. This time I answered her unasked question. "No, you're oxygen drunk. Besides, there's no future in it," I said bluntly. "I know him," she said softly. "He won't return until dark. This may be our last chance to find out about each other." "Find out what?" Her lips drew into a faint pout. "Aren't you curious? About me?" While I was strangling for an answer, she went on. "And I must discover whether you are worth doing now what I must do some day." Her lips were tight now. "What is that?" She didn't answer, but she moved her head closely until her breath was sweet in my nostrils. My discretion vanished, and I reached for her. Our lips met, but she held our bodies apart with her hands. It was quite different. The kiss was long and exploring and thoughtful, and when my pressure against her fending hands grew more than she could bear, she rolled free and jumped to her feet. "It is worth it," she declared, looking down at me with clenched fists and wide eyes. And for the first time I understood why the Major remained married to this lovely creature, in spite of her rejection of him. Watching her graceful limbs as she mounted the ramp, I felt sorry for Daphne, an emotion I had thought impossible. But here was a man, foolishly wealthy in every respect, but the one which counted most. My pity was short-lived. The night was short, but we slept less than half of it. Daphne chattered about the orange animal excitedly and made plans for the hunt. "There are few of them around these parts," he said, "or else the herds of herbivores would be wiped out. We'll have to stake out bait to draw one, probably. Usually have to anyway." He cleaned his rifle 4 times and paced the salon impatiently awaiting dawn. Finally, he glanced at his chronometer and told his wife, "Get Suchain, the darkest one. See that she's scrubbed down well. No perfume, understand?" It was the first time he had mentioned one of the girls to Angelica by name, and she paled. I wondered why taking a niece on the hunt with us bothered her after the comportment I had witnessed on the trip. In a half hour, the 4 of us set out in the first pale light of a dawn that exploded quickly into pink daylight. The Major wore a wicked hunting knife in his belt, carried only a pint flask in his right hand, and his left arm was wrapped intimately around Suchain's slender waist. Angelica carried the rifles. We had gone only a few yards when he stopped us. "You wait here," he said. Then he sipped from the flask and offered it to the beautiful, dark-haired girl. She drank deeply and handed it back. He waved it to her with his satyr-like smirk, that she finish it. He watched until she was through. Then his left hand slid up to her neckline, grasped the material of the dress, and tore down with one powerful gesture. She staggered back, nude and startled. Daphne roared with laughter, clasped her around the waist again, and held out his right hand. "Nellie, my rifle. You wait here. Keep your heads down. No fair peeking, eh, Suchain?" Angelica threw one of the 2 rifles she was carrying at him, muzzle up. He caught it with a slap of his huge paw and pulled the girl forward with him. She was reassured now and giggling with anticipation. Somehow the lecherous display was more revolting out here in daylight. I mistook Angelica's paleness for humiliation, and I didn't blame her. Why did he have to drag one of his damned concubines out here? We knelt down obediently, and before Daphne's head disappeared, he turned and shouted back, "If the wampus gets by me, remember, no gut shots, Frost." I muttered to Angelica, "The man has nerve, anyway." "You confuse bravery with selfishness. He insists on the first shot. Won't trust another member of a hunting party to hold his fire. He always stalks out ahead like this," Angelica explained tensely. I had noticed that the niece carried no weapon, which brought up another question. "Does he always mix his pleasures?" I asked. She was in the act of withdrawing a long telescopic sight which she must have had bound to the inside of her thigh. As she mounted it to her rifle with feverish haste, she answered, "He is not mixing his pleasures. Suchain is bait." Before this could sink in completely, a shrill feminine scream tore faintly into the gusty wind and found us. I leaped to my feet. Halfway to the edge of the jungle, some 100 yards from us, I watched Daphne pushing the olive-skinned girl ahead of him with rough shoves. A deeper color spread from her neck and swathed one shoulder and her side. He stopped and raised the rifle threateningly. She turned and fled toward the jungle. "What in God's name?" I shouted. "You can't help her," Angelica said hopelessly. "He's cut her jugular. If there's an animal in there, the blood scent will bring it out in seconds. If there isn't, Suchain is gone anyway." I stared down at my companion in horror. She had warned me about the fate of Daffy's nieces, but I couldn't have visualized anything this bestial. She looked up at me. "She will faint soon. There are worse ways to die. You will see." She arose to stand beside me. I threw my rifle to my shoulder, fully intending to fire the whole clip into Daphne's back. But 3 things happened at once. Suchain sank out of sight in the grass. An orange splotch ripped into the open, and the Major, too, sank down and leveled his rifle. The animal, even at this distance, was undoubtedly one of the Major's wampus varieties. It was stilt-legged, but not clumsy like a giraffe. The long, thick neck swung left and right, tracing the scent of warm blood, and its cat-like body arched so high a man could have walked under it. The wind was directly at our back, and as the several human scents touched the animal's nostrils, it jerked the long-fanged mouth. Its belly touched the high grass in a quick crouch. Then it sprang in one deadly accurate leap that carried it 40 yards to the prostrate Suchain. Even in the light gravity, the orange blur did not rise in a high trajectory, and the Major had time for only one shot while it was in the air. The sound startled the beast as it settled on its prey, and it raised its ugly head high while Daphne slammed the rest of his ammunition at it, with no effect. Angelica stood calmly as her husband dropped his rifle unbelievingly. The heavy-caliber bullets had failed to cause a quiver in the beast, but the shocking noise had made him nervous. At the moment when it seemed he would turn and run for the jungle, Angelica raised her rifle. Daphne saw her sight through the telescope. "It's no use," he yelled. "We need higher-power charges. Gotta hide on him like a—" She pulled the trigger. The great animal pirouetted, bit at its own side, then wheeled facing us. Even as it sprang, Daphne, who was only 20 yards from us, screamed, "You gut-shot it! You clumsy—" His wife dropped her rifle instantly after the shot and drew the little nuclear pistol. I got off one shot as the beast reached the apex of its leap, but I think I missed. I kept waiting for Angelica's deadly hand weapon to speak, but she followed the arc of the raking talons all the way to the ground, where they churned briefly. Daphne only screamed once. At last the pistol spat, just as the furry belly touched the grass in its third crouch. The leap came, but it was almost straight up. The slender pellet had entered the chest and cooked half the spine. The aimless floundering was reflexive spasm. Angelica grabbed my rifle and fired 3 quick shots at the impervious hull of the ship. It brought the captain and 2 crew members to help us with the remains. Before they reached us, however, she was quick to secure Daphne's rifle and examine the chamber. Even with an eyewitness and 3 other witnesses after the fact, she insisted that we hack the head and claws from the monster carnivore. We packed them, together with her husband's shredded corpse, in the game freezer. When a financial personage of Daphne's stature dies on a strange planet, the investigation is most thorough. It wasn't necessary to take such pains with Suchain's pitiful remains. We buried her on Tigers II, where investigators could exhume her ripped body if they chose. The jugular slash was indistinguishable in the general lacerations. It was a nasty mess. It cured me from any slight pleasure in hunting and cost me the quickest $1 billion I ever had a chance at. Naturally, the deal was off without the Major to verify the verbal agreement. Anyway, with characteristic selfishness, he died intestate, which threw all his holdings into the courts. But the greatest change the incident made in my life concerned the loss of my bachelorhood. A man can get his belly full of anything, even promiscuity, and Daphne's little hunting party did me that favor. I'm still stuck with Tigers II, and its mile-under-mud thorium deposit, and orange-colored wampuses, but I have prospects. If the courts clear up the Daphne estate, my wife will own more planets than I have golf balls. So if you ever go big game hunting again, don't forget the Major's advice. I pass it on to you for what it's worth, although you may never aim at anything but a lion. Never gut-shoot a wampus. It's better, even if you're only shooting blanks. And I don't feel a damn bit bad about the way Angelica loaded the Major's gun. This has been Never Gut Shoot a Wampus. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 9. Written by Winston Marks. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. 3 Spacemen Left to Die. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 10. Written by Russ Winterbotham. Narrated by Scott Miller. Commander Al Andrews had closed and locked the energy-proof, neutralizing bunkheads against the creeping red glow that infected one quadrant of his circular spaceship. Now he stood in the control center, in the midsection of the revolving wagon-wheel ship, looking at Okie Matthews. There had been times aboard this ship when a whole crew had been comfortable in months-long trips through space. But now there were only 3 men. 3 men fleeing from death, and it was no longer comfortable here, because death was breathing down the neck of at least one of them. Okie was intent on the instruments in front of him. Okie was young, with a face that glowed with velvet skin. Even in space, Okie shaved every day, shined his shoes, and pressed his uniform. Al was sloppy, bearded, and ungroomed, but Al had lived most of his 50 years in space. Okie looked up toward Al. His young eyes searched the hard, leathery face of his commander. He saw the grim set to Al's jaw and the hard lines around the older man's eyes. Al was cold, nerveless as a piece of rope. "How's Joe?" Okie asked. Al shook his head. "Last stages," he said. The commander went to a tier of built-in drawers across the room from the control panel. His arm reached out, pulled on the 3rd drawer from the bottom. From this drawer he took an old-fashioned revolver and a box of shells. Not ordinary shells. The bullets were plastic, strong enough to pierce flesh, too soft to rupture the walls of the spaceship. "Don't do it, Al," Okie said, watching the commander. Al shook his head. He slipped bullets into the cylinder. "We're the last Earthmen. Let's not die killing each other," pleaded the young man. "This thing will catch us all before long. Let's stop fighting it. Joe's our pal. Let him live." "We're the last Earthmen, and we're going down fighting," said Al. "We fought. For 10 years we fought. Now we're in space, Al. So far from the sun we can't tell it from any other star. There's no Earth women here. Even if we live a few years longer, the strain of Earth blood dies with us. We're licked, Al. Let's surrender gracefully." "We're Earthmen," said Al. "We fight." "The last Earthmen. There's nothing left to fight for." "Except life," said Al. "Now listen, Okie. I'm still commander. I know what I'm doing, and you take orders from me, or it's mutiny. Yeah, I know the Quinnies have covered the Earth. From the Arctic to the tropics, men died shooting sparks like fireworks. But the Earth isn't the only planet in the galaxy where men exist. You didn't take that first trip this ship made, did you, boy?" Okie laughed. "That was 10 years ago. I was a kid in high school then." Al flipped the cylinder closed and made sure the gun was ready to use. "We went to another system," he said. "A fluke, maybe. Or maybe the old man planned it. He believed in interstellar travel by dimensional shortcuts. I was third mate, like you. I fingered the controls, and he gave me the figures. Something like a double right angle repeated twice. I was dizzy as hell when I finally put old Wagon Wheel on a straight course. But after I blinked my eyes a couple times and looked out through a porthole, I knew that the old man was right. There was the cutest little green planet and the nicest, warmest 4th magnitude sun you ever saw." He smiled, and the hard lines disappeared for a moment. "Where are we now?" 63,791 at 1300. I can work it down to 12 decimals, sir, if you want." Never mind. Just watch the instruments. The chronometer lines will tell you when. Al stuffed the revolver under his belt in the front of his trousers. We're going back to that planet, Okie. A pretty little place. Soft and warm as a tropical isle. And there were nice-looking people there. Human beings like us. Al closed his eyes. Such women. Nice round shoulders. Soft brown eyes you could spend a lifetime looking into. There was one. Al paused while his fingers seemed to caress the butt of the pistol. She called herself something like Dwea. I taught her to speak English a little. The commander shrugged his shoulders. Maybe you'll find a girl there, Okie. Maybe I'll see mine again. That was 10 years ago. He chuckled. She's probably got a husband and 6 kids now. Al took a step toward the doorway marked C, one of 4, each leading to a quadrant of the wagon wheel. Please, sir, said Okie. Don't. Al pulled open the door. Time's getting short, and we can't take the Quinnies to that planet with us. A sweep of centrifugal force caught him as he opened the door. His big, hairy hand caught the rung of a ladder beside the door. Joe went on that trip. He and I were the only ones of the crew that didn't catch the Quinnies the minute we landed back on Earth. We ducked out again, shipping with a new commander, with a new crew on old wagon wheel again. We went to Ganymede. Yeah, said Okie. I was cabin boy on that trip. My first space flight. Maybe that's how I escaped the Quinnies, too. Okie glanced at the chronometer. We've still got 55 minutes. Why don't you wait 20 minutes or so? Al heaved a sigh and swung onto the ladder, letting himself down, which was outward, toward the rim of the wheel. I might have trouble, he said. Al put his hands against the bulkhead door. It was cool enough. The death glow wasn't seeping into the ship. The glow itself wasn't the contagious part. It was the sparks that shot from men's bodies. The early stages of the disease were the dangerous ones. For then the sparks were often too small to be seen. In the latter stages, a man suffering from Quinnies gave off his own warning and could be avoided. Al took a small intercom phone from a box beside the doorway. He spoke into it. Joe? A voice came back. Yeah? That you, Commander? Yes, Joe. How do you feel? Like hell, I guess. Funny, though, there's no pain. Just annoying, like the hiccups, and I'm getting weaker. You're in the last stages. Maybe not. I've heard of guys that live 14 months, shooting sparks worse than I'm doing right now. I'm coming in, Joe. Give me a break, Al. I won't come near you or Okie. I'll stay here. There's food, water, everything I need. Just let me live till it starts to hurt. Maybe I'll ask you to come in then. There isn't time, Joe. Besides, it'll be easier this way. You're dying. You're shooting sparks from your hair roots. Something might happen, and Okie and I would come down with the Quinnies. We're the only Earthmen left now, Joe. Don't be too sure. Joe's voice was harsh, like the hissing of sparks. You might have the Quinnies and not know it. You're not in pain? Hell no. I told you I wasn't, but I'm lit up like the 4th of July, Guy Fawkes Day, Bastille Day, and the Chinese New Year. Your brain's a dynamo of energy, Joe. It's shooting Quinnies in all directions through every nerve fiber of your body. Are you trying to make it easier or something? I'm trying to make you understand. I've got to kill you. I'm not doing it because I want to. You're my best friend, Joe. We've had a lot of swell times together. But I've got to kill you. Okie and I have to land on the green planet, and we're not taking the Quinnies there with us. You're doing me a favor, huh? Some favor. Better make sure you haven't got the Quinnies yourself before you try to make like God. I'd know if I had 'em, said Al. I'm coming in, Joe. "I'll kill you first," said Joe, "as a favor to myself." Al shot back the bolt. "Don't try it, Joe." The commander pulled on the door. It swung open a couple of feet. A bolt of red fire swept through the opening. But Al had expected this, and he was safe behind the neutralizing door. Then Al stepped into the opening. He didn't need light, for Joe was a red glow against the quadrant wall. Joe stood with his feet wide apart, with an aura of fire around his body. Flaming sparks seemed to lick the air, to form an outline of a human being. Joe raised his finger toward the commander, and Al didn't wait. He squeezed the pistol's trigger and then stepped back behind the door as flame lashed toward him again. The report of the gun echoed. "You murderers!" Joe groaned. His body hit the floor with a thud. Al waited, then opened the door again. Joe lay on the floor. No sparks came from his body now. He looked like a sleeping man. Outside, the cherry-red glow of the quadrant ebbed till the sides were black as space. Al put the gun back in the drawer in the control room. He closed it, and then sank into a chair beside Okie. The young man said nothing, but kept his eyes glued on the control panel. Finally, Al spoke. "Ever take the test, Okie?" "No." "Neither did I. Scared I might have it, I guess. But I kept telling myself that I might catch the quinnies from the instrument they used to test you. Anyhow, I know the symptoms. I'd show symptoms if I had the quinnies. Wouldn't I?" "Dunno. Joe knew the symptoms. He must have had it for a long time before he began shooting sparks." Okie paused for a moment. "We've probably been exposed, Al." "Yeah, we've been exposed 1,000 times," the commander said. "Everybody on this ship except Joe and I died from the quinnies after we returned from that voyage 10 years ago. Everybody else I sailed space with died too, except you. There's some kind of immunity. Maybe we've got it, you and I." "The quinnies isn't like measles or smallpox, Al. Germs and viruses don't cause it. Something goes wrong with life itself." "Maybe we should know something about life." Al grinned. "But after centuries of finding out about everything else, we don't know what life is. All biologists can tell us is that we're molecules strung together to make cells that produce some sort of energy." "If we knew the cause of life..." "We don't know the cause of anything. We get to one cause and wonder what caused it. We never know the first cause, and if we found it, we'd ask what caused it. Everything goes around in circles. There's the carbon-nitrogen-hydrogen cycle that makes the sun hot. Elements change and get back to where they started, losing just a little energy. That energy goes out into space, loses velocity, and becomes matter. Matter forms suns. Maybe life is part of the merry-go-round. Maybe energy makes matter. Life results from matter. Life produces a little energy." "We're generators, huh?" "Not exactly. Did you ever study a dynamo, Okie? It doesn't make energy. It converts one form into another form, the stuff we call electricity, but it seems to do it intelligently. Supposing your generator makes a kilowatt of power, and you're lighting a string of light bulbs with it. There's 10 bulbs, each using 100 watts of power, but some economical so-and-so comes along and turns out 5 of them. You'd expect the generator to get all fouled up, or maybe burn out some wires, but it goes along at the same speed and makes just 500 watts of power, no more, no less. Dynamos are like that. They never waste their output." "Is that life?" "In a way, it is," said Al. "Like I said, we're not generators, but life may be just a process of making a little energy. We make just enough to keep the merry-go-round going. Then something goes wrong. We start making more than we should. We get overcharged like a battery. The energy has to go somewhere, so we start shooting sparks." Okie laughed. Your theories bypass some of nature's laws, and they would make a logician take to a sick bed. But they sound good." He turned his eyes on the chronometer a moment. "What fouls up the safety valve, as long as we're mixing metaphors?" "Maybe we've got more than life," said Al. "We've got emotions, consciousness, and a lot of things that life in general doesn't have. But you and I can control our emotions. We're cold-blooded. I just shot a friend, your friend too, and you let me do it. Our cold-blooded common sense told us it was the thing to do. We have to stomp out the Quinnies before we land on the green planet. If you get the disease, I'll kill you, just like I killed Joe. If I get it, you'll kill me." "No, Commander, I won't." "Then I'll kill myself and save you the trouble. But maybe we won't get it. Maybe we're immune for one reason or another. We're not alike either in temperament or physically. I'm young, Al. You're older. You're a hell of a lot colder-blooded than I am. Hell, I've got emotions. I couldn't do what you did. Organically, we're different, too. My cells may be the same, but they're conditioned differently. I'm allergic to certain kinds of cheese. So are lots of people. I could establish an allergy to the same things you can't take. That shows our chemistry is the same." Oki glanced at the instruments again. "Better take over, sir. There's only 4 minutes left." Al strapped himself into his seat. Oki already had adjusted his harness, and now the two men adjusted their bodies to fit the contours of the chairs that would lessen the punishment of sudden acceleration. The commander gripped the lever that would kick atomic fuel into the rocket chambers. 1 minute, said Oki. Al injected the fuel and then placed his finger over the firing button. 30 seconds. 20. 10. 5. 4. 3. 2. Both men tensed. 1. 0. Their bodies strained as the ship lurched. Oki counted the seconds with his hand, for he could not talk now. Al squeezed the control button again. This was repeated again and again. Then Al cut the rockets. The pressure on their bodies eased. Both men relaxed. Al unstrapped himself and swung his legs to the floor. He walked toward the porthole. He had to walk carefully, for the centrifugal pitch made the feet like balancing on a turntable. He reached up and adjusted the flaps. Into the room streamed warm sunlight. A glowing orb swung into view as the ship turned on its axis. A moment later they saw another disk, a bright green disk, a planet hanging in space. "We're there," whispered Oki. Al said nothing. His eyes were not on the planet, but on his hand, raised a fraction of an inch from the flap control on the metal wall of the ship. Writhing like a snake from his fingertips to the wall was a tiny red spark. Oki turned his eyes from the porthole to the silent commander. He saw the ribbon of flame. His body grew tense. Slowly his hands fingered the buckles on the straps of his G-harness. He unfastened them and sprang to his feet. Al didn't try to stop him as Oki swung across the turntable room toward the tier of drawers. "Make it quick, Oki," said Al. Oki opened the drawer, took out the gun, and thrust it into his pocket. "Shoot me, Oki. You've got to. We can't take the Quinnies to that planet." "I won't. It's mutiny. Give me the gun. I'll kill myself." "There's no such thing as mutiny anymore, Al. We're just two men in space, the last Earthmen alive. The problem will solve itself. Oki, we're not going to land on the planet alive. Be yourself. We've made a good fight. We lost. Let's die with a solid piece of ground under our legs. What if we do infect a planet with a plague? There's 1,000 planets just like it in the universe. Every man on them will die. If not today, then in a few years from now. What difference does it make? Why should we try to keep the merry-go-round going? Because there's a reason. We don't know what it is. But we've got to live, and we've got to die. But we've got to preserve life every second we can. Is that why you want me to kill you? To preserve life? One life doesn't matter. Al pointed to the porthole. It's a whole world of living human beings. People like us. We don't owe them anything. Al pushed himself away from the wall, toward Okie across the room by the tier of drawers. But the reflexes of youth were on Okie's side. The young man's punch caught Al flush on the jaw, and the bearded commander went down. When Al opened his eyes, Okie was decelerating the circular ship into a spiral that would set it down on the planet. Al raised himself on his arms and pulled himself toward the control panel. You can't do this, Okie. You're killing a world. What's that world to us? Al looked at the metal floor plates under his body. The cherry glow was flooding from his body into the plates. Al was gone farther than he thought. For months, he must have been harboring the disease, just as Joe had been ill a long time before realizing it. Al's natural resistance, perhaps strengthened by long years of exposure to the radiations of space, must have held back the final stages, until the tide had burst through in an overwhelming flood. Even when Al killed Joe, Al was near the last stages himself. Al remembered Joe's last bid for survival. Joe was much like Okie. Joe had hated to die. He wanted to live, to have soil under his feet again. But the disease had to be wiped out. And Joe had fought with his last weapon, the energy ebbing from his body. The energy. Grim lines appeared deep around Al's eyes. He raised his hand from the floor. His brain throbbed. Yes, his brain was a battery of energy now. The energy of life. And the purpose of life was to preserve life. A single second, or 1,000 million years. Not one life, but the race. That was the aim of life. Okie? Al's voice hissed. Okie turned from the instrument panel. His eyes focused on the cherry-red floor with Al in the center of the glow. Sparks came from Al's mouth as he spoke again. Before I shot Joe, I tried to make him understand. I had to kill him, and I've got to kill you whether you've got the disease or not. It's the way with things. Our individual lives don't mean a plug nickel, but a whole race does. We can't take the Quinnies to the green planet. I told you, they're not people like us, said Okie. They just look like us. Some fish look like snakes. Some mammals look like fish, but they're not fish. But they are like us. I know, said Al. An atom of iron on Sirius is the same as an atom of iron on the sun. Why can't two human cells be the same, even if they're light years apart? You're just guessing. I told you. I know. You think you know. You met a girl once. Maybe she had a nice figure and pretty eyes. Your glands got fooled. She was just like an Earth girl, only prettier. That's why maybe she was pretty, but that was 10 years ago. You're not handsome anymore, and neither is she. She's probably got 6 kids. You said so yourself. Yes, Okie, maybe 6. Maybe only 1 kid. One that has Earth blood in him. My kid, Okie. There's still one more Earthman alive in the universe. That's why I'm doing this to you. Al let the energy flow out through his fingertips. A cherry-red bolt struck Okie right in the face. On the green planet, a matron and her son were looking up into the stars. The boy cried out in delight. "A shooting star, Mommy," he said. "Make a wish." Trailing red sparks, the meteor seemed to veer off suddenly and speed away again into space. "I wished that your father would return from the skies," said the woman. For a moment, I thought maybe he had. This has been 3 Spacemen Left to Die. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1950s, Book 10. Written by Russ Winterbotham. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. The Voyage of Vanishing Men. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 13. Written by Stanley Mullen. Narrated by Scott Miller. They still talk of Braun and the 4th Intergalactic Survey. Other men before him had gone out into the far, dark places. 3 previous expeditions had gone out and vanished completely. Then the Venture 4 went out, and out, countless miles and light years and whatever else it is. And out there in the lonely darkness, something happened. Nobody knew exactly what happened, but there was a lot of guessing. Only one man came back, Braun, and there was talk. Tending bar anywhere is better, they say, than an academic degree in psychology. Tending bar on one of the way stations to the stars, you see people, most of them human, as they really are, and in all stages of emotion. You see them coming and going, and a few already gone. By little signs, you can tell a lot about them and make a guess at what is wrong with the wrong ones. There was Braun. Angular as a stick bug, he stood at the bar, elbows digging into the polished mahogany, one foot cocked on the rail. He was drinking alone, as if it had become a habit, and the customers edged away from him, as if not wanting to make it too obvious. As usual, his go-to-hell face looked past you into the back bar mirror and out again to cover the whole place. He was older and changed, though, as he would be. Deep lines furrowed the tight, tan, leathery features, and his eyes still held some of that awful emptiness of space between the star packs. Nobody said anything at first. Braun watched them, a humorous, half-defiant glint in his eye, but there was pain in him, in his voice as he spoke. "What's the matter? Am I poison or something?" Somebody said it then, in a stage whisper. "I had friends on the Venture 4. "So did I," Braun answered quickly. "A lot of friends. So before somebody works up nerve to ask, I don't know." "Don't know?" A man named Cutter pursued the point coldly. "You were there." "I was there," admitted Braun. "I still say it. I don't know what happened to anybody. I've told the authorities that over and over. I've told anybody who'd listen. You don't have to believe me. I don't give a—" "Nobody's told us anything," Cutter insisted. "We haven't heard a whisper about it. And speaking for all of us, we'd like to be sure about you before we go on drinking at the same bar." It was going to be like that as long as Braun lived. People will talk, and if there's a choice, they'll guess the ugly thing every time. Wherever he went, there would be people to ask that question, and somebody to smirk if he answered it. You could see trouble coming, whatever Braun answered. Braun was never a man to talk much about himself. It was always the places he had been and seen or wanted to go. Like all old-time spacemen, he was a bird of passage. Between trips, he came in a few times, got to be a fixture, but he was always coming or going somewhere, never lighting or staying put. You don't learn too much about a man in a bar casually. Little things add up and hint at the bigger ones. You can call him by his first name casually and hash over mutual acquaintances, that's all. Maybe you talk about the things men talk about, life and death, men and spaceships, life on distant worlds. Braun had knocked around the galaxy like a lot of people since the Dumont space-time drive came into general use. He had seen more than the ordinary man even dreams about. But there was always a restless and curious wondering about more distant stars and their planets. On one classic occasion, you even helped him wonder about other galaxies, and if the new drive would ever take men out into the far, dark spaces where ships never ventured. When Braun's big break came, you heard about it from someone else, since Braun was far away at a planet base circling a star that was just a number in a catalog. There were no formal goodbyes out there, just technical admonitions. Then a speck diminished into nowhere, with no instruments to track an object accelerating into speeds so many times greater than light that mathematics became weird paradoxes, and nothing existing in normal dimensions even makes sense. Eventually the ship came back, and Braun with it. Nobody knew much more than that. No official announcements were made, no actual denials or accusations. Rumor hinted at ugliness and an investigation going on. People made the usual wild and extravagant guesses, and there were the formless whispers that start nowhere and end nowhere. Braun put his back to the bar and looked over the crowd soberly, one by one. This must have happened to him many times before, as it probably would again. Braun had his own way of dealing with such situations, and maybe he was right. "I don't know what happened," he said slowly. "I'll say it again, just once. I don't know. If you don't like it, I'm here, waiting, one at a time, or the whole rat pack of you. How do you want it?" In any real deadly brawl, voices are rarely raised. There is no loud and explosive discussion. Instead, all movement gels, crystallizes in utter silence. Something breaks it, something like a flung beer mug. Then comes a 5-ring circus of action. Braun ducked. The beer mug struck in foaming, splintering destruction. The back bar mirror dissolved in a chiming avalanche of glass. Cutter led the rush. Braun's back was braced to the bar. He seemed oddly relaxed, almost happy. Somebody heaved another beer mug. It missed, but most of the beer splashed into Braun's face and trickled slowly down him. "I like beer," he said, "but not that well." Like a spring letting go, Braun snapped out to meet them. His long arms caught Cutter and hoisted him high, then hurled him bodily over the stick and into the stacked glassware. By then, if not before, you eased toward the light switch and cut it. Darkness slammed down like a solid barrier, but other solids moved through it, colliding, grunting, swearing, shouting, sometimes groaning. Gradually, the tumult died out of itself. When the lights came on again, Braun still stood at the bar, though several places further down. The darkness had been kind to him. With everyone against him, he could work freely. And at saloon brawling, he was a master craftsman. Casualties held to a minimum, but there were plenty of cotton and catgut, splint and plaster cases. Cutter was still out, cold, and went to the hospital with the others. Not everyone joins in a roughhouse, and enough clear-headed witnesses remained to spare Braun any risk of charges. His fists were red and raw, but he seemed unhurt bodily. Somebody offered him a drink, but Braun just stood and looked at it, then raised his head to glance up where the back bar mirror had been. "Someday they'll use stainless steel for that," he said. "Then half the fun will be gone." Slowly his face screwed up tight, the leathery skin wrinkling like a withered apple. Eyes closed, he hammered a raw fist on the bar till blood spurted. He was like a hurt child trying to hurt himself more to get even with fate. "I had friends on the Venture 4, he cried wildly. "A lot of good friends. What happened to them? Where are they?" Calming down, he started talking. His voice was oddly detached and so low you could hardly hear him. "I was the 9th man," he said. "The rest were all techs of one kind or another. I was the only space tramp aboard. I've often wondered why they picked me, but somebody must have had a good reason. Maybe I was the catalyst. Each of the others could do one job extremely well. I could take over and do anything in an emergency. Not as well, but a scratch job to keep the show on the road. And when the ologies developed friction, I was the lubricant, the guy with no axe to grind who kept the others' axes sharpened and tempered. Braun stopped and flung himself at the drink. He seemed to need it, but he was under control again, almost too much under control. We were way out, somewhere, he continued, about as far as the others ever got. You can't express it in miles or in time because neither of them have the right meaning. Not out there. He stopped again. His eyes seemed to be staring beyond the outer limits of darkness, beyond the mystical barrier of the speed of life itself. The ship came out of warp automatically. Robot machinery was set for that, to bring us out at intervals, though nobody could be sure just how it would function. Ordinary time intervals do not exist, and time itself is a random factor out there. They tell me we were gone more than 5 years, here. For us, it was weeks. Most of the time, we were in suspended animation, of course, with automatic controls to handle the ship and rouse one or more of us at intervals. Usually, the ship was out of the warp and stopped when we were awakened. Twice, both in the early stages, it was not like that. Those times, we were awake and in motion together. It was weird. Space was like black, transparent cellophane, wrinkled and bunched together with the ship leaping from one wrinkle to another. We could not see it, but that was the way we imagined it. We could see, though. Stars thinned out and drew together. Stars, like luminous lights crawling on the black body of eternity. Velocity and acceleration needles met in the center of the gauge. No change in the relation of the ship to anything was apparent, and none would be. Out of the warp, the ship hung, unmoving, in a vastness of dark. Even the galaxies showed but faintly in the visiplates. Destination was the spiral M31 in Andromeda. But the rest of Andromeda lay far behind, and a faint smudge ahead seemed as far away as the home galaxy, which was exactly the case. Venture 4 had reached the halfway point, with 750,000 light-years of loneliness in either direction. Poets and writers have called it the point of no return, when a ship has reached a point in its voyage where the distance back is as far as that still ahead. "Well, this is it," said Charters wearily. "We'll have to decide now whether to go back, or, if we think we can make it, push on ahead." Charters was captain pro tem, though on a technical ship, space formalities and titles were phantoms. Braun was unimpressed. "All right, it's the raw end of nowhere, and we're here. What does it prove?" Charters gave him a friendly slap. "It proves one thing, that we can make it. Next time, we could have made it this time if we'd known what to expect. We'll go back with our report, and the next ship will get there, and make it back to tell about it. We could get there, this time, but not back. Sure, we're all disappointed, but don't take it so hard. We haven't really failed. We made it easier to get the job done next time." "Yes," agreed Braun bitterly. "The job will be done, but not by us. We'll be too old before another ship is ready, and by the time the analysts are through with this one, it'll be junk, just like us." Charters laughed. The two were alone in the control room. The other techs, for once all awake at the same time, were busily checking their instruments, each in his own department. Braun was suffering from reaction. In an emergency, he could function superbly, but with nothing to do, he brooded. It was definitely the raw end of nowhere, though the instruments and record tapes called it by a variety of mathematical equations. According to the figures, the Venture 4 had made an interesting voyage, turning itself completely inside out several times at irregular intervals, smashing all existing speed and distance records, and extending the tenuous boundaries of man's interstellar and intergalactic survey by 250,000 light-years. Other ships might have gone further, but if they had, no one knew about it. They had vanished into some limbo of space. Mass proximity alarms blared through the corridors and cubicles of the Venture 4. Nerves, already tensed, vibrated like thin glass, ready to disintegrate from resonance. There should have been no mass anywhere near, not even a grain of cosmic dust. Blackness stretched in all directions, relieved only by the distant, dimly glowing smudges of galaxies. Assembled in the control room, Venture 4's company discussed the mystery. No conclusion was possible. Whatever was affecting the mass detectors lay dead ahead, still out of vision range, and not even showing in the telescopic relays. By vote, it was decided to investigate. The Venture 4 operated on democratic principles. Responsibility, like risk, was shared equally, and Captain Charters had one vote. Atomic jets, still useful for short-range runs and for close maneuvering, nudged the ship gently into motion, which is a relative thing in deep space. In this case, relative to what? By instrument only, the Venture 4 groped blindly toward the unknown object. By instrument only was it possible to gauge the approach. Proximity needles wavered wildly, then settled down to indicate swiftly diminishing distance, as if the alien object were matching velocity with the Venture 4 on a collision course. At such speeds, collision was possible. Charters began to worry silently. Dubiously, he eyed his crew. Picked men, all volunteers eager to challenge the unknown. But the unknown was still unknown, and responding almost too eagerly. Could it be another spaceship? Asked Braun, voicing the thought in every mind. Charters just looked at him. From there? From anywhere, Braun persisted. Who knows about curves or orbits out here? Topping, the astrophysicist smiled grimly. Who knows about anything here? It wasn't till the mid-20th century that we even knew M31 was as big as our own galaxy, and twice as far away as had been thought, or guessed at the truth behind the Doppler shift. But a spaceship? Out here? Scoffed Charters. Topping shrugged. It could be. It could even be one of ours. From the future, perhaps. We've done some weird doubling about in the space-time continuum, remember? It could be anything, then, said Braun. Anything, echoed Topping. Start deceleration, ordered Charters, concerned with the more practical aspects of a possible encounter in alien space. Swing the controls over to manual. I'll feel better about the ship if it comes to dodging a collision. You have the practical piloting experience, Braun. Take over. Grinning, Braun seated himself at the manual keyboard and started pressing studs. Lights blinked off and on in patterns on the screen at vision level. He switched over to the visiplates mounted on the blunt bow. A sector of blackness dead ahead was projected onto the screen. There was nothing to see. Light in interstellar space is too feeble to reveal anything not self-luminous. Try a radiolume beam, suggested Charters. The screen flickered, then resumed its blackness. With no dust, no anything to reflect light back to the ship, the beam lost itself in the immensity. Braun worked with the studs. We're slowing, he announced. Now what? Try a dead stop, but be ready to move out fast in case the alien continues a collision course. Braun nodded. In the artificial gravity field, no effect of deceleration was perceptible. The ship slowed and stopped as dead as a ship stops, with no reference point to anything. What actually happened was a delicate balancing upon a number of mathematical equations, themselves unstable. Mass proximity needles, showing the expected increase by squares, indicated that the stranger also had come to a full stop, by matching exactly at 0. It was an interesting fact that so far from home, the familiar laws of gravity seemed to hold their familiar relations. More interesting was the fact that the alien object or ship had stopped. "See anything?" asked Charters. "Not a thing," admitted Topping. "How about the telescopes?" McClure, the astrogator, reported then. Under the circumstances, his voice sounded curiously matter-of-fact. "A faint point of light, not enough disk to tell much of anything about it. We'll try with—" "Can't be more than a mile away, I guess," said Braun. "What do we do now? Just sit here and wait?" Topping grunted. "Reminds me of a pair of strange dogs meeting away from home and sniffing at each other with mutual curiosity and mistrust." "That's about the way it would be," Charters agreed weakly. "If that is an alien ship out there, what else could we do?" "We could try for contact, communicate with them somehow." "Morse code?" asked Braun bitterly. "There were humans in other parts of our own galaxy, some of them intelligent and highly civilized. We set up communications with them." "There was a common basis with them," argued Braun. "And we found some non-human intelligent races. Communications didn't do so well with them, and the Venture 4 is no warship. We came here to window shop, not to buy, and not to take over anything by force. We're not equipped for a row." Charters broke in. "Topping is right. We'll try to set up communication with a modulated light beam." "Go ahead and try," said Braun. "I'll stand by just in case of trouble, and when your idea fails, we can start talking sense." Charters and Topping left him at the controls and joined Tal Roberts in the communications office. Braun waited. When they returned, he could tell by the faces that their plan had fallen through. "Struck a snag?" he asked amiably. Charters' smile was weak. "We tried 2 messages. After a short wait, they repeated them. You might say we've established communications, but we're not getting anywhere." "The same messages? Nothing else?" "Nothing." "Maybe they have no imagination. I have an idea, if you're ready to listen." Charters nodded. "Go ahead, if it's nothing that will endanger the ship." "The ship isn't involved. We have 2 space lifeboats, though I can't figure where we'd escape to if anything went sour out there. I'll take one and slip away from the ship. With luck, I can sneak up on our friends. Without lights. Keep your beam turned on. Aim right at the alien. I'll stay out of the beam, but it should give enough light to see by. If the thing looks like a real spaceship and there's a chance the occupants are human, I'll try to make actual contact. If not, I'll scurry on back. How about it? It could be dangerous. If anything happens, you won't be any worse off. Probably, if it's another ship, the people are just as scared and curious as we are. As the show stands, you don't even dare try to run for it. I'm expendable. That's a matter of opinion. I won't rule on this, Braun. We'll call the gang together and decide by vote." Half an hour later, the lifeboat was ready. Serviced with air, food, and water for an indefinite time, the tiny craft lay in its cradle. "Keep a light in the window for me," said Braun. He climbed aboard through the miniature airlock, which closed behind him. Solenoid magnets conveyed the lifeboat through chutes into the valve of the main airlock. Doors opened and closed with automatic finality. Air hissed back into the ship as pumps emptied the valve. With pressure equalized, the outer door opened into space. Braun eased his tiny craft free, then turned and ran forward alongside the Venture 4. From outside, the explorer ship seemed tremendous. It was a small world in itself, complete, self-sustaining, but mass conversion was necessary to power the velocities far beyond the speed of light, and already the voyage had eaten away too much of the ship's mass. A phantom glow hovered about the forward compartments as if the metallic shell caught and reflected faint light from a distant source. Braun wondered about that subconsciously, but in the midst of so many wonders, one more mystery meant little. There was no light beam to be seen. His instruments found a course parallel to the invisible beam, and followed it for him, with the robot pilot in charge. But for the ship dwindling behind him, the vault of space seemed empty. In the blackness ahead, though he could not see it, was a single small luminous speck. Behind him, the light of the ship diminished slowly to infinity. It vanished. Braun was alone with his mission. With no visible reference point, Braun's senses became unreliable. Unlighted, the lifeboat seemed a mote of darkness lost in the greater immensities. Even on the brink of the last unknown, the man grew restless and depressed. With nothing to see, nothing to occupy the senses of his brain, he was bored. Braun groped blindly and gave himself the luxury of a cigarette. While it lasted, the red glow of the cigarette's coal gave comfort to his loneliness. It gave him something on which to concentrate. There was no up, no down, no sideways, only ahead and behind, with invisible dots of light to identify each. He felt oddly trapped, at the mercy of automatic instruments. Curious and unpleasant illusions crowded upon him. For a time, he thought that all matter had vanished from the universe, that only he and his lifeboat existed in all the great void. Later, he thought that light itself had vanished. Telescopically, in any direction he could have found light, but to his unaided eyes all darkness was the same. Then came the weirder illusions of other senses, that his course followed no straight line or sane curves, but moved endlessly upon some infinite spiral. Time passed, and his eyes grew so accustomed to darkness that they did not see the light when it appeared. Ahead, just a faint point, steady, steel-hard, unwinking, it emerged from the blackness. Slowly, it increased in radiance rather than in size. Then at last it was a disk, like a beacon set out to guide him in. There was a beam, invisible with nothing to reflect its tight radiance or diffuse it. But as before, when leaving his own ship, he avoided the beam. Cruising closer, Braun began to make out details. It was a ship, no doubt about that. A phantom glow hovered about its forward compartments, as if the metallic shell caught and reflected faint light from a distant source. It was a ship, all right. A ship painfully like the Venture 4. A philosopher might have meditated upon parallel evolutions, but Braun was too deeply shocked for delvings into the deeper relations between man and his environments. The alien ship was identical. Braun satisfied himself of that by circling, studying every aspect of the stranger. There was the same indefinable quality which stamped it as man-made. Almost hysterical with his discovery, Braun nerved himself to switch off the automatic pilot and take over manual controls. Then he eased in quickly beside an airlock, which might have been the same one he had left. Magnetic grapnels reached out from the lifeboat, caught and dragged the lesser mass to the greater. At the controls, Braun guided his tiny craft to the airlock valve, and the outer doors slid shut and locked hermetically behind him. Some kind of atmosphere would be hissing into the valve now, building up pressure. It had to work like that. Almost beside himself, Braun crawled into a spacesuit, then settled back to wait impatiently. Light flooded the valve as the inner doors slid smoothly open. Braun made routine tests, then opened his cockleshell lifeboat hatch. Blinded by light, he climbed out. On rubbery legs, encased in the bulging suit of space armor, he walked to the gaping doorway and entered the alien ship. If a trap, it was a good one. Braun staggered backward. As his eyes became accustomed to the light, he stared. Disbelief in his senses and doubt of his sanity showed on his face. Opening the vent in his space helmet, he took a deep breath. Then he stared curiously at Charters and Topping. "You weren't gone long," observed Charters. The pair studied Braun, their expressions puzzled. I guess I didn't get very far, admitted Braun uneasily. Am I crazy, or is it everything else? That's anyone's guess, said Topping. What happened? I'm not sure I know. They waited for explanations while Braun took a stiff slug of coffee laced with brandy. Somehow I must have got turned around, admitted Braun ruefully. I can understand that, but the lifeboat was set on automatic pilot. I thought I came straight across, and with the robot pilot I should have. What do you think happened? Topping was sober. There are several possible explanations. I don't like any of them. Maybe there's a flaw in space here. It could act like a mirror, reflecting back our own mass and the beam of our own light. Who knows? There may not even be an alien ship out there. But there's nothing material out there, objected Braun. I was there, and our instruments would show anything above the size of a speck of dust. For that matter, we can see the thing in our telescopes, and there's nothing we know that can distort the gravity effect of mass, let alone turn it around like light reflected from a mirror. Who ever heard of 9 men sealed in an oversized can and set down halfway between home galaxy and M31, reproved Topping. Light and gravity may not be functions only of our space-time continuum, but of others adjacent to and even overlapping ours. We know very little about the nature of either, and some of our unexplained phenomena may be the result of actions and reactions outside our continuum. That's getting too deep for me, said Braun. I'm willing to try again, if only to prove I didn't funk out the first time. And this time I'll go across with the lights blazing. I want you to use radar and visual scanners on me all the way. Charters shook his head. We're up against something we don't understand. I'm not sure I should permit— What's the harm? Pleaded Braun. I came through without a scratch before. The worst that can happen is a repeat of the same farce. Besides, I've just had a brainstorm. Suppose this is not the same ship I left. Suppose there really are 2 ships exactly alike, even to the people on board. Suppose that there are 2 civilizations that developed identically. Maybe you'd better go, laughed Charters. If you keep on in that vein, you'll give us all nightmares. Braun's second try followed the same routine as the first. The difference was in Braun himself. Before, he had been mildly excited, calm but overstrained, expecting almost anything. There was a grimness about his second venture. He felt moody and more depressed than before. This time, there was no boredom. Before leaving, he took a good look around, fixing the faces of his companions into his memory, engraving the ship and endless details of its structure and decoration into his brain. He felt as if he were leaving all of it behind him forever. The worst that could happen, he thought, is the same thing. He was wrong about that. Approaching the alien ship, he braced himself. There was the light, then the ship with its metallic shimmer of reflected light dimmed by distance. Again he circled, studying the contours of the immense fabrication. He remembered an old French proverb about the more a thing changes, the more it remains the same. The ship was the same. It was the Venture 4. He would stake his life and his sanity on it. No matter. In a way, he was relieved. Once inside the ship, he would let the experts explain it to him. At least he had tried. Nobody could say this time that he funked the job. They would have had the scanners on him all the way, and this time he knew, somehow, that he had not turned around from any confusion. Also, with the lights on, he had watched the automatic pilot. There had been no trick turns. He had it on the flight record tapes. If the lifeboat had returned to its point of departure, the only possible explanation was that a space warp, or a flaw in the space-time continuum, had turned it inside out. End of the line, Braun murmured contentedly. End of the line again. Skillfully, he maneuvered the lifeboat up to the bulk of the Venture 4. He grappled it to the airlock valve and slipped it inside on the skids. The outer doors closed. This time he was so sure of where he was that he did not bother with the spacesuit. He waited till the inner doors opened to matched pressures, then scuttled out of the lifeboat. The air was breathable, the usual hydroponic cycle stuff, just what he was used to. It smelled oddly of pumps, as it always does, pump packing and growing things. Air in the lifeboat had been too rich in ozone, and Braun was giddy with the sharp tang of it. Braun strode confidently into the ship. No one was around to greet him. It was a gag they had worked up, he figured. All right, he'd play along. Through the ship he went, calling out names. Echoes rang hollowly in the vast interior, but they were the only answer. He kept wandering and calling, wandering and crying out. Finally, he was screaming hysterically. It was a long time before the fact got through solidly to him. He was alone on the ship. So far as he could tell, it was the Venture 4. Everything about the ship was the same. It was his ship. Wherever he had been, he was back on his ship. He had to keep on assuring himself of that. It was either the Venture 4 or an exact duplicate. But the other duplicate had duplicated the people, too. "Where is everybody?" he screamed. He went on screaming for a long time. A very long time. Smoke curled up from Braun's cigarette to join the dense layers near the bar ceiling. Light shone through the blued stratifications in blurred blobs as through fog. "That's the story," said Braun huskily. "Not all of it," somebody murmured. "Not quite. The ship was mostly automatic. I knew then why I had been picked. As I said, in an emergency, I could handle any job, or even all jobs, for as long as necessary. We had all the flight tapes from the long voyage out. Mainly it was a job for the computers. You couldn't just run the tapes through backward because nothing ever stands quite still in the universe. All I know is that we did it, the ship and I. The Venture 4 is the real hero, I guess. It brought me back." "What about the others?" somebody persisted. "I don't know," Braun answered irritably. "All I know is what I've told you, what happened to me. About the rest of the bunch, even the experts are still guessing. There are several theories. There were things about the ship, odd differences. Nothing I could catch, but the experts found curiosities. They think I was tricked, that it's not really the same ship, but a clever and almost miraculous duplicate. But why? And how?" Braun laughed bitterly. "Your guess is as good as anybody's. Mine is that I wasn't wanted. The rest of the crew were all specialists, trained technicians, each one the best in his field. If somebody out there wanted some samples of the best brains in the human race, he really got the top quality. They were all educated to the hilt, trained for a particular job. Maybe they were picked because they were ready for something else. They had the entrance qualifications. I hadn't. That may not be the only explanation. It's probably the best one." Braun poured himself another drink and drank it. His eyes stared blankly, as if the essential part of him was back out on the raw frontiers of the dark unknown. Somebody dragged him back to the bar with a final question. "But surely you must have some ideas of your own. What do you think happened to the others?" Braun smiled soberly. His voice was tired, and it sounded as empty as those blank spaces where no sun ever shines. "What I think doesn't matter. There may be another world out there, or something in hyperspace. That may be a point of contact, or it may be a barrier against all man's dreams of further expansion and exploration into the unknown. You've asked what I think happened to the others, and it's a good question. People are going to keep asking me that. I don't know the true answer. Maybe I'll never know." Braun hesitated, glanced round him at the ring of strained and questioning faces. He saw the disbelief registered on them, the thinly veiled anger that seemed to shout out at him, "Why don't you tell us what really happened? Tell us the truth." Braun sighed resignedly. It was always the same. It would always be the same, wherever he went. And he would have to keep moving, alone, apart from other men. He walked past the silent, questioning faces and through the door, and down the street to the next bar. This has been The Voyage of Vanishing Men, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 13, written by Stanley Mullen, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Danger in the Void. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 15. Written by Charles E. Fritch. Narrated by Scott Miller. The trouble started when the Arcturus Queen was 4 billion miles out of Earth, headed for the star after which it was named. It pulled clear of the solar system using conventional drive, then switched into subspace. A few minutes later, the ship shuddered perceptibly, and an authoritative voice came reassuringly from the public address system. "Passengers will please remain in their seats. We are temporarily cutting the subspace drive due to mechanical difficulties which have developed. There is no cause for alarm." The message was repeated, and George said, "What do you suppose is the matter?" "How should I know?" Sylvia snapped. "I'm not a space mechanic. Why don't you find out if you're so interested?" He glared at her. "I was just wondering. You don't have to get so disagreeable. But then why should now be any different?" She smiled at that, though her blood raced and her fingers itched to make red ribbons of his face. "I've got plenty of reason to be disagreeable." Okay, he said. "Let's not go through that again." He got up. "I'm going up to the observation platform." And he went down the aisle between the rows of seats and disappeared through a door at the farthest end. She glared after him. That was always his way, running out on an argument. Well, when this trip was over, there would be no more running away. A man dropped into the seat beside her. "This seat's taken," she said automatically, and then realized the man must have known, since all seats were reserved. "I know," the man said. "I'd like to talk to you." She studied him for a moment. He had a rather common face, one with no particularly outstanding features. A face that would be difficult to remember, she thought. He wore a plain business suit, with a conventional white shirt and an unobtrusive tie. He did not appear the wolfish type to her, but rather the ordinary businessman you might see hanging on to hell-of-a straps any place on Earth. "You want to talk to me?" she said carefully. "About what?" "Your divorce," the man said simply. "My divorce? But—" She stopped. She was about to say, "But how did you know?" when it suddenly occurred to her that George might have hired this man to find out if she were planning one of those rapid Arcturan separations. She hadn't thought to wonder if he suspected she was planning one. If he knew about her divorce plans, he might take countermeasures just for spite. With Arcturan divorce regulations as they were, that would be bad. She said, "I'm not divorced, Mr. Jones," the man supplied, smiling. "I know that, Mrs. Bennet, but I also know that you're going to Arcturus to obtain one. I'd like to talk to you about that, confidentially, of course." She was certain of it now. He knew her name and spoke about a divorce no one but she knew of. "I'm sorry," she said coldly, turning her head away to indicate that as far as she was concerned, the interview was at an end. "I gave no one to understand that. I'm accompanying my husband on a business trip. Now, if you'll please—" "Nevertheless," the man insisted, "your intentions are plain, perhaps not to others, or even your husband, but to us, very clear. Let me be frank, Mrs. Bennet. I represent an organization which can be of great benefit to you, providing you help us by accepting our standard plan." "Your organization?" she questioned. The man waved a vague hand. "The organization is of necessity nameless. However, it is quite effective. In fact, the only way you've heard of us, without realizing it, is through the effects we produce for our clients." "What sort of effects?" "I promise to be frank, Mrs. Bennet. I shall. Your husband is an android, and you hate him for that reason and for others." Sylvia gasped. "How did you know?" "That he's an android, I mean." The man smiled. "Our organization has access to a great deal of information. It's an integral part of our business, this information, serving as a springboard for contacting prospective clients like you." "You mean," she said testily, "you'd like to help me get a divorce?" She smiled, adding, "For a fee, naturally." The man shook his head no. "Something more permanent. We'd like to make a widow of you." For a moment, Sylvia sat paralyzed, thinking she had not heard right. After a while, she said, "You'd like to what?" "You were carefully studied," the man went on, "and we know the idea of your husband's death is not repugnant to you. That's why I'm suggesting the idea simply, without any cat-and-mouse tactics. Your husband has insurance amounting to slightly less than 100,000 credits. Our fee will be 1/10 of that, plus 1/10 of any other monies which may accrue as a result of his death." Sylvia sat in shocked silence, not knowing what to say. "You're crazy," she managed finally. "I'll call the officers." "Who wouldn't believe you because the story is fantastic," the man pointed out, certain of himself. "Only our clients and potential clients know we are in existence, for not one of our operations has been discovered. Think it over, Mrs. Bennet. Even though Arcturan divorces can be quick, they aren't always painless. It's like war with them, just as everything is, and wars can be lost. Our way is more certain. You're assured of your husband's estate and 9/10 of all insurance money. I'll be around when you change your mind." He got up and walked down the aisle in back of her. Sylvia didn't look to follow him. She was thinking, when I change my mind? The man was that sure of it, was he? Or was that just to put her in a positive frame of mind, making her think it was not a question of yes or no, but when? She had quarrels with George, sure, and sometimes she even felt she hated him. But the idea of murder had not entered her mind. Mentally, she added, at least until now. She shook her head. No, it was out of the question. She had to admit it to herself, though, now that she was thinking of it, that she would miss the easy living being married to George entailed, even with any alimony she might receive. He was the android version of the old Horatio Alger story, though very few persons knew or even suspected George was not human. The World Congress had passed equalizing laws for androids, just as they had for the various races, with the difference that it worked for androids, since they had no outward mark of being different from the select group. While not wealthy, they had lived well, with George trying, in his simple fashion, to please her. She thought once she had loved him, for after all, he was a rather likable person. He had told her of his being non-human, and had proposed in almost the same breath, and it had shocked her at first, the way any normal woman would be shocked at being told such a thing. But George was on his way to becoming somebody in the business world, and after going mentally over the pros and cons of the thing, she had decided she could do much worse. There were times during the 2 years of marriage, however, when she wasn't even certain of that. She had considered the possibility of forcing him, after the divorce, to give her some of his real estate or investments in return for not disclosing his secret. For while technically there was supposed to be no ill will toward androids, there was an instinctive repulsion on the part of many humans for someone who was not of their kind, and George's business contacts would inevitably suffer if the knowledge got out. It was not blackmail, she rationalized. She disliked the unlawful sound of the word, but a business deal in which she supplied silence in return for his money. It was the least he could do, she thought, after taking up 2 years of her life. But murder was another thing, a totally different thing that had entered her mind only briefly during arguments, and then not seriously. Even blackmail would be lily white compared to it. She had never actually entertained the idea for any length of time, but now she considered it. Not seriously, even now, she told herself hastily, but merely as an intellectual diversion. Android or not, as far as the courts were concerned, it was murder just as though the victim were a human. But the case might never reach the courts, for the organization would handle all homicidal details, she remembered, and they were probably professionals in the art. Strange, no one had discovered the organization, but that probably testified to its ability. They could probably kill someone, even George, and no one would ever know. She shook her head in mild disdain, wondering at the sudden flood of criminal thoughts started by the stranger. She reminded herself that she was going to Arcturus to divorce her husband, not to kill him. She wondered disinterestedly if he were sulking up there on the observation platform. The loudspeaker crackled, and a feminine voice said, "The mechanical difficulties have been located and are being repaired. It will be approximately 30 minutes, Earth rating, before we enter subspace again. Meanwhile, the lounge is open for those wishing to patronize it. May we suggest a cocktail, followed by a dinner from any of the planets of any system? The view from the observation platform." The voice droned on, telling of the swimming pool, the three-dimensional, off-gravity tennis rooms, and other diversions, designed to get passengers' minds off the fact that they were temporarily stalled in open space. George appeared in the doorway at one end of the aisle and walked toward her. She gave a small gasp as she saw the stranger come through the doorway behind him. They came down the aisle, and George dropped into his seat. The stranger looked questioningly at her before he passed. She shook her head no. "There's a good view from the observation platform," George said, as though making an effort to be conversational. "Now's the time to see it, when the ship's in normal space. They've got a large transparent dome, like half a bubble, and when you look up, it seems as though you're out there in space floating." "Really," she said dryly, "I'm not exactly a tourist, you know. I have been on observation platforms before." For a moment he looked at her as though wondering if there were anything he could say that wouldn't bring out a disagreeable word. "Sylvia, I wish—" he began. All right," she interrupted wearily. "If there's anything I've said to injure your poor sensitive feelings, I apologize. But please don't give me that lost sheepdog look. I can't stand it." He started to say something, then changed his mind at the futility of it and fell silent. She regarded him from the corner of her vision for a moment, feeling strangely sympathetic toward him. It made her feel something of a heel when he fell silently accusing like that, and she didn't like the feeling. If only he'd rant and rave at her, stand on his own 2 feet, and maybe even beat her once in a while. She wouldn't like that, but at least it would be better than this outwardly placid pacifism. She suspected his attitude stemmed from an inferior complex due to his being android. He could spin the world on its tail, corner all the credits in the solar system, but still he could not escape the fact of his artificial birth. That fact was her weapon, and he knew it, and was afraid of it. After a while, he said slowly, "I'm going to get a divorce, Sylvia." She looked at him swiftly, her eyes taking in each facet of his features to see if he were jesting. She even wondered for a moment if she had heard correctly. "I am going to get a divorce on Arcturus," he repeated, not looking at her. "I've been thinking it over for the past several months. Finally, I decided it would be the best thing for both of us. I hope you won't contest it. I don't think I'd like one of those running battles." Sylvia sat stunned by the revelation. This was to have been her surprise party, not his. For under Arcturan divorce regulations, the member initiating the action had the distinct advantage, especially when the other was unprepared. The war-conditioned star system had developed this marital blitzkrieg to satisfy the sporting instincts of its people and to attract the curiosity-seeking Earth trade. She had figured it as a surprise to him, knowing he would be shocked by its suddenness and take no action against her demands for what would normally constitute an excess amount of alimony. "I thought I'd better tell you," he said, almost apologetically, "even if it does work to my disadvantage." He got up. "If you care to discuss it further, I'll be in the bar." In shocked silence, Sylvia watched her husband retreat down the aisle. It was so typical of him to tell her, but the thought of him doing something like this at all was incredible. More than that, it was unbearable. She felt anger surge within her to realize that she'd been beaten to the punch, even if the romantic fool had confessed his intentions. Slowly, she could sense her plans wavering, becoming insecure, and panic gripped her. She'd had it all planned, all of it, working out the details with secret enthusiasm, never suspecting George was discontented enough to take action himself. She still had a good chance, of course, but not nearly as good a one as before. The 2 years she had been married to him would be an eternity compared to what compensation she might receive now, if she received anything at all. Perhaps she could make up to him before they got to Arcturus, convince him she was repentant, that she wanted him to remain with her. The thought of kowtowing before him, putting her pride on the auction block, sickened her, though. Besides, he would easily see through the subterfuge. Though weak, he was not a fool. Inwardly, she cursed, her mind a frantic jumble of thoughts. There was nothing she could do, nothing except hope for the best. Unless... The stranger appeared with a thought concerning him. He dropped into the seat beside her. "Have you reconsidered?" he asked her quietly. It was murder, she knew, and yet George was only an android, something that was manufactured artificially in a laboratory, in great liquid-filled tanks. That somehow made it different, made it something like putting a machine out of commission rather than destroying a life. She wet her lips. "In the eyes of the law," she said, "it's murder, you know." "All the laws in the universe," the man returned gravely, "will not make an android human, Mrs. Bennet. There is a faction which gives our organization a bonus each time an android is destroyed, so you can see you're not alone in this." She didn't look at him. "How would you do it?" "Efficiently," he replied vaguely. "In a way I cannot yet disclose. Satisfaction, however, is guaranteed." 10% of the insurance money is the total fee? 10% of all insurance monies, he corrected, which is not necessarily the same thing. He drew a paper from his coat, opened it, and handed her a pen. "I have to sign something?" she asked. "But won't that incriminate me?" "You promise to pay the 10% in consideration of services rendered," the man explained. "The services are, of course, not stated." She took the pen and signed before she could talk herself out of it. "When will it be?" Carefully, he folded the document and returned it to his coat. "Before we reach Arcturus," the man said, getting up. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Bennet. Glad to be of service to you." And he walked away. She nodded vaguely, and then began considering what she had done. George was an android, she told herself again. Only an android. But how could you tell an android from a human? Certainly not outwardly. Blood chemistry was different, but the blood was red just the same. The skin was a different composition, yet it felt and looked like human skin. The personality and the character had human flaws in them. What, then, was the difference? The answer came. An android was not human because he was an android, which, by definition, was not human. This reasoning tended to confuse her, and she tried to push the thoughts from her mind. It was done, and that was all that mattered, she told herself. Pangs of conscience might plague her now, but afterward the soothing balm of money would ease the pain. They'd never gotten along, so what difference did it make? She forced her thoughts away from that, and wondered how they'd do it. She hoped suddenly that it wouldn't be violent, and then she recalled that a double indemnity clause would give her twice the $100,000, less the 10%, of course, for services rendered. At least she hoped he wouldn't suffer. He'd suffered enough during his lifetime, just for being an android. It must have been horrible, she thought, having to go through life knowing you're less than human, or at least in having people think that. Even if humans accepted you as an equal, which they didn't, despite any laws, you'd have to live with the knowledge that you evolved from an artificially produced embryo, under conditions simulating normal birth. Artificial growth, she thought disgustedly, like the hydroponic production of vegetables. She felt a sudden sorrow for him, a sympathy that was as far from pity as it had ever been. Perhaps it was even for his own good, she tried to rationalize, to do this. And yet she was still not certain. George came down the aisle toward her, and she looked away hastily. She felt the seat depressed beside her. "The subspace drive will be ready in a few minutes more," he said. "Then we'll really be on our way to Arcturus." "Yes," she said quietly, not looking at him. She wanted to say something sarcastic, something to make him squirm, something that would give an aura of normality to her actions. Yet the words stuck in her throat, refusing to come. "He has only a few moments," she told herself. "Let them be pleasant." She was surprised that the thought put her in a bad light, almost admitting that it was her fault that they didn't get along. Yet it was difficult to be patient with someone who always seemed to be thinking grave thoughts, as though constantly reminding himself he was an inferior. But there was a time, she remembered, when he had not been grave, when they had first met, for example, and during the courtship that had followed. A smile touched her lips as she thought about the little things, the picnics, and the sudden drenching rainstorms that inevitably came after the ants were finished with their food, the copter trips over their scenic wonderlands of Earth, the first accidental brushings of their hands that had led to a kiss, and then to another. But that was before she had known he was an android. She felt suddenly ashamed that the word android could mean so much. "George?" She reached out and touched his hand. It felt warm and human. He turned, bewilderment in those android human-looking eyes. He smiled at her, rather nervously, she thought. "Yes?" "Nothing," she said. "Nothing at all." She drew her hand away and stared straight ahead. It was wrong, she thought suddenly. It was the wrongest thing she had ever done in her life. She knew that with sudden clarity. All the money in the universe would not be worth the life of this human beside her. Yes, that was it. Android or not, he was as human as anyone she had ever known. The loudspeaker hummed briefly, and a voice said, "In 30 seconds we will enter subspace. All passengers will remain seated until the changeover is complete." The voice repeated the message, and Sylvia thought frantically, "We'll be on our way to Arcturus, and somewhere along the line the stranger will kill George." "Sit down," George cried, pushing at her. "We're going into subspace." "I've got to see somebody," she said, struggling. "It can wait," George insisted. She went limp as she heard the whine of the motors deep down within the spaceship. "Yes," she said. "Yes, I suppose it will. But not too long." She didn't know when, or even how, but each moment might be George's last. She braced herself involuntarily as the whine rose to the threshold of inaudibility. A sudden rumbling came. The spaceship shook, the walls twisting as though grasped by a giant's hand. The room tilted precariously. A woman screamed. "Something's gone wrong," George shouted. He grabbed Sylvia's hand. "Attention, all passengers." A frantic voice came from the loudspeaker. "Prepare to abandon ship. Put on emergency spacesuits and go to life craft assigned you. There is no immediate cause for alarm. There is time enough for all to reach safety if instructions are obeyed. Above all, remain calm. Calls for help are going out." Sylvia was dimly aware that George had pulled her spacesuit from the overhead locker and was trying to stuff her into it. Thank goodness, she thought. It was like a miracle, this happening. Now, neither of them would go to Arcturus, and the stranger's plans would be delayed until she had time to cancel them. "I'm okay," she insisted, fumbling with the rest of her suit. "Put yours on." "We're going to be killed!" a man shouted near them. He scrambled down the aisle toward the exit. George hit him, and the man staggered, looking like a small boy punished for breaking a window. Then he began sobbing, and someone led him away. The ship shuddered again, and the walls protested with the grating of metal. Sylvia staggered, but her husband's arm shot out to steady her. A voice from the loudspeaker said, "Attention, all passengers, prepare to abandon ship. The following persons will proceed to emergency exit 1. Please be orderly. There is enough time and enough room." He read off a list of 6 names. "I hope we're together," George said. I've changed my mind about something." Sylvia felt a surge of pleasure. He wasn't going to get the divorce after all. She didn't stop to analyze her feeling, but she hoped it wasn't selfish. "The following passengers," the loudspeaker announced, "will go to emergency exit 2. George listened carefully, and at their names said, "That's us." He took her by the arm. "Better put your helmet in place. There might be a leak." She nodded, flipping it over her head the way he did, placing the faceplate open so she could talk without using the radio. The way he seemed concerned over her made her feel ashamed she had plotted his death. And yet, at the same time, it made her feel glad that they had come to some silent understanding in time. He led the way down the aisle and into the corridor that led to exit 2. They passed into the life craft, a miniature spaceship, and sat down to wait. There were 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman. The pilot came in last, helmet off, and sat at the controls. "We're leaving the ship now," he warned, and pressed several studs. Sylvia stared at the pilot. "George," she said, gripping her husband's arm. The pilot was the stranger who was going to kill George. "We'll be all right," George assured her. The small life craft trembled as its rockets blasted them with sudden acceleration into space. In seconds, they were many miles beyond the Arcturus Queen. The woman was pale and frightened. One of the men stared through a porthole. "Look at it back there," he exclaimed. "It looks like it's going to—" "Attention, all lifecraft pilots," a loudspeaker said. "Rendezvous at a point within 1,000 yards of lifecraft number 1. Distress signals have been sent to the outer planets of Sol, and help will arrive shortly. Follow this beam." The message was repeated and then replaced by a humming sound. The pilot switched off the sound. George said, "Hadn't you—" and then he stopped. The pilot got up from his seat. There was a gun in his hand. "The signal won't be necessary," he said calmly. "None of you aboard this ship will be rescued." Sylvia bit her lip, hesitating. Then she said, "I've changed my mind. The deal's off." The man smiled. "A contract is a contract, Mrs. Bennet," he said. "Besides, we've gone too far now with plans to turn back." George was staring at her in disbelief. "Sylvia, you mean that you—" "I'll explain later," she told him. "The time for explanations," the man said, "is right now. There will be no later for any of you. What your wife means, Mr. Bennett, is just what you suspect. And what your husband is trying to say, Mrs. Bennett, is that he arranged a similar contract with me as did these other people." Sylvia felt a chill pass through her at the words. George, she thought. George was planning to... "I was desperate," George cried beside her, his eyes pleading. "I was afraid that once we got a divorce, you'd tell them about me. But I couldn't go through with it, Sylvia. That's what I meant when I said I'd changed my mind." She listened numbly. "An interesting situation." The man smiled. "But it's much too late for anybody to change his mind. At your deaths, the organization will collect 10% of your insurance benefits, plus the insurance covering passengers killed as a result of a spaceship explosion." "Spaceship explosion?" one of the male passengers said, coming out of a lethargy. "But there's been no—" "Look!" another cried, pointing to a porthole. They looked, and the Arcturus Queen burst into flame, erupting with a great soundless explosion that sent metal splinters flying in all directions. The man smiled again, a smile of satisfaction, of knowing his plans were ripening. "The Arcturus Queen was insured by the owner, who needed money. We take 10% from him, a nominal fee considering the risk involved." "And what of us?" one of the men passengers demanded. The man shrugged. "Each of you is married to someone who prefers your insurance money to your companionship. Not a very satisfying thought, is it?" The woman began to cry softly. "You'll never get away with this," another one of the men said, fists clenching. "Can you think of any reason why not?" the man said, fondling the weapon in his hand. "I can't," Sylvia thought. "George and I aren't getting caught in our own traps if I can help it. If I can only tilt the ship, get him off balance." Slowly, she edged toward the control panel, signaling George with a careful nod of her head. George caught the signal, and she could see him tense. "We're wasting time," the man said, a trifle impatiently. He readied the gun. "If there are no last questions..." Sylvia made a sudden thrust for the control panel. The man whirled, cursing, and brought the gun to bear on her. But George was on him, gripping the man by the throat. The gun went off, and a searing blast of flame filled the lifecraft. "The wall!" someone cried. Sylvia looked up. The wall of the lifecraft hung suspended for a moment, like some great jigsaw puzzle where the gun's blast had struck it. And then it fell apart, blowing outward with the hurricane of the cabin's air leaping into space. Instinctively, Sylvia slammed shut the glass on her faceplate and tried to grab some solid support. But a giant hand lifted her from the floor and whisked her out into the blackness of the void. Weightlessness came with terrifying suddenness, and at first it was like falling through black, silent, endless waters. She tried to scream, but the sound refused to come out. She called George's name several times, and then remembered the radio and turned the activating knob. "George," she said, "I'm outside the lifecraft. Can you see me?" No answer came. Space was a velvet black out here, the stars gleaming points. She had no sensation of movement, but twisting her head in the helmet, she could see the lifecraft becoming smaller. Her heart sank with the knowledge that inertia was pulling her out farther and farther into space. "He's not coming after me," she thought suddenly, and the thought terrified her, made her throat suddenly tight. Even if he hears, he won't come. Around her, space drifted, dark, silent, limitless. Ahead, a great nebula glowed. "I'm sorry," she said slowly to herself. "I suppose I deserve it." "Probably." George's voice came in her helmet. "But I'm coming after you anyway. Everybody's okay on this end. except our insurance man who couldn't get his helmet on in time. It seems my hands were somehow in the way." Her heart leaped at his voice. "Do you still love me, George?" she asked. Somehow that mattered more than anything else. "I don't know," he said wearily. "I don't really know." "Can't we try again?" she pleaded. "I'm sick of trying," George said. Her heart sank. She drifted through space, watching the life craft bear down upon her. In a few seconds, it would be close enough so that the braking rockets— "George!" she cried. "You're coming too close. I'll be burned by the braking rockets." "Accidents happen," George told her. She screamed. The life craft turned aside then, and long fingers of flame shot past her from the forward tubes. The ship drifted alongside her then, and all jets were cut. She breathed sudden relief. "Thank goodness. For a few seconds there—" "It was a bad few seconds for both of us," George told her. "Don't tempt me again, Sylvia." He appeared at the gaping hole in the life craft, a rope in his hands. "I won't, George," she promised. "We'll try again. This time we'll really try." He tossed her the rope. She grabbed it and began the descent to the ship. When he pulled her inside, it was like being born again. And somehow, she knew this new life would be different. This has been Danger in the Void, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 15, written by Charles E. Fritch, narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Sleigh Ride, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 17, written by Winston Marks, narrated by Scott Miller. Frayne Lewis enjoyed another sadistic shiver as he moved up the narrow passageway to the captain's control room. To his flared nostrils, the warm, moist air of the small space freighter was still heavy with the smell of death. A psychiatrist could have told him that this was a neural confusion of olfactory sensation with the perverted emotional excitement of murder. But no physicians ever attended Frayne's murders, except at inquests. 3 crewmen, still warm, lay at their posts, with bloody splotches staining their tunic pockets. 2 more chores aboard, and his pay, fabulous pay, was earned. For Frayne, simple plans worked best. He rapped on the gray magnesium panel. "Your lunch, sir," he called. Inside, a solenoid thumped. The port slid aside, revealing the captain's square back, outlined against the white-sprinkled velvet of space. As the executive turned away from the transparent nose dome, Frayne's weapon spoke its final invitation to eternity. The captain's eyes clamped shut, and in the reduced gravity he buckled to the deck in slow motion. Then Frayne swore, as the dimly lighted astropit revealed another person. What was the navigator doing up here at this time of watch? The tall, uniformed second officer reacted, even as unbelieving horror swept his face. Shoving off from the bulkhead, Frayne dodged the officer's lunge with a quick sidestep, but the motion smashed the side of his curly head into a grip stanchion. His ears rang, and blood spurted from a forehead gash. In a cold rage, he watched his opponent recover and crouch for another spring. "Sucker, you could have died nice and easy. Now we shall see." With cruel deliberation, he slipped his finger off the trigger and waited for the spaceman's desperate dive. Up whipped the heavy hand weapon in a short, vicious arc that splintered jawbone with an almost crisp, wood-snapping sound. Swiftly, Frayne secured the cabin door. Then he went about binding the unconscious navigator with parts of his own uniform. When he was through, he stood for a moment, trying to orient himself in the hemispherical room. He compared it to a chart sketch provided him on Earth before he had stowed away in his special supply crate. Piracy! The word hissed into the silence with a quality of unbelieving. Frayne swung and saw that his victim had regained his senses. Yeah, piracy. Didn't think it could happen, did you? They told you space piracy was impossible, didn't they? You brutal, bestial, insane... The navigator broke off as his smashed jaw moved, in spite of his gritted teeth. Not insane, buddy. Just irritated. You caused me some trouble, see? I'm saving you, buddy. His hand came away from his face, palm out, and smeared with red. I'm saving you for later. He moved surely now, the details of location well in mind. A low-placed locker, when open, spilled out the gleaming, metallized spacesuit, which was prop number 1 in this stage play. A little nervously, Frayne fumbled with the unfamiliar garment. The officer watched with dull eyes as the killer prepared to don it. How many men alive back there? Subtract 3. That leaves 18, doesn't it? And you can write them off as soon as I get these pajamas on. Don't spill the air! For the love of Jupiter, don't spill the air! You have the ship. Why murder us all? Orders. I don't make them. I just carry them out. For money. Big money. That's why I'm here. I'm reliable. Besides, your men might break out and pester me. They're locked in their quarters. You mean you're alone? I'm your man, spaceboy, Frayne said, with flat boastfulness. He caught up a strange webbed garment of nylon yarn. What do you call this fishnet? It was in the suit locker. You wouldn't know about that, you earthbound slug. We call it spaceman's underwear. Didn't your buddies tell you about it? Frayne shrugged, started to discard it, and changed his mind. Better put it on me, I guess. I suppose it's pretty cold when the air goes out. Through twisted, motionless lips, the navigator told him, Very cold. Absolute cold. You won't live if you spill the air. Frayne said nothing. The spaceman watched the killer strip off his clothes, slip into the neck garment, and redress himself. Wool slacks snugged in at the ankles and belted tightly to a felt jacket with a tight, soft collar. Now he proceeded with the spacesuit. With enough air, a man can live for weeks in one of these, Frayne lectured, to dispel a depressed feeling of confinement as he tugged the bulky space garment up and fastened it around his neck. And I got plenty of air, see? He uncoiled the length of silicon plastic hose and plugged one end into the bubble helmet, the other into the wall valve of the control cabin. How do you intend to navigate this craft? The officer asked with honest curiosity. After a moment's reflection, Frayne could see no reason to conceal the procedure. He felt like talking. He had often talked to his victims before, foolishly, perhaps, but his victims had never lived to repeat the conversations, nor would this one. We'll be boarded in about 20 hours. They told me they couldn't trail too closely or your radar would have alerted you. They'll have their own crew to take over. Suppose they don't show up at all, the officer needled. They will. Don't you worry your silly little head over that. But if they don't, the prostrate man insisted. You know, when you blow the main valves, you can't close them again from the inside. You may have plenty of air for that suit, but how will you eat? Breathing is just one problem in a spacesuit. They'll be here inside of 20 hours, I told you. And you'll be dead. Why? Because they double-crossed you good. Sure, they'll get the fattest cargo this can ever carried, but your share of it will be a shove outside. You'll be just as damn dead as I'll be. How did they cross me up? A ghost of a smile distorted the swollen face that had once been lean and handsome. Find out, he said simply. In spite of himself, Frayne checked back on his procedure, purposely or otherwise. Could they have left out some essential step in order to reduce the number of splits on the cargo? He ticked off the steps of his project and could find no reasonable omission. Carefully, he fitted on the bubble, opened the oxygen valve, and made the meter read what they had told him. The hiss told him he was getting gas, but surprisingly, there was no perceptible motion of air in the helmet. Clever inlet baffles prevented the chilly drafts that had plagued pioneer spacemen with head colds and sneezes. He was sweating already, but, he reflected, it wouldn't do any harm to store up a little body heat against the hours of this absolute zero they talked about. He checked the chronometer, which he'd strapped to the wrist of his suit. "Right on time," he shouted, in order to be heard through the plastic bubble. His bulky hand paused clumsily on the master air outlet valve switch. He raised his other arm in a derisive farewell gesture. "Quick frozen space punks," he shouted. "Get them cheap from Frayne Lewis, wholesale trigger man." He laughed hoarsely as he jabbed the switch. The sound of air rushing from vents never intended to be opened in space screeched a shrill requiem, even through the thick-covered helmet. As the sound grew fainter, his suit bulged out and threw him off balance. He toppled over and landed face down on the dying navigator. For one grisly second, the swollen, contorted face with bulging eyes glared at him. Then he rolled away in a convulsed panic that ripped his air hose from its connection. The hiss stopped, and almost instantly his rapid respiration fouled the air of his tiny headspace. Frantic, mitted hands fought the slender hose back over the nipple, struggled with the safety clamp, and once again the sweet air dribbled into his lungs. He realized now there must have been an automatic valve in the air inlet, which had held his pressure until the connection was remade. With a trace of new respect for the breed of spacemen, he wondered about the poor fools who had suffered and died to provide the improvements of this self-contained bit of Earth environment. He was now the only living speck of life on the desolated craft he had betrayed to the frigid airlessness of space. Frigid? The exertion had sweat running down his face so freely that his snug neckband was soaked already. His hand came up and wrapped the bubble in an unconscious, futile motion intended to rub out the salty sweat from his stinging eyes and tortured head wound. Strange. The cold was not penetrating at all. Even at the several points where his body and limbs made contact with the distended spacesuit, no sensation of coolness struck through. His feet were moist and hot on the heavy cork soles. He stared briefly at the two bodies near his feet. They were beyond explaining anything. The smell of death came back to his nostrils. Right through his helmet? There was no smell out there. The smell was in here, with him. Power of suggestion? The navigator had said he would die. Sure, a safe statement. Nobody lived forever. But he'd lived long enough to enjoy his cut of this little deal. His cut. The officer had said it would be a shove out into space. The death smell. His own death, perhaps. He laughed softly, and the sound of his voice thudded back to his ears like the intimate murmurings of a stethoscope. It was intimate in here. Every little whisper of breath he took rustled loudly. Deliberately, he cleared his throat and coughed. The sound was almost metallic. It hurt his ears. Mingled with the tepid moisture of his own breath was the faint odor of the powerful desiccant that ringed the base of the helmet. His eyes dropped to the row of tiny dials set just within eye range under his chin. Suit pressure, okay. Oxygen, okay. Humidity, the needle lay right on the red line. Well, when he stopped sweating from his scare, that should drop off. Body temperature, 101. 101? 98 plus, he remembered from upper school hygiene, was normal. Over 100 was not so good. Sit down, Frayne. Relax. Get your breathing slowed down. Cool off. He took the captain's comfortable chair before the low control panel. He stared out into the incredible blackness of space, out where not the tiniest diffusion from the starlight eased the utter darkness between constellations. Somewhere in the ship's electrical generation system, a moving part, brittle with the cold and contracted within its bearing, vibrated briefly and shattered. The control room twilight flared and died out into a shadowless night. Frayne had the sensation of being projected out among the stars. Loneliness pushed in on him. He realized, cynically, that even the two corpses had been better than this isolation. After a moment, his pupils expanded so widely that the stars seemed to grow larger, rushing in to meet the plunging spaceship. The luminous needles and dial faces of his helmet instruments became glaring little lanterns. Everything normal except humidity, slightly over the red line, and temperature. Temperature, 102.5, he read. He wished fervently that he hadn't put on that last garment. Spaceman's underwear, it was called. Or maybe it would have been better to... An uneasy thought crept into the back of his head, and he strained his smarting eyes down at the temperature gauge. In only a minute or two, it had advanced 1/10 of a degree to 102.6. Now his breath rasped more rapidly as he gasped more oxygen. Pressure was down slightly. He moved to the valve and adjusted it. On an impulse, he opened it wide for a second. The pressure needle pegged, his ears popped, but no coolness came from the baffled intake. He normalized the pressure again. The hose must be double-walled, he thought. The air should have at least had the coolness of its own expansion. He wiggled inside his sweat-sopping clothes. Why didn't the perspiration dry off and cool him? The answer came with uncomfortable clarity. Where could the body moisture go? Where, for that matter, could the body heat go? Temperature, 102.9. Frayne Lewis was no coward, but his hands began plucking nervously at the spacesuit. The previously tough folds of shiny, impermeable fabric were now distended into rock-like rigidity. He stood up suddenly, and his feet squished in his sandals. The sweat was a puddle up over his toes. He was getting weak and thirsty, very thirsty. He felt he must have no more water in him. He stood in a trance-like state for minutes, staring blindly into the heavens. His mind wouldn't work right. He hurt. He itched. He craved water, gallons of it. Then he stopped sweating. He had been deliberately keeping his eyes off the temperature dial, forcing his mind away from a problem he didn't understand, when he felt his face go dry. The caked streaks of salt made his skin feel stiff and itchy. Temperature, 104.3. Frayne now knew he was sick. At that rate of increase, he couldn't last much longer. His head was buzzing, and the fantasies of fever were flashing lights across his bleared vision. He strove to fight off the hallucinations. He focused his eyes on the dim-faced chronometer and realized with a start that he had endured over 3 hours of his vigil. Perhaps he could last out. Whatever the fever was, it must ease off sometime. He staggered to the oxygen control, eased it open to full again, and watched the temperature needle for minutes. He became dazed. Then his eyes came alive again, and he stared. Temperature, 104.5. His hands drifted listlessly to the control again. This time he throttled it down, below normal pressure. Slowly, slower than the minute hand of a watch, the needle climbed on. Why? Why? His swollen tongue licked at dry lips. He couldn't swallow anymore. Around his neck, a salty puddle burned a ring of itching hellfire. He choked down more on the air valve. It didn't make sense to him. But if more oxygen raised his temperature faster, then less should do the opposite. At 104.5, a man doesn't always think straight. At first, his heart pounded loudly in protest. His breathing became quick and shallow. With staring, grateful eyes, he watched the needle settle 1/10 of a degree and stay there. The mental relief was almost overwhelming. Had there been moisture left in his tear ducts, Frayne would have cried. But now, with the strained concentration gone, he became fuzzy. He slipped in and out of consciousness, and dead faces began drifting past his eyes. This wouldn't do. He had one more job left. He looked at his chronometer. In another 8 minutes, he must throw the drive lever and kill all acceleration. The pirate ship's orbital prediction was based on this timed interruption of the freighter's drive. So much as 2 minutes off, he had been impressed, would make their search hours longer since they were approaching from the rear at an angle. He sagged into the pilot's chair again. But sitting down was no good. Instantly the ghost faces began their parade, and the death smell, mingled with the saturated desiccant's rank stink, threatened to strangle him. The bellyful of rations he had force-fed himself to sustain him the 20 hours of waiting pressed heavily against his heaving diaphragm. He gained his feet, stood with his hand on the fuel lever control, and stared fixedly at his chronometer. 2 minutes. The navigator's swollen face, eyes bulging, stared into his helmet. "Get out of my way. Got to see my watch. Get—" He brushed at the phantom, as if it were a cloud of gnats. He was confident now. The temperature gauge showed his body heat to be constant at 104.4. 30 seconds now, and he could give himself over to his fevered dreams. 20 seconds. The broken-jawed image persisted mistily. But now the face was repaired. It was the young, tense face before he had crushed it with his blaster. It had that hard, determined look on it. The fire in his body swept up into his brain. The bodiless image spoke softly. "You're going to die. You are going to move the fuel control the wrong way. You can't remember which way they said to move it. It isn't marked. You can't remember." "Yes, I can." The chronometer said 12 seconds. "You made one mistake. You put on your clothes over the spaceman's underwear. Your body heat can't escape. Your brain is burning up. You can't remember about the lever. You will move it the wrong way." "So what? Then I'll move it the other way," Frayne screamed. The tiny clock zeroed. Frayne pressed the lever away from him. That was the way to stop any Earth vehicle. Pressure forward on the air brake pedal. He shoved hard. The rockets roared out full blast far behind him. The building acceleration caught him and flung him stumbling back against the bulkhead. Then the firing took on complete departure blast rate. Pinned like a butterfly specimen, 8 Gs smashed Frayne Lewis's spacesuit against the metal wall. Lewis, being free inside the suit, was pressed hard against the interior of its backside. The cold he had been seeking struck through the wet felt lining in his exterior clothes. The thickly corded spaceman's underwear delayed the frost momentarily, but then the sweat froze. The death smell seized his throat. Dimly he knew what was happening, but he felt only heat. The sear of an automatic furnace burning his shoulders, buttocks, leg calves through into his spine. The heat, the terrible sear of space cold. This has been Sleigh Ride, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 17. Written by Winston Marks. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. As Lore for Your Trouble. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 14. Written by Mac Reynolds. Narrated by Scott Miller. I was sitting on the cot in the little room at the rear of my hangar garage, where I keep my equipment and most of my trophies, and cleaning my 257 Roberts, when the knock came at the door. It was a sharp, decisive knock. Then the door opened, and I saw Wesley Marks for the first time. It didn't excite me. He said, "Mr. Napoleon Prescott?" I began to say, "Everybody calls me Nap," but then I didn't. There was something about this guy that didn't click with me. Say what you will against snap judgments, I still take my love at first sight and enmity often the same way. For one thing, he gave me the impression of looking for trouble. He was about 6'2", and he had what he obviously thought was an aristocratic face. His nose was the type that used to be called Roman and looked like it'd be a honey to punch. He was dressed like a million, which didn't particularly impress me either. I'm on the rugged side myself, red-headed and homely to boot. He took in the rifle I was cleaning, and his eyebrows went up questioningly. "Collector?" he asked. Somehow or other, he managed to put over the impression that he thought I didn't have the intellect to have a hobby. "Not exactly," I told him. "This is a tool, not a collector's item." There was almost a laugh in his voice now. "You mean you use that relic in your work?" I put the gun down, told myself to take it easy, then said, "They've made a lot of developments in weapons since this rifle was popular. But it still has advantages on certain types of jobs. For instance, if I was after a Kodiak bear up in the Alaska National Park," he snorted, "I'd take a bazooka rifle to be sure who came out on top." "Sure you would," I told him, "and there wouldn't be enough bear left to feed your dogs. I usually work for a zoo or a museum. They either want the animal alive or in good mounting condition. I admit that they've got guns now that one man can carry that'd sink one of the old-time battleships. Okay, but in my line, I seldom need one." He didn't like my tone of voice, but he dropped the point and began looking around for a place to sit. I hadn't asked him to sit down, and I didn't now. I said, "Was there something I could do for you?" "I wanted to hire you for a rather lengthy period," he told me. "I'm all booked up for the next 6 months. This is something rather special." It always is when somebody wants you to cancel a job with a regular client. He didn't like me any better than I liked him, that was obvious. He said, "This comes under the heading of work for the government." I told him, "There are other professional hunters, some of them nearly as good as I am." The last was sarcastic. "Possibly better," he said, "but none of them are your size." I could feel my face approaching the color of my hair at that one. "Keep my size out of it," I snapped. I indicated with a thumb a little statuette on my desk. The guy my mother named me after was pint-sized too. He got along all right. He looked over at Bonaparte. He said. "Napoleon was a big name once, but he's only a bust now." "Listen," I told him, "you're asking for a bust yourself. Why don't you run along? I'm busy." He ignored me, found a chair that had nothing but a few magazines on it, tossed them to the floor, and sat down. "Your name was brought up because you're the smallest professional hunter on Earth. It'd save a few thousand credits in getting you to Mars and back." That stopped me. "What in Kurt are you talking about?" I growled. "The government wants a specimen, at least one, of Azlor." "A what?" "Azlor," he repeated. "A small Martian animal." I scowled at him. "And just why does the government want Azlor?" "That's a secret." "Okay, I'll tell you another secret. Somebody else can catch the government as lure. I've never been off Earth, and I haven't any particular hankering to go now. I picked up the 257 Roberts again and reached for my oil can. He got to his feet, something just this side of a sneer on his face, and said, "I doubt if you could have got one anyway." I said easily, "If anyone else could catch it, I could." He reached for the doorknob. "I'd lay 1,000 credits against that," he said. He began to leave. "Wait a minute, buddy," I snapped. "Are you just sounding off, or have you got 1,000 credits you don't care what happens to?" He turned and faced me. "I am willing to wager 1,000 credits that you can't capture Azlor." "How big are they?" "About the size of a rabbit." I glowered at him. "They very fast, or very poisonous, or what?" He shrugged. "They can't run as fast as a common Terran hare, and I understand they're quite gentle." "Then why haven't they been captured?" "Among other things, Napoleon." He rolled my name over his tongue as though he got a big laugh from it. "There have been only a few hundred persons in all that have gone to Mars. Few of them, to my knowledge, have been interested in the life forms there. The expense of freight in space is much too high for Terran zoos to transport Martian life forms, particularly alive. Considering the cost of duplicating in the spacecraft the living conditions necessary to—" "All right," I snapped. "Just a minute." I picked up the visiphone and dialed rapidly. In seconds, Jerry Mason's friendly pan lit up the screen. "Listen, Jerry," I said, "have you ever heard of a Martian's lore?" His eyebrows went up. "Sure, what? Are they particularly fast?" "No, of course not, but are they dangerous?" He grinned, but he was still puzzled. "I'd say they were about the least dangerous animal I ever heard of, but Nap, just one more question, Jerry. I'm in a hurry. Do you think I could catch one?" "I can't think of anything you could catch easier." He started to give one of his short bursts of laughter. "But thanks, Jerry," I told him. "See you later." I snapped off the set and turned back to Wesley Marks. "All right, answer just one question, and I'll take up that bet of yours. What's secret about this?" "If I tell you, you'll take on the job?" "The job and the 1,000-credit bet," I grated. "Very well. It is suspected that the Zlor is an alien life form." I stared at him. "Are you around the corner?" I demanded. "Of course it's an alien life form. Didn't you just say it's a Martian animal?" But some authorities think it is alien to this solar system. At least they suspect so. That's why the government wants a specimen to dissect and thoroughly investigate. They haven't the facilities on Mars, of course, so it will be necessary to bring one back here." I still stared at him. "Alien to the solar system? Your roof must be leaking. How would it get here?" A sudden suspicion hit me. "You mean it's intelligent? I thought there wasn't any intelligent life forms on Mars." He shook his head. "It's a stupid herbivorous animal." He shot a glance down at his watch. "The shuttle for the space station leaves in 3 hours. Can you make it?" I glared at him. "You give me plenty of time, don't you?" "I'll make it all right. But first, I want this bet down in writing." "Of course," he said smoothly. I had to hustle plenty. The Zlor wasn't any bigger than a rabbit, and I knew that life forms on Mars were in general small, so I took nothing larger than my little carbine-sized .22 Hornet, another gun that Wesley Marks probably would have sneered at, but which I wouldn't have traded for all the automatics you could shake a stick at. I didn't take much else, no clothes except the shorts I wore when I climbed into the shuttle rocket for the space station. When Mark said freight rates in space were high, he just wasn't whistling. Terra forever. I could buy clothes and any other equipment I needed a good deal cheaper on Mars than the cost of transporting them there would come to. For one thing, when anybody left the colony planet to come back to Terra, they invariably left behind everything in the way of clothing and personal equipment. For another, a certain amount of these things were being manufactured on Mars from native raw materials in an attempt to escape the murderous space rates. After the 4G's acceleration had cut off and we were in freefall, I took the opportunity to read the contract I'd hurriedly signed with Wesley Marks. On thorough reading, the contract didn't seem too bad. All my expenses to and from Mars were paid by Marks. I also got 5 credits a month in the way of salary. No fortune, but average pay for a Terran worker. If I caught a Zlor and brought it back alive, I got a 500 credit bonus. If I brought 2 back alive, a 700 credit bonus. If I brought a dead one back, I got a 300 bonus. Wesley Marks didn't seem to be interested in getting more than 1 dead one, since there wasn't any provision for a larger number. He'd given me to understand that this job was for the government, but from the way the contract read, I was working for the Marks Enterprises. That irritated me for a minute or so, but I finally shrugged it off. He probably had a government contract to secure one of the things. I still couldn't figure out what his angle was, but I knew there must be one. Too much money was involved to make this a routine assignment such as I usually work on for the zoos. Evidently, Marks ran some sort of an expediting outfit which took on off-trail contracts. At this point, I might do a little in the way of describing my trip to the space station, which circles Terra, and is used as a takeoff point to Luna and the planets. I might go on and tell of my journey from there to the space station in orbit about Mars, and then, further still, of my shuttling down to Fort Mars and my first impressions of landing there, of the 1/6 gravity, the thin air, the plastic dome which covers the whole little city. But the trouble is that 100 people a lot quicker with a dictotyper than I am have already done the job. I'll just leave that part of it and take up with my first contact with my fellow Terrans on Mars. One of the old gags is to the effect that when Greek meets Greek, they start a restaurant. Okay, maybe. But I do know this, that when man in general starts up a new colony, one of the first buildings he puts up is a bar. At any rate, as soon as I was settled at the Built Less Hotel, the name, of course, is a gag, but the place lived up to it, I made my way to Sam's. Now, there's something that invariably happens to people who get around. It's happened to you if you're one of us. Maybe you're walking through the Congo Game Preserve, figuring there isn't another man, white or otherwise, within 100 kilometers. Suddenly, you run into another party and somebody yells, "Hello, Nap! What in Kurt are you doing here?" The last time you saw him was in San Francisco. Or maybe you're doing some solitary drinking in some obscure bar in Guatemala. The guy next to you looks over and says, "Say, aren't you Nat Prescott, the brother of—" And of course, you are. Well, that was it. I hadn't any more got up to the bar and told Sam, "Let me have some of this Martian wojie I've been hearing so much about," when I heard somebody yelp, "It's Nap! I'll be a grinning Macron if it isn't Nap." I turned around, and there was Mike Holliday, as big as life and twice as drunk. He waddled his bulk over to me. Mike always waddles when he's soused, from the table where he'd been sitting. "By the holy jumping Wodo," he crowed. "I'll bet my left arm you came to get his lore." I'd been grinning and holding out my hand to clasp his, but that stiffened me. He saw it and began to laugh uproariously. "Ha ha! Another joiner of the club," he yelped. "Come on over and meet your fellow members. You got one of them Wesley contracts, too?" That did it. I went over and met the boys. Mike Holliday wasn't the only acquaintance of mine in Fort Mars. In fact, it was like a convention of the outstanding professional hunters of Earth. They all shouted their greetings, some of them laughing so hard tears rolled down their cheeks. Evidently, they got a big kick every time a newcomer was added to their ranks. I shook hands with some, but most were too hilarious to go through the ceremony. Blackie Conover yelled, "I'll bet anybody 2-1 he brought a .22 Hornet to shoot himself as lore. 2-1. Do we look like suckers?" Mike yelled back at him. I sank into a chair and took it for a while. "I can wait," I growled at them. "Sooner or later, somebody'll get around to telling me what goes on." "He can wait," he says. Doughbelly yelped in delight. "Brother, he ain't just a whistling Terra forever. He can wait. Bring on the wojie. Start the initiation." I woke up in the morning in Mike Holliday's apartment. I groaned and told myself that I was sworn off of Woji for all time. I didn't know then that terracide liquor sold for 10 credits a bottle. Mike was grinning down at me. "You'll get used to Woji," he said. "I should live so long," I moaned. Then I sat up suddenly in the bed. "You guys wouldn't tell me anything last night," I said. He was still grinning. "That's part of the initiation into the Zlor Club. What do you want to know, Nap?" I swung my feet over the side of the bed and came to a sitting position. I groaned and shook my head in an attempt to clear it. "What are half the professional hunters I know doing on Mars?" He spun a chair around so that the back faced me and straddled it, his arms resting on the top rung. "Same thing you are, Nap, being suckers for that Macron Wesley Marks." I started to say something there, but he interrupted me with a wave of a hand. "This is what it boils down to. Marks has a contract with some branch of the government to bring back one or more Zlors. And don't ask me why he doesn't go out and catch one himself. He's tried." "He has, eh?" "Yeah, he has. Had a whole crew up here. What makes it nice for him is that he's on a cost-plus basis. If he never succeeds, it'll still be money in his pocket. If he does, he gets a whopping big bonus. Every time he sends another man up here to take a crack at getting his lore, he makes money. No doubt the way he told you the story, you'd think you were the only one trying." I snorted. He told me I'd been picked because I was the smallest pro hunter in the game. Mike Holliday grinned. "He picked me because I was so big. I could stand the rigors of life on Mars," he said. "Well, if it's a racket, why doesn't everybody go home on the next ship?" "Probably for the same reason you won't. That sharper made me so sore I bet him 500 credits I could catch his lore." "I bet him 1,000, I groaned. Mike whistled. "Where'd you ever get 1,000 credits, Nap?" "I broke into my piggy bank," I growled. "It's every cent I had in the world." "Well, we're all in the same boat. He made bets with all the boys. If we go back, we lose. As long as we stay here, we make 5 credits a month, plus expenses. And besides, all of us are just conceited enough to think we can figure out eventually how to get one of the things home." "Now we're getting to the point," I told him. "What's so hard about catching his lore?" He began to grin again. "Nothing," he said. "And that's all I'll tell you now. Go out and find the gruesome details yourself." I went over to the wash basin and filled the bowl and dipped my head into the water. I didn't say anything else to him until I dried myself and climbed into my clothes. "All right," I said then. "Where do I go to see about getting equipment and men for an expedition to the Zlor country?" He laughed. "All you need in the way of equipment is your feet. That is, besides a plastic oxygen mask when you leave the dome." He pointed out the window. "Just head for the nearest rocky area. There's lots of it. You won't have any trouble finding his lore. In fact, they're numerous. No natural enemies." I scowled at him. "What keeps them down, then?" "Insufficient forage, I guess. You'll see." I picked up my .22 Hornet rifle and started for the door. "No time like the present to—" I began to say. Mike was still grinning in the irritating manner he'd been displaying ever since the night before. "You won't need that gun," he told me. "I'll just take it along anyway," I snapped. After leaving the dome through one of the airlocks, I headed out onto the surface of Mars, weighted down with my leaded boots, standard equipment for cutting down some of the effect of the 1/6 gravity of the planet. Over to the westward, possibly 3 miles away, seemed to be a barren, rocky area. I knew that Mike Holliday wouldn't have deliberately lied to me. That was where his lures were to be found. I made my way in that direction. "About the size of a rabbit," I muttered, "and half the hunters on Earth can't bring one back." I made the rocky area and found myself a suitable prominence from which to look around. In less than 15 minutes, I'd spotted one of the things. They were about the size of a rabbit, all right, and what was more, they looked considerably like one of the Earth-type rodents. Long ears, nub of a tail. I watched it for some time through the small glass I'd borrowed from Mike. It was evidently eating the bark, and possibly the wood as well, of a stunted, rugged-looking Martian tree which seemed to be growing out of almost solid rock. The boys had said that there were a lot of Zlors around, so I didn't have to worry about conversion. I took up the rifle, aimed carefully through the scope, and squeezed the trigger. I was interested, eventually, in getting a live Zlor, but it wouldn't hurt to have a closer look at one of the things to help me in planning my campaign. The gun snapped, and I could see the tiny bullet spank into the little animal's side. I'd got him. But something didn't look right. I took up the telescope again and peered through it. The Zlor was still eating. That stopped me. I could have sworn that I'd hit it, right amidships. I aimed even more carefully this time, for its head, and squeezed gently. That shot, too, hit dead center. But the Zlor didn't bother to stop its feeding. I sat there a long time staring at it. Finally, I snorted inwardly. Obviously, this was what had been stopping the others. This animal had some very effective natural body armor. Well, there is more than one way of skinning a Zlor, as well as a cat. I picked up the rifle and headed down toward the tree and the animal that was devouring it, figuring to get as close as possible with the idea of getting a really good look at the bulletproof beastie. I wished now that I'd brought my .257 Roberts instead of the .22 Hornet. At first, I was careful in my approach, slipping from cover to cover. But as I got closer, it became evident that the Zlor wasn't particularly timid, and that as far as it was concerned, I could come as near as I wanted. I stood off about 5 feet and watched it for a long time. Once it looked up and over at me, but then went back to the tree in which it was making a respectable hole. I tried once again with the rifle, aiming carefully right behind its ear. The gun snapped, and the bullet thudded. But the Zlor ignored it. "Holy Wodo!" I snorted. "He's really bulletproof." In fact, he was more than just bulletproof. The shock of the impact of the high-powered .22 hadn't even bothered him. It wasn't just a matter of the bullet's inability to penetrate the hide. Well, I told myself, let's just see how close I can come before it runs off. I walked up to him cautiously. He didn't move. In my surprise, I even prodded him gently with my shoe. He still didn't move. He looked up at me again, his eyes a wistful yellowish color, then went back to his meal. I shook my head, wondering if I was still suffering from the effects of the Woji binge, or what. This was just too easy. Maybe it was a sick one or something. I reached down and grasped it by the ears and started to pick it up. Have you ever tried to pick up something and found out it either weighed considerably more or was fastened to the floor? That's what happened to me. With Martian gravity what it is, I figured I'd have a weight of possibly 1 Earth pound of lift. Instead, I nearly broke my back, and the Zlor still didn't budge. I put more pressure to bear, all my strength, and the Zlor complacently went on eating. Hands on hips, I stood above the rabbit-like animal and stared at it. Finally, I muttered, "More than one way to bring home a Zlor." And taking my gun by the barrel, I swung it viciously down at the gentle-looking little animal, feeling like a heel as I did it. I might have saved my feelings, because 2 seconds later, I was gazing wide-eyed at the shattered stock of my rifle, and the Zlor was still eating away at the tree. I tried just one more experiment before I called it a day. I put the rifle barrel under him and tried to pry him off the ground. The Zlor still ignored me, but the steel barrel bent under the pressure. The animal hadn't budged. Without knocking, I walked back into Mike Holliday's room. He was lying stretched out on the bed, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He didn't need to look at me. He said, "Nap, now you're a full-fledged member of the Zlor Club." "What does one of those things weigh?" I snapped. "Hey, redhead," he grunted, "don't take it out on me. I didn't invent them. Far as I know, nobody's ever weighed one. But it's been estimated that they go about 5 tons here on Mars, 6 times that on Earth. That's insane." "Sure is. That's why the government wants one so badly. Just isn't natural for such an animal to develop in the solar system, or anywhere else." He got up on one elbow and grinned over at me. "The theory is that it's a life form from some planet belonging to a white dwarf star. Some time ago, a guy named Adams at the Mount Wilson Observatory back on Earth estimated that the density of some of the white dwarfs was 2,000 times greater than platinum. I'm not much up on it myself." I scowled down at him. "How'd it get here?" He was serious now. "That's the reason the government wants one so badly, Nap. They want to get it to their laboratories and find out everything they can. There only seems to be one possibility, though." "What's that?" "If it is alien to the solar system and from a white dwarf's planet, it might have been brought here deliberately and left as a guinea pig." I began to say something there, but he held up a hand to stop me. "Possibly an exploring spaceship from the alien planet was looking for colony sites. When it got to our solar system, it left some of these animals with the idea of coming back in a few thousand years or so to see if the Zlors were able to adapt themselves to the conditions existing here." I ran my tongue over suddenly dry lips. "You mean that if the Zlors can live in our solar system, then these more intelligent aliens would figure they could use our sun system for a colonizing project?" He nodded. "Holy Wodo," I said. "No wonder they want some specimens to work on back on Earth." He relaxed again. "Well, at the rate we're going, it'll be a long time before Earth laboratories ever have the opportunity to mess around with our pal the Zlor." I got a chair and sat down facing him and said seriously, "Mike, brief me on what you and the other fellas have tried." "You don't have to ask. That goes with membership in the club." He grinned. "Among other things, we've tried building a steel box around one of them with the idea of putting wheels on it later." "That sounds good." "Uh-huh. The trouble was that when the Zlors felt like moving, he walked right through the side of the steel box like you or I'd walk through a wall of tissue paper." "How about poisoning one?" I rapped. "You could get a dead one back a lot easier than—" "They don't poison," he said. "And from what we can figure, they're practically immortal. We have never found a dead one." "What do you mean, they don't poison?" "Just that. Nap, that animal can eat anything organic and thrive on it. Evidently no poison that nature has ever produced affects it. At least none of us have been able to dream one up." "How about narcotics, something to dope it?" He shook his head. "To begin with, some of these Martian plants produce narcotic effects that make the products of our poppy look like food for babes. But the Zlor takes them in its stride. It's really got a cast-iron stomach. We've never been able to locate anything it won't eat and enjoy eating." I didn't say anything for a long time. Then, "A bazooka rifle would kill one." "Sure," he said, "and splatter it all around the scenery at the same time. The laboratories need a good specimen." There was another long silence. Finally I said, "Why in the name of Wodo don't they sink into the ground if they weigh as much as all that?" "They would, only they make a point of walking on rock. That must be one of the things that limits their spreading even more widely. They have to be able to forage on ground that supports very little vegetation." "You could lift one with a derrick." He said, "This is the 5th time I've been through this. Every guy that Wesley Mark sends up here asks the same questions. Sure, you could lift it with a derrick, if the derrick was big enough. Do you have any idea of what it'd cost to bring a derrick of that size to Mars? And that's not the only thing either. These lures are gentle as lambs, but they hate to be confined against their will. That derrick'd have to be some awfully strong equipment to keep the lure from breaking loose and ambling off. There's other angles there, too. Suppose your derrick did lift him into the shuttle. When you got the shuttle up to the space station, how'd you move this lure from the shuttle to the station, and then from the station to the rocket for Terra? He got up from the bed and went over to a little table to return with a bottle and a couple of glasses. He poured 2 drinks and handed me one. "Here," he said. "You look like you could use a quick one. Have a hair of the dog that's going to bite Kurt out of you before you ever leave Mars." I grated. I could stand the rest of it. But what burns me up is that Macron Wesley Marks. Here he is getting rich on the project. Besides what he makes from the government, he's bet every one of us so much that we'll all be out our life savings when we go back. "Brother Knapp, you have said it," Mike Holliday said feelingly. He tilted the glass to his lips and drank deeply. I was right behind him. It was more than 2 years later when I walked into the office of Wesley Marks. I noted with pleasure that he still looked as aristocratic as ever. "Ah," he said, "Mr. Napoleon Prescott. As I recall, the last time we met, you objected to my calling your namesake a bust. Don't tell me that we have an additional bust in—" I loved it. I loved every word of it, and he must have seen that I did. "What are you grinning about?" he barked. It was the first time I had seen his poise disturbed. "Frankie," I told him, "is at the spaceport right now. Johnny will be down on the next shuttle. As you can imagine, the shuttle was pretty well strained to capacity to bring even one at a time. It was no trouble in space, of course, since they were weightless in free fall, but entering the gravitational—" He put his hands on the top of his desk and half came to his feet. His eyes were wide. "Who are Frankie and Johnny?" I feigned surprise. "Frankie and Johnny are sweethearts. A couple of Zlors in this case. Remember? You sent me for them. I thought a male and a female would be best." He slumped back in his chair. "You aren't lying?" I didn't say anything. "How did you do it?" "With peach pits," I said. "Peach pits?" "Peach pits. They like apricot pits, too, and sometimes prune seeds." "What in the world are you talking about, Prescott? Have you lost your mind?" I opened the humidor on his desk, took out a cigar, smelled it, bit off the end, lit it, and took a deep puff before answering him. I settled down into a comfortable chair and pointed the lighted end of the cigar in his direction. Between one or the other of us, we had tried everything. Everything. I realized finally that it would have to be an entirely different approach. I took another satisfying drag on the cigar, then went on. I tried lettuce, cabbage, corn, string beans. Everything, in fact, that the hydroponic tanks on Mars could supply in the way of Earth-type food. None of it worked. "What in hell are you talking about?" Marks blurted. I ignored him. Finally, it came to me. Lettuce and the other vegetables I offered would be too light for them. I tried walnut hulls and then peach pits, and that worked like a charm. "You must be insane." "You don't seem to understand, Marks," I told him. "There was no other way of getting us lore on board an Earth-bound rocket. So I made pets of a couple of them. They love peach pits. Regular delicacy for them," I added reflectively. "You'd be surprised how well-trained I've got Frankie and Johnny. I'll hate to give them up." I tapped the ash of the cigar off on his heavy carpet and said, "However, business is business. Let's see, by our contract, you owe me 5 credits for each month I've been gone, plus a 700 credit bonus for bringing back 2 live lores. Then there's that 1,000-credit wager we made." He snapped on his inter-office communicator and growled instructions to his secretary to find whether or not I had brought back 2 live Zlors in the Mars rocket. We sat there silently while she checked. I puffed on the cigar with appreciation and dropped the ashes pointedly on the floor. He was irritated, but wouldn't give me the satisfaction of complaining. I knew I was being childish, but I loved it. The inter-office communicator buzzed and he listened to his secretary's report, then reached down into his desk for a checkbook. He said while he was writing it, "I'm sure you'll be pleased to know, Prescott, that in spite of this sum I'm giving you, I'll still make a considerable profit on this deal." I took the check and examined it carefully. I told him, but I wouldn't be very surprised if a good deal of that profit is going to be melting away. "Eh? What do you mean?" he snapped. I told him, "The other boys up on Mars are still well equipped with peach pits. They're all making pets, too. The next few rockets from Mars are going to be loaded with Zlors, Wesley, old man. You're going to have a flock of bets to pay off, and besides that, I'm wondering if the government is going to want that many Zlors. As I understand it, 2 is all that they contracted for with you. Of course, you'll have to pay the boys for them." He didn't say anything as I left, fanning the check to dry it, but he looked as though he'd met his Waterloo. This has been A Zlor for Your Trouble. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 14. Written by Mac Reynolds. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. The Alien Dies at Dawn. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 23. Written by Alexander Blade. Narrated by Scott Miller. There was a scream of tortured air over the Mojave spaceport as a 2-man starship dropped on its hot jets toward the wide cement alloy landing field. It slowed and settled gently to the ground. Before the faint wisps of smoke had time to dissipate, the airlock door opened, and a big, broad-shouldered man got out. He dropped lithely to the ground and started off across the field at a quick trot. He nearly bowled over a field attendant who had been coming toward him. "Hey," the surprised attendant said, "don't you want your ship checked?" "Don't have time," Kendall Stone called back, as he continued running toward the customs office. He glanced at his watch. 1800. 12 hours till dawn. 12 hours. Kendall Stone gritted his teeth and doubled his pace. He was in a super-plus top-level hurry. He'd practically burned a hole in the vacuum between Earth and Mars, trying to get to Mojave on time. 12 hours. At dawn, Galth of Rastall would die in the execution chamber for the crime of murder, and it was up to Kendall Stone to stop it. He opened the door to the main lounge of the spaceport building and pushed his way through the thick, jostling crowd, moving slowly toward the customs office. He hardly noticed the people he shoved aside. There was only one thought in his mind. I've only got 12 hours. Personally, Stone didn't give an octangle damn about Galth. He didn't even know the Rastolian personally, had never heard of him until a short time ago. But if Galth of Rastall died, so would 1,000 others. The human colony on Rastall 3 would be wiped out in reprisal, including, Stone thought bitterly, the wife and 2 sons he had left behind to go on this purchasing trip. The customs office was in sight now. He threaded his way through the mob. Just before he reached the door, he was almost pushed off balance by a squat, chubby little man who steadied him, apologized profusely, and went on his way. Scowling angrily, Stone stepped inside the customs office. A hard-faced man in uniform sat behind the broad desk, looking up at him boredly. "Yes, I have a cargo of Martian Valdone aboard my ship, and I want to report it," Stone said. The official nodded. "Do you have the import permission papers?" Kendall shook his head. "I don't intend to import the stuff to Earth. I'm just stopping over here until I can get some very important business cleared up. But Valdone is a dangerous drug, and I simply wanted to report the fact that I have 100 kilograms of it aboard my ship." "I see," said the official, making a note on a mini-pad. "We'll have to put a seal on the ship until you are ready to take off again." "That's perfectly all right," Kendall agreed. Anything would have been all right, as long as it didn't take too much of the precious time remaining before dawn. The official extended his hand. "Your papers, please." Kendall reached inside his jacket pocket for the small booklet of identification papers. An icy shiver ran down his back. The booklet was gone. "What's the matter?" the official asked. "My ID booklet is gone. I put it in my jacket just before I left the ship. I must have lost it on my way over here." "If that's the case, someone will return it," the customs official said. "It's of no use to anyone else. We'll send out a call for it. Meanwhile, I'm afraid you'll have to remain inside the spaceport." Kendall scowled. "Of all the lousy, time-wasting pieces of red tape," he thought. He felt trapped by bureaucracy. He didn't have time to waste hanging around the spaceport tonight. "We'll also ask for confirmation over the subradio," said the official. "What is your home planet?" "Restall 3, near Deneb." "Very well. Even if we don't find your ID booklet, we can give you a temporary pass if you are identified from Rastall by subradio." Stone felt a cold trickle of perspiration forming on his forehead. "That's going to take nearly 24 hours, he objected. "Isn't there a faster way?" The official shook his head and shrugged, the timeless gesture of all bureaucrats. "I'm afraid not. Not unless we find your ID booklet." Like a caged tiger, Kendall Stone paced the administration area of the spaceport for an hour, hoping doggedly that the ID booklet would turn up somewhere out on the field. But an hour later, there was still no sign of the booklet, and Stone felt himself growing desperate. The glowing ball of Sol had already set behind the western horizon. Night had fallen, the night whose end would bring the death of Galth of Rastall, and of 1,000 innocent, unsuspecting colonists. Stone stared at the polychrome hues of the sunset for a long minute, clenched his fists, and made his decision. There was only one thing to do. He strolled quietly around the spaceport, looking for a way out. There were none which were unguarded. Earth didn't like unwanted or unauthorized colonists sneaking in on them. Finally, he chose one of the smaller gates at random and walked up to the guard. The sign over the gate said, "Official personnel only." Kendall walked straight up to the guard as though he had every right in the galaxy to go through the gate. The man looked up at him unsuspiciously, as though waiting for Stone to produce his ID booklet. Kendall kept walking toward him, putting his hand inside his jacket and fumbling around as though searching for the booklet. "Must be here someplace," he murmured, as he came within earshot. When he was within 3 feet of the unsuspecting guard, Stone withdrew his hand and swung his fist in a hard, short arc, which landed crunchingly on the point of the guard's chin. The man staggered and groped groggily for his gun. "No, you don't," Stone said quietly. He sent another driving fist into the guard's solar plexus, and the man folded up like an empty potato sack. Stone caught him before he hit the ground. "Sorry, pal," he whispered, "but I've got work to do." He lowered the guard gently to the ground. The sudden shrill blast of a whistle broke the twilight silence somewhere to his left. Someone had seen the attack. Kendall didn't wait for further discussion. He ran at top speed through the gate and into the gathering darkness beyond. 15 minutes later, he was in Mojave City. The city, which had grown up around the spaceport, was a sprawling, busy place. Stone headed straight into the heart of town. He stopped in at the first store he met, and before the shopkeeper could say anything, he burst out with, "I'm in a hurry, friend. Can you tell me how to get to the governor?" The merchant, a small, pale man wearing a greasy apron, smiled and said, "You won't be able to get to him easily, my good sir. You'll have to see his secretary. It's the way it's done." "All right, where's his secretary to be found?" Stone barked. He received full directions on how to reach the secretary's residence and snapped a "thanks" and left. It was a short trip by bus, but Stone decided to walk. Walking would work off some of the nervous energy that was accumulating in him, making him tense and keyed up. He reviewed the situation bitterly as he strode through the brightly lit streets. The Rastolians were a peculiar race. They looked something like reptiles walking on their hind feet, but they had warm blood and were mammalian in several respects. The government of Earth knew that much about them. What the government didn't seem to know much about was the Rastolian moral code. The Rastolians did not believe that any government had a right to kill one of its citizens. Even murder could be punished only by life imprisonment. Usually, though, a Rastolian convicted of murder was simply given a gun with one shot in it and left alone in his cell. Regardless of how despicable his crime may have been, no Rastolian was so completely without honor that he would refuse to take the proper steps to punish himself. Galth of Rastall had been convicted and condemned. He had, the jury found, murdered an Earthman in cold blood over a gambling dispute. But if Earth sent him to the execution chamber, his fellow beings, outraged over the injury and the insult to their way of life, would take steps to avenge him. And that would be the end of the small colony of humans on Rastall 3. Stone thought of his wife, who looked much too young to be the mother of 2 children, who looked as fresh and desirable as she had the day Stone had married her. She would perish with them, his sons, his home. He shook his head bitterly. The tragedy could be averted if he could reach the governor's secretary, if he could convince the secretary that there must be a stay of execution. The government had to allow Galth of Rastall the chance to kill himself, in accordance with his people's customs. He glanced up at the street sign. This was the street. It was a quiet residential block, lacking the fluorescent street lamps of the business district. He saw the house and headed for it. As he started up the long walk toward the house, 2 figures stepped out of the shadows. "Put up your hands, Mr. Stone," said the taller of the 2. "The secretary wants to see you." Stone frowned puzzledly, but made no resistance. He didn't care to argue with a naked gun, and they were taking him where he was heading anyway. He raised his hands and folded them behind his head, and let them march him up the concrete pathway. The secretary was a heavy-set, heavy-jowled man, with a smile on his lips and a calculating look in his eyes. He sat comfortably in an overinflated pneumo chair, smoking a cigar. "Well, Mr. Stone," he said, eyeing Kendall coldly, "may I ask you why you broke away from the spaceport? That is a serious offense, you know." Stone moistened dry lips. "I know, Mr. Secretary, but it was an emergency. I lost my ID booklet, and I had to get to see you before it was too late." The secretary ignored that. "What is your business, Mr. Stone?" he asked, narrowing his eyes penetratingly. "Why have you come from Rastall 3? "I came to pick up 100 pounds of Martian Valdone," Stone explained. "We use it on Rastall 3 to make antivirotic drugs in combination with extracts from Appler's weed. The weed only grows on 2 planets, Rastall 3 and Vescalor 9. The secretary grinned complacently, but did not say anything. Stone began to sweat. "While I was on Mars, I heard that the Rastolian native Galf was to be executed, so I came here to ask the governor to stay the execution." He went on to explain in detail what would happen if Galf were to be executed. When he finished, he stared at the secretary, searching the man's face for some sign of interest. "Would you phone the governor and tell him what I've just told you?" he asked hoarsely. "I'm afraid we can't do anything like that on the word of an unidentified man, Mr. Stone," the secretary said calmly. "As soon as your identification comes through." "But that'll be too late. Can't you see that this may mean the death of thousands of innocent people?" The secretary held up his hand, palm out, for silence. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stone. I can't take the unsubstantiated word of every crackpot that comes in here." He reached over and turned on the visiphone. "I'm going to have to call the police," he said. He looked over at the shorter of the two men who had brought Stone in. "Miller, take Mr. Stone into the other room and hold him until the police arrive." The squat man took his gun out. "Let's go." Kendall turned toward the man named Miller, and for the first time saw his face clearly. In the darkness outside, he hadn't had a really good look at the man, and since he'd been in the secretary's study, he hadn't paid any attention to the man who stood behind him. But as he faced the pudgy little man, he realized that the face was definitely familiar. He struggled to recall where he had seen the man before. "In here, fellow," the squat man said, jostling Stone into what was probably the library. Keeping the gun trained on him with one hand, Miller lit a cigarette with the other, and a cloud of bluish smoke curled upward. Stone watched him. Suddenly, he remembered the face. The little man was the same one who had bumped into him in the spaceport terminal, just outside the customs room. He knew now what had happened to his ID booklet. The fat little man was a pickpocket, and if he was working for the secretary... Stone sucked in his breath sharply. This involved more than mere ignorance about Rastolian customs. This was a conspiracy to wipe out the colony of Earthmen up there. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Not much time left. Overhead he heard the gentle whirring of a police helicopter. They weren't wasting a moment in getting him clamped away where he couldn't do any harm. He glanced up at the noise, and Miller automatically glanced up too. Kendall's hand shot out, enclosing the squat man's gun hand in a vice-like grip. Miller started to yell, but his antagonist's fist smashed into his mouth before he could say anything. Miller dropped to the floor. Kendall picked up the gun, shoved it into his pocket, and threw the little man easily over his shoulder. Then he headed for the French windows that opened onto the balcony. The police copter was landing on the roof as Kendall dropped from the balcony and sprinted silently across the lawn. He ran to the garage, opened the door to one of the secretary's cars, and dumped Miller in the back seat. It was but the work of a moment to short through the starting switch. The hum of the turbo-electric engine was completely drowned out by the whirring of the copter blades above. Without turning on the headlights, Kendall rolled the car out into the street and drove toward an air cab stand. He was several blocks from the secretary's house before he turned on the headlights. He parked the secretary's car in a darkened alley a block away from the air cab office. As he drew back the handbrake, he heard Miller groan faintly in the back. "Quiet, friend," he said soothingly, and tapped him lightly on the head with the butt of the gun. Rapidly, he went through the fat little man's pockets, tossing out cards of all different sorts, before finding what he was looking for. Sure enough, there was his ID booklet. The picture was starting to take shape now, with everything falling into place except the answer to the big question. Why? Why was the secretary so anxious to see Stone out of the way? What was the whole business about? He didn't know. He pocketed the ID booklet. It wouldn't help him now, not with the police after him for breaking away from the spaceport, and maybe a kidnapping charge on top of that. Glancing at Miller to make sure he'd be out for a while to come, Stone got out of the car and walked the block to the aircab office. It was easy to rent one of them. All he had to do was show the board clerk his ID booklet and sign for the cab. "Remember," the clerk cautioned, "you can't take off inside the city limits. You'll have to drive outside Mojave first." "I know," Kendall said, as he shoved the bills across the counter. "Thanks." He drove the air car back to where he had left Miller in the secretary's car and transferred the unconscious man to the rear seat of the air cab. He looked around. No one else in sight. Good, he thought. Then, in direct violation of the law, he lifted the air car and headed into the night sky. The moon was bright overhead. The time was running short. The governor's palace was over 150 miles away. Stone figured he'd make it with very little time to spare. He set the autopilot and reached back with one big hand to pick up Miller by his lapels. "Wake up, Miller." The fat man shook his head groggily and opened one eye. He groaned. Stone slapped him across the face just hard enough to sting. "Come on, damn you! Wake up!" "Let me alone," Miller murmured. A sharp blow with an open hand brought him to some attention. "Let go." Stone shook him until his head wobbled. "Get up and look alive. I want to talk to you." "I ain't saying nothing," Miller said sullenly. "I don't know nothing, and I can't tell you a thing." A few seconds' quick persuasion, and he had changed his mind. "All right," he yelled. "All right. I ain't got anything to lose anyhow, unless you want to get me for picking your pocket." "I won't prosecute you if you talk," Kendall promised. "Okay," Miller grunted. "You won't live to use the information anyway." He sat up and rubbed his jaw. "The secretary owns a lot of stock in the colony that's making antivirotic drugs on Vescalor 9. He wanted to put Rastall 3 out of commission so that the drugs would have to be bought from Vescalor 9. So we framed this alien Galf and had him sentenced to the execution chamber. He knew what would happen if the government executed a Rastolian." Stone pounded his fist against the seat. "Don't the lives of 1,000 innocent people mean anything to him?" "I never asked him, mister." Stone started to lash out angrily at Miller, then pulled back the fist. "Then Galf didn't kill the Earthman?" "Nope, Panowski did. The tall guy who was with me in the secretary's place." Kendall reached out one hand and clamped it tightly on the small man's shoulder. Miller winced. "You're going to tell the governor your story," Stone said. "Every word." Miller shook his head. "Oh, no. You can slap me around all you want, but I ain't going to get myself in hot water that way. No, sir, brother. If the—" "Look out!" Stone whirled and saw an air car approaching, dropping down on his tail. A white-hot beam flashed from it, blistering the paint on Stone's ship. Luckily, it was difficult for the other man to aim. The air cars were flying at close to 300 miles an hour. He snapped off the switch of the autopilot and sent the little air car into a high, screaming climb. Another beam flashed by. Kendall spun the ship into a back loop and barrel rolled, bringing him in on the tail of the other air car. But the other driver was cagey. He went into a hard right turn and tried to come up under Stone's vehicle. Stone could see that the other aircraft definitely was not a police craft. An official car would have externally mounted, automatically controlled guns that would have shot Stone out of the skies with the first blast. No, this was a highly unofficial, extra-legal affair. Another beam sizzled by so close that it gouged a spot out of the side of the ship. Stone reached down, groping for the gun he'd taken from Miller. It had been lying on the seat beside him, but it was gone now. Stone cursed. It must have slid to the floor when he spun the ship around. "Never mind, Stone," Miller said coldly. "I got the gun now." Kendall said nothing. He didn't even have time to curse. He was too busy trying to avoid the white-hot blast from the other air car. He sent the ship into a power dive and shoved in on the throttle. He didn't know if the little car could take what he was going to give it, but it was his only chance. If he survived, well, that was fine. If he didn't, the last hope of the little colony was dead. "You'll kill us!" yelled Miller. He put the gun against Kendall's neck. "Stop it! You'll kill us!" "Shut up and put that gun away, Miller," Stone snapped, without moving his head. "If you shoot me, we'll both die. This is the only way we can keep your pals from murdering both of us." Miller said nothing, but the cold pressure of the muzzle left Stone's neck. Suddenly, Kendall heaved back on the control wheel, pulling the aircar out of its dive. He hung on grimly as the centrifugal force of the pullout dragged the blood from his brain. Then he blacked out. When consciousness returned, the sturdy little aircar was climbing skyward. Stone glanced around. Miller was still unconscious, lying slumped in a rotund heap down at the floor of the air cab. Stone hauled him up, applied a hard punch to the jaw to make sure he'd stay that way, and let him sag back down. Then he grabbed the gun from the unconscious man's lap. The other aircar was about half a mile away, heading toward him. Evidently, the other pilot had blacked out too. Overhead, the moon glittered brightly. The night was wearing along, and when the sun's rays trickled over the horizon, holding onto the wheel with his right hand, Kendall opened the window a tiny bit and stuck his left hand out. The blast of air that tore past almost ripped the gun from his hand. He gripped it harder, until the knuckles whitened, and turned the ship to face his assailant. A chill wind blew through the cabin. Sighting the pistol by instinct alone, he squeezed the trigger. The blue-white beam speared out, burning off part of the control surfaces of the other car. It shuddered and spun, and then began to spiral downward. Kendall Stone closed the window, grasped the controls, and pointed the aircar toward the governor's palace. The governor yawned sleepily as Kendall Stone finished his story. He glanced at Miller, who was pinioned securely between two burly security guards. "Well, it's true," the fat man said. "Oh?" Stone asked. "Why the sudden nobility, Miller?" "It's not nobility," Miller said. "They came after your ship knowing I was in it, and that didn't keep them from shooting me down. Why shouldn't I turn them in, if it'll save my own skin?" "You should have known," Kendall said, "that people like those two wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice you. They'd already planned to kill a whole colony, you know." The governor, who had watched the whole interchange of conversation rather impatiently, smiled grimly. "Mr. Stone, I think we all owe you an apology. This has been a gross miscarriage of justice." He was wide awake now. He turned to one of the guards. "Fallon, get the warden on the phone right away. Tell him the sentence of death on Galf of Rastall has been commuted. Tell him that the real murderer will be punished." The guard returned a moment later. "Well?" the governor demanded. "They were just leading him into the death cell when the message arrived," the guard said. "They've returned him to confinement pending the written pardon." Kendall Stone sank down limply on a chair. He glanced at his watch. 05:45. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn were breaking through the murky night. He thought of his family awakening light years away. The sun would be coming up, too, on Rastall. This has been The Alien Dies at Dawn, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 23. Written by Alexander Blade. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Spoken for. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 28. Written by William Morrison. Narrated by Scott Miller. Half of Jupiter's great disk and most of the other moons were below the horizon when the man stepped out of the plane and changed her life. As far as Carol Marsh was concerned, he was ordinary enough in appearance, and she wasn't ordinarily attracted to ordinary men. He was slightly over medium height, his features were not quite regular, and he had a deep tan over what had started out as a sunburn, so that she decided he had misjudged the strength of the sun on some planet with a thin atmosphere. She frowned as she watched him look around. She was annoyed by the fact that it took him almost a minute to get his bearings, and realized that she was first a human being, and second, a girl well worth a man's attention. Even the troubled expression in his eyes was something she held against him. A man shouldn't look troubled. A man should be confident, self-assured in a manner that also assured the girl he spoke to. She remembered that back on Earth, John Burr had been completely self-assured. It was startling to realize that it was with this newcomer, whose appearance she had every reason to dislike, that she had fallen suddenly and completely in love, as suddenly and completely as if she had fallen off a cliff. "I'm looking for some people," he said, "but I suppose—" His very voice was ill at ease, and that was something else she should have held against him, and against herself. She had always resented men whose voices betrayed their lack of confidence. "I suppose it's no use," he went on. "I had recognized the house." "Who are the people you're looking for?" He took out a wallet, and from it drew a stereo picture. Two children, a boy and a girl, were standing with a smiling young woman in front of a sturdy, old-fashioned plastic house. Their clothes were out of fashion by a year or so, but that depended on where you were. Mars, for instance, was always 3 years behind Earth. Here on Ganymede, on the other hand, you might even be ahead of Earth in some respects. As Carol's eyes lifted to his, she saw him staring at the picture with such longing that she at once knew herself for a fool. "They're his wife and children," she thought. "He's trying to find them, and I had to fall in love with him at first sight." His eyes were on her now, and she said, "I'm sorry. I've never seen them." "Have you lived around here long?" 5 years. "Then this can't be the place." He stood there irresolutely and started to turn slowly away, without even a word of thanks to her. "My father may have heard about them," said Carol, knowing herself for a fool again. Past experience, she told herself ruefully, had taught her nothing. The thing to do was to let him go and forget him as quickly as possible, before she learned anything about him, before her feeling for him could become anything more than an irrational, momentary impulse. The stronger the bonds of knowledge and interest between them, the more painful they would be to break, and the breaking was inevitable. The house where she and her father lived was a simple dome-shaped building, its walls and furniture both made of a silicon plastic, whose raw materials had come from the ground on which it stood. There were rugs and draperies of a slightly different composition, woven on the all-purpose household helper that her father had bought before leaving Earth. They lived comfortably enough, she thought, as she led the man in. But he hardly noticed the house or anything in it. When they reached the library and her father looked up from the book he was reading, only then did the man display interest. The book was a favorite of her father's, and it made him unhappy to cut his reading short. Nevertheless, he turned off the projector, stood up, and said, "Yes, Carol?" "This man is looking for some friends of his, Dad. I thought you might be able to help him." She held out the picture, and to her relief, her father stared at that instead of at her. Sometimes he was a little too shrewd. If she was making a fool of herself, there was no need for him to know it. He could be a sardonic man, and he did not suffer fools gladly, even in his own family. He was of the opinion that she had used up her quota of foolishness with John Burr. He was shaking his head. "Sorry, I've never seen them. Are you sure they live around here?" "No," said the man. "I'm not sure. I'm not sure of anything, except that they're my wife and kids, and I've got to find them." "Have you checked at the district office?" "I did that first. They couldn't help me, but they said their records weren't complete yet." "They're complete enough, I should think. Maybe they don't list every prospector who wanders around without settling down, but they wouldn't be likely to miss a woman and 2 children. I'm afraid that you're wasting your time looking on Ganymede." The man's face clouded. "It isn't a waste of my time," he said. "I've got nothing else to do with it, and I have to find them. They need me." Mr. Marsh looked away from the man to his daughter, and Carol was a little slow in avoiding his eyes. "I see," he said, and she had an idea of what he meant by that. He saw too much. If he knew, there was nothing she could do about it. She said, "Perhaps Mr.—" She paused, and the man said dully, "Calendar. Perhaps if Mr. Calendar would have dinner with us and tell us a little more, we'd be better able to help." "Not a bad idea, Carol. We should know a little more." Carol selected a dinner and pressed the button that would start its preparation. Her father said casually, "You are a stranger to Ganymede, aren't you, Mr. Calendar?" "I'm not sure of that," said the man. Her father's eyebrows went up. Carol said, "But you do come from one of Jupiter's moons?" "I can't remember which one. There are a lot of things that my memory's hazy about. I can't even recall the name of the company I work for as an engineer." "That may not be so strange. I find difficulty remembering the school where I taught on Earth. PS 654, wasn't it, Dad?" "PS 634, Mr. Marsh corrected briefly. "You see," she said. "Do you remember your wife's name and the names of your children?" "I wouldn't forget them," he said. "My wife's name was Mona." He stared at the wall for a moment, his face without expression. "I can still see the way she looked when I left to undergo treatment. Paul was, let's see, he must be about 9, maybe 10 by this time, and Wilma must be 6 or 7. I remember how scared she was that time she found a harmless little phytopod. She thought it was going to bite her." "Phytopod?" said Carol. "We don't have them around here. What do they look like?" "They're small and furry and have 2 feet that look like roots. When they stand still, you're likely to mistake them for plants." "You do recall some things," said Carol. "The little things that don't tell me where to look. I remember the time we went on a picnic. I don't recall how many moons there were in the sky, and the ground began to shake. It didn't do any damage, but Wilma was terrified. Paul took it in stride, though." "There aren't any earthquakes on Ganymede," said her father. "If your memory of that incident is correct, you're looking in the wrong place." "I suppose so," he said. "But what's the right place?" "Perhaps if you thought of a few more incidents, we might figure it out. It's the little things you don't forget that can be most helpful." "What nonsense," thought Carol, although she kept the thought to herself. The little things can be most harmful. They keep the pain and the memory of pain alive and vivid. She remembered little things about John all too well. The careless way he wore his clothes, and the way he combed his hair, the cigarettes he smoked, and the foods he liked to eat, and the stupid way she had let herself fall in love with him. She hadn't even had the excuse of its happening suddenly, as it had happened now. She had begun to love John as she had come to know him, disregarding all the evidence of his selfishness, of his genuine inability to care for anyone else than John Burr. Unaware of what was going on in her mind, Calendar was saying, with somewhat more animation than he had previously shown, "I think you're right, Mr. Marsh. I've kept my troubles too much to myself. Maybe you can't actually do anything for me, but it wouldn't hurt me to talk. I should have done my talking long ago when they found me." "Where did they find you?" asked her father. "And what did you mean before when you said you're not sure of anything?" "They picked me up in a lifeboat, drifting someplace between Mars and Jupiter. The motor was off, but the power pile was working, and the air-purifying equipment was on. I was apparently hibernating. I might have been that way for 6 months or a year. And you don't remember? Said Carol. There's plenty I don't remember. But as I've said, my memory isn't a complete blank. My wife and I and the kids had settled down in a new colony. Exactly where it was is one of the things I forget. I believe now that it wasn't Ganymede. Maybe it was some other moon of Jupiter's. Anyway, I seem to recall having some trouble with my health and being taken onto an interplanetary hospital ship for treatment. L treatment, they called it. That's where they put me to sleep. What happened after that, I can only guess. The ship must have been involved in some accident. I must have been transferred to the lifeboat. Alone? Asked Carol's father. No, there were 2 other patients with me. They were found dead. I was the only one left alive. The bodies of the crew members who transferred us weren't found at all. They might have gone back for more patients and then been unable to get away again. Who found your lifeboat? The crew of a freighter, who spotted it drifting across the space lane. They took me on board and revived me, but they were in a hurry and didn't have much time to stay and investigate. Mr. Marsh was thoughtful and silent. Carol asked, Weren't there any records in the lifeboat? Nobody thought of that, at least not in the beginning. At first, when I regained consciousness, my mind was almost a complete blank. Then I began to remember things, but not enough. I couldn't recall where the colony had been, and after I'd recovered enough to be able to get around, I began looking for my wife and children. I haven't come across a trace of them, although I've been on many worlds. The food had long been ready and waiting. Until now, no one had thought of getting it. He stared as if through the wall, and Carol, after she had set the dishes before him, had to remind him of their presence. When he did eat, it was automatically, without enjoyment. Afterward, her father surprised Carol by saying, Why not stay with us overnight, Mr. Callender? We have an extra room, and tomorrow I may be able to give you a little helpful information. The man's eyes came alive. You're serious? You think that from what I told you, you'll be able to guess where I came from? I use the word might. Don't get your hopes up too much. His face fell again. Thanks for warning me, he said in a flat tone. When later on he had gone to his room, Carol said, Dad, do you really think you can help him? That depends on your idea of help. Why are you so interested in him? Perhaps you're falling in love with him, Carol? I think so. Under the circumstances, that's completely idiotic. Would there be any sense in asking why you fell in love with him? Well, he looks so lost. I guess it's maternal. As genuine a case of the grand passion as I've ever encountered, he said dryly. Almost as genuine as your previous experience. Carol flushed. He isn't like John. Fortunately, you are right. Burr was essentially a selfish baby. I can't imagine him spending his life looking for a wife and children he had lost. In the future, Carol, if you must fall in love at all, do it suddenly. You choose much better that way. Yes, I know, she said, except for the fact that the wife and children may interfere. But don't worry, Dad. This time I'm not quitting my job and moving several million miles away to try to forget. There'll be no need for that. His face took on a troubled expression. You'll have to face your problem right here. You haven't answered my question, said Carol. Do you really think you can help him? That isn't an easy one to answer. We'll have to prepare him for a shock, Carol. A first-class shock. That's why I wanted to be sure you were in love with him. It may make things easier for him to stand. What things? Her father hesitated. Have you ever heard of this L treatment he mentioned? She shook her head. I thought not, Carol, he said, and his voice was unexpectedly full of compassion. You're going to have a very sick man on your hands. It won't be pleasant for either you or me, and it's going to be horrible for him. But it must be gone through. He must be told. For heaven's sake,
What is it?
The L in L treatment, he said slowly, stands for longevity. That was what he was treated for. But you see now why it was found to be dangerous and discontinued. The reason you never heard of it is that it was developed and discarded 200 years ago. Callender wasn't adrift in space for a year or two, as he thinks. He was adrift for 2 centuries.
No! Oh, no!
That's why the clothes in those pictures seemed odd. They've been in style and out again 6 times, with slight changes each time. That is why, furthermore, he can't find his wife and children on any of Jupiter's moons. The moons were first colonized 90 years ago.
But he says
he'll never see his wife and children again. They've lived their lives and died and been buried in the past. He should have died with them in his own time and not lived into ours.
No, said Carol, or I'd never have known him.
She was white and trembling, and her father pulled her to him and let her head rest on his shoulder. Mr. Marsh said, "Perhaps you're right. I don't know. Anyway, he'll have to be told. And for your sake, I'd better do the telling." Carol was silent, and they both thought of the sleeping man who didn't know that his old life had ended, and that a new life was to begin so painfully in the morning. This has been Spoken For. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 28. Written by William Morrison. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Pariah. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. Book 29. Written by Milton Lesser. Narrated by Scott Miller. Captain Green shook his shaggy head and studied Allerton with patient eyes. "You're making a mistake," he said. "You'll be back." The inside of the spaceship was quiet now. Not with the silence of the tomb, but with the silence of barely inaudible echoes, as if Allerton might still be able to hear the crew clomping about the companionways on metal-shod feet, if only he knew how to listen. He buried the notion under the sweet anticipation of homecoming, and said, "I don't think so, Captain. This is what I want, right here." He tapped the comforting bulk of his wallet, bulging the metallic cloth of his tunic. He was a gaunt, comical figure of a man, so long and lean that he stooped slightly at the waist and again at the shoulders, with a long, down-tipped nose which almost seemed to meet the thin-lipped mouth as he spoke. "What about you, Captain?" he said. He was still savoring the joy of his own return, letting it build up inside him like a slow fire fanned by barely enough air to keep it kindled. He hardly cared whether Captain Green disembarked or not, but the captain's unexpected lack of enthusiasm was a splendid counterpoint for his own emotions, and he wanted to wring every last drop of joy from his homecoming. "All the men are gone," he went on. "This is Earth, Captain. I don't leave the ship much these days, Allerton. I've got to complete the log, then do a little advanced astronauting for the trip out. Anyway, none of the others are spacemen, Allerton. An old space dog like me can smell 'em a mile away, the real ones. You've got the makings, all right. You won't see me aboard the Eros again, though. I grew up in the Depression of the '80s, Captain. What I'm looking for is security. I've got it right here, enough to start a business of my own and give my kid the kind of education he needs these days. 3 years is a long time, but I tried to be a good spaceman. You were the best. Those kids running around after adventure, they'll be back. They're made for this life. They're too young and having too much fun to start thinking much about security. But now, you take me, you'll have to make the decision yourself," Captain Green admitted. leaning back comfortably with a cigar and reaching for his leather-bound log, his stubby fingers almost caressing the leaves with a love nurtured on long familiarity. "We blast off in a week," he said. "Enough time for you to decide, I guess." "But I've already decided, sir." Allerton turned to go, stooping forward even more than usual to fit through the low doorway which, like anything else in the tight confines of a spaceship, was not made to accommodate his gangling figure. "Well, don't forget this. You're wrong about the others. They're not for space, not the way you are. It's a common misconception. Good luck, Allerton." But Allerton was already on his way down the companionway with its ghost noises, which he no longer could hear. He wondered what it really took to make a man happy, truly happy, over a sustained period. The flitting, stolen moments of a spaceman's life, he knew, could never be for him. Yet outside the rain drummed down drearily on the gray apron of the landing pit and washed over Allerton with an ineffable sadness. The reporters were waiting for him down below, huddled together under a bobbing sea of umbrellas. He failed to understand why anyone should be waiting in the rain like that. "I'm from the Star Herald," one of the umbrella-shrouded faces told him, the voice steady and without highlight, like the rain. "Have you heard the news yet?" "News?" demanded Allerton as he went down the ramp to the apron, and was soon swallowed up by the sea of umbrellas. "You're Allerton, aren't you?" An aisle was cleared as Allerton drew a slicker from his duffel and pulled it across his shoulders. Flash cameras glared briefly against the dusky sky, making him blink his eyes uncomfortably. "Yes, I'm Allerton, but I haven't heard any news." It was a woman's voice this time, sharp and precise as a pencil point. "The Eros was gone for 3 years, Mr. Allerton, on a 1-year trip. 16 months ago, you were presumed to be lost. You were legally dead a year ago." "Here I am," said Allerton foolishly. "Here we are." He wished they would all go away, so he could check in at the administration building. He thought that the copter cabs might be grounded by the low ceiling, and realized his homecoming, 2 years tardy, would be delayed still further because it would take him hours to get home to his wife and son. "We had some trouble in the Jovian moons," he said, unnecessarily, for the rest of the crew must have made that fact known by now. "Really, I'm no hero." It had been largely through Allerton's efforts, as non-commissioned officer in charge of maintenance and repair, that the Eros had been able to blast off from the planet at all. It was a moment he had not considered, this hero's welcome. His picture and the story of his exploits might appear on the video newscasts, even before he reached Nancy and the boy. But now that he had stooped low to be included in the protection of the umbrellas, he could see the faces of the reporters. This was no hero's welcome. Allerton waited for what was to come with a growing sense of the ridiculous. He had been almost ready to sign autographs. "Hasn't anyone told you your wife has remarried, Mr. Allerton?" The rain marched across the umbrellas with incessantly scurrying feet. The space below them was heavy with cigarette smoke, like a small, poorly ventilated room, and with the muted sounds of many voices, keyed low, anxious but objective. Allerton could almost see the scores of pencils, ready to pounce upon the blank pages of the ruled pads and scribble his name across the hemisphere, the world. "What are you telling me?" demanded Allerton. He had heard. Even now the words were etching themselves in his brain, stirring old memories, conjuring impossible visions. This was the sort of thing you saw on the videocasts, then went upstairs with your wife and took her in your arms and thought, "Are the people that happens to real?" "Mrs. Allerton was married again 10 months ago. In an interview this morning she said she was glad you were alive, but loved her husband, her new husband, I mean, that is, the man she married, because she thought you were dead." It was the girl reporter again, the brittle pencil-point quality gone from her voice. Allerton subdued a wild impulse to say something flippant. Suddenly, It was as if he had indeed died out there in space, and now he was a ghost, coming home to haunt people who only wanted to forget. The reporters expected him to say something, though. Tell them that he had spent 3 years in space, hating every minute of it, to find security for his family. Tell them he had risked his life to repair the ship, because if he failed, the government insurance would provide for his family. Tell them he was now dead, really dead, as Nancy had thought, and they were wasting their time interviewing a ghost? "Have you any plans, Mr. Allerton?" "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you." The rain had slackened. He heard his own heart hammering in his throat and ears. "What are your plans for the future, Mr. Allerton? Are you going to contest the marriage legally? Will you see your wife at all?" "I don't know," said Allerton mechanically. "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know." He pushed his way through the crowd of reporters, a tall but stooped figure, averting his eyes from the umbrella ribs. He had been married to Nancy only 6 months before shipping out, had received word about the birth of their son at the last mail station on Ceres. If she sought the same security he wanted, he could not find it in his heart to condemn her. He was dead. He had been waiting to live all his life, but now he was dead. "All right, Spacer, on your feet. We're closing." His bleary eyes squinted. It was Johnny this and Johnny that and Johnny Kipling? Someone. "We got nothing against spacers here, only when we close, we close. I'll make you something to eat if you want, but that's it." No, thank you." "A bit too much to drink, eh?" "I'll be okay. I'm sorry if I—" "Forget it. Here, let me help you to the door. Easy now." He was outside, the duffel balanced on his lean shoulder, the misty drizzle chilling him at once, the wet sidewalk casting his reflection and alternately swallowing and elongating his shadow as he made his way down the street past the spaced lamplights. Sooner or later he would see her. He had to see her, and the child, who was now almost 3 years old. But what did you do? Walk in the front door and say, "Hello, Mrs. Name of new husband. I'm the man you used to be married to." Perhaps, he thought, you wrote a letter instead, a Dear John in reverse. But that way you did not get to see the boy. Certainly you saw none of your old friends. Tough luck, old fellow. Something about more fish in the sea. Pat your back and introduce you to 2 or 3 one-track-minded bachelor girls as the conquering hero from faraway places. And you did not even venture into the old neighborhood until you were ready for the quick sally, the first visit to Nancy and the boy and the new husband, and departure. Nancy loved her new husband, the girl reporter said. Nancy had loved him. Simple logic. Nancy loved husbands. Present tense. Security, what he sought. Safe in a circumscribed world, in comfortable middle-class conformity, free and clear of all intrusions except the mortgage and the payments on the new copter, and scraped knees for Junior. He wondered how many bars he had visited, starting with the Spaceport Administration Building. There was a hazy recollection of copter cabs and surface cabs, of smiling, vapid faces and other smiling faces, not vapid, when the videocast appeared on a television screen in one of the bars, and there he was, squinting against the flash camera glare, the rain seeping through the roof of umbrellas and rolling down his long, gaunt face and off the thin, long, drooping nose. And then someone recognized him, or he recognized himself and drunkenly announced his identity. He wasn't sure which. And someone had bought drinks for everyone, celebrating Allerton's return to blessed bachelorhood. And they all had a fine old time, except Allerton, who had soon taken his leave, and another cab, and another bar. Now the streets were familiar. There was the long, low bulk of the Pie Wedge supermarket, big and wide in front and tapering in the rear, with great sweep of thermoglass window staring at him and reflecting him in the lamplight so he could stare at himself. And there was the schoolyard playground, deserted now, the swings wet and the teeter-totters dripping, and the slicky slide glistening. What does a man think about when he's out in space and knows he probably won't return, thought Allerton, about slicky slides and a boy hollering in glee with an unknown voice of an unknown face. And there were the apartment buildings, flanking their courtyard, with the look of solid strength that only brick can give in this age of glass and plaster. He wondered if Nancy still had their old Republic family copter parked on the roof near the television antenna. And then it suddenly occurred to him that Nancy might not be living here at all. He wouldn't visit her, not yet. It was curiosity and not longing which made him enter the courtyard and the lobby of the second building on the left, past the dark, perfectly cropped rows of California privet, which in another few months would lose their glossy leaves to the coming of winter. The illuminated dial of his wristwatch told him it was 02:30, hardly the time to go calling on a woman and her new husband and a child he had never seen. But there was the name, his name, opposite the apartment number on the call phone. Allerton, with a hyphen after it, and the name Chambers. The widow Allerton lived here with her new husband, the legally declared widow Allerton, who probably still received some mail and some callers under the old name, but would one day soon be able to take Allerton and the hyphen out and leave Chambers alone. Nancy Chambers, his wife. He pressed the buzzer and then drew back, startled. He was about to leave the lobby and run out between the rows of privet and keep on running when he heard his wife's voice, metallically, over the call phone. "Yes? Who is it?" He walked back and stared at the rows of names and buzzers. "Harry," he said. There was a sob, a sucking in of breath. "I'll come right down." "I'm coming up." It was simple. It was as simple as waiting for the buzzer, opening the door, waiting for the elevator, pressing another button, waiting to be carried to the 12th floor, waiting for the door to slide, walking across the hall to the apartment door, waiting for it to open, waiting. "I hoped you would come, Harry. Really, I wanted to see you. You're looking well." "You're looking well, too." She was. She wore a dressing gown of some gossamer material over her flannel pajamas. She'd never liked nightgowns. "Nice trip back?" "Long one." "Weather bad?" "No, there's no weather up there." "I can't complain." "Did you have anything to eat?" "Don't bother. I only wanted to say hello." Goodbye, he meant. "Harry's asleep now." "Harry?" "Your son." "Oh." "He goes to bed at 8 o'clock. He made the automatic adjustment. 200 hours. "Is he well?" "Couldn't be better. Eats well and everything." "Like his old man, huh?" "You want to come in?" But she stood blocking the doorway. "No, don't bother. Have you a solidio of him or something?" "I'll get it." He stood there in the hall, awkwardly waiting. She came back. "Here." The other Harry was a dimpled-cheeked boy with blond hair and a small nose like his mother's. He was wearing a junior spaceman suit and pointed a ray gun straight at you. "Thank you. Sure you don't want anything to eat?" She wore a pleasant enough expression on her face, the same as she might use for a door-to-door solicitor or a visiting great-aunt from out of town. "That's all right. I want to wish you good luck, Nancy." "Thank you. Are you sure you don't want—" And then the pleasant look melted before tears, not slowly, but all at once, so that this was a different person standing in the doorway, and Harry Allerton wanted either to take her in his arms and comfort her, or flee for the elevator, but nothing in between. Harry, I didn't know. I couldn't. We never—" "That's all right," he said, settling for the in-between and abruptly hating himself, not for what was within him, but for what was outside, for the world and its conventions and the things he had wanted to do but never could, and the security he had wanted to earn, but which now had eluded him. "I'm sorry I carried on so," said Nancy, the conventional smile returning, the tears Kleenexed away. "If there's something little Harry needs—" "Oh, no, thank you. His father, my husband, Mr. Chambers, is an engineer over at Grumman, and everything is fine." "I guess I'll be going." "I'm glad you could come." "Does the boy know about me?" "No, I thought it would be better." "Of course, Nancy. You did the right thing." "I was hoping you would think so." "You couldn't do anything else." "Where will you go now? Are you going to make a career of space?" "I haven't thought about it. There's no hurry." Well, I hope you get whatever you want, Harry." He wanted to say it no longer was available. A man doesn't know what he wants until he has it. "Well, goodbye, Nancy. Goodbye, Harry." The door shut. He fled with his picture. "Come in, Allerton. Nice vacation?" Captain Green peered at him through a blue haze of cigar smoke. "Not particularly. There are too many people, too many complications. A man can't think straight out there, with all that confusion. I don't know." "I said you were for space. When you've been around as long as I have, you'll be able to smell 'em too. You think I'm kidding?" "Probably not, sir." "There is security and security, Allerton. It can't be explained to a man. He's got to find out for himself. Alone in space, with the ship and a frontier vaster than all the frontiers before it in history, a certain type of man can be secure. He's the man who's lost in a crowd, confused and muddled by convention. He's not a hero. Basically, he's a lonesome man. Strangely, the psychologists tell you he's happy then, when he's lonesome. You see what I mean, Allerton?" "No, sir, not entirely." "Forget that formal stuff. Well, you'll learn. The important thing is this. There aren't enough real spacemen to go around. A normal man doesn't give up life for dedication. A spaceman does. You belong to a strange breed, Allerton. Want to talk about your vacation?" "Absolutely not," Allerton said curtly, then apologized. The thought of it, the thought of stepping off the Eros again and feeling the ground of earth underfoot, wet ground sometimes, or dry and dusty, or covered with a white mantle of snow, always unpredictable, was distasteful. "You're one of the breed now," the captain repeated. "You may close the Allerton file," said the government psychologist to his secretary. "It's finished?" "We paid his wife a visit yesterday. They're the hardest ones to deal with. The man never knows, but the woman does. How can you convince a woman her husband will be happiest away from her? How can you convince her when you're not even sure yourself?" "I feel sorry for Allerton. You can't help feeling sorry for him." "But psychological tests indicate he'll be happier this way. Besides, the secretary finished for him, "it's for the good of the nation. But never mind those psychological tests. Don't have to tell me which came first, the chicken or the egg." "Have it your way." But Mrs. Allerton understood. "After we worked on her night and day for 3 years." Nevertheless, she understood. Allerton is a special breed, a spaceman. Well, isn't he? And Mrs. Allerton playing along with us like that, pretending she had remarried. It was the best way. She knew that. We convinced her of that. But forget it, Chief. I'd rather not talk about it. Still, Allerton wasn't a born spaceman, and you know it. There's no such thing, except for extreme introverts who aren't such good workers anyway. We need spacemen. We need dedicated men who don't want to see their native planet. Either we control space or our enemy does. Then why don't you say it that way? Well, because
Because you're afraid to admit it even to yourself, that's why. Spacemen aren't born, Chief. They are made. They are not particularly heroic or well-adjusted people. They are ordinary men with induced traumas, and they don't want to go near Earth again. And we call them spacemen.
It's for the security of the nation, said the government psychologist as he opened a new file. This has been Pariah, lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 29. Written by Milton Lesser. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Beyond Lies the Wub. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 31. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished." "Oh?" The Optus turned away with dignity. "I am going back to the village." He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organize new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth..." The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it swished its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig, a huge, dirty pig." "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped, its eyes open, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. "Let's have a look at it." He advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents?" "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain and it liked that. And then potatoes and mash and scraps from the table and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out." The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. "Really, Captain," the wub said, "I suggest we talk of other matters." The room was silent. "What was that?" Franco said. "Just now." "The wub, sir," Peterson said. "It spoke." They all looked at the wub. "What did it say? What did it say?" "It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked toward the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. "I wonder if there's a native inside it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look." "Oh, goodness," the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting?" Franco clenched his fists. "Come out of there, whoever you are. Come out." Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. "I beg your pardon," the wub said. "I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. "You wanted me, Captain?" he said. "What's this thing?" "This is a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out—" "I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues." The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. "Come into my office," the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs. "I wonder what the outcome will be," the cook said. "Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear." "Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. "You must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—" The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. "All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?" The wub shrugged. "I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives, I mean. We have our own term." "And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?" "No." "Then how do you do it?" "Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind." "My mind?" "I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it." "I see," the captain said. "Telepathy, of course." "We are a very old race," the wub said. "Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around.
You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game.
How do you live?
Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic, tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along. The wub eyed the captain. And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind, most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat.
So you read minds? The captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines?
A few odds and ends, the wub said, absently staring around the room. A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them.
Indeed. The captain nodded. But to get back to the problem.
Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me. Rather, you should discuss questions with me, philosophy, the arts.
The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage.
I know. The wub nodded. But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws, or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote...
The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet.
So you see, the wub said, we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols, Ishtar, Odysseus.
Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please, go on.
I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation.
But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out the port window at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. Finally, he goes home.
As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race.
The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door.
Are you all right? French said. Do you mean me? Peterson said, surprised.
Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence.
Go ahead,
the wub said.
It doesn't matter.
Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm.
What's going on?
Peterson wrenched loose.
What's the matter with you?
Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall.
"It is interesting," the wub said, "that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why."
"Get up," Franco said.
"If you wish."
The wub rose, grunting.
"Be patient. It is difficult for me."
It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly.
"Shoot it now,"
French said.
"For God's sake,"
Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear.
"You didn't see him, like a statue standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there."
"Who, the captain?" Peterson stared around.
"But he's all right now."
They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. "Come on," Franco said. "Out of the way." The men pulled aside toward the door.
"You are quite afraid, aren't you?" the wub said. "Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native."
The gun jerked. "See," Franco said. "I thought so." The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it.
"It is very warm," the wub said. "I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently, your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical—"
Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. "I'll do it. You can watch." French nodded.
"Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out." "Listen," Peterson said, licking his lips. "Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you."
Franco raised his gun.
"I'm going out,"
Jones said, his face white and sick.
"I don't want to see it."
"Me too," French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door.
"It was talking to me about myths," he said. "It wouldn't hurt anyone."
He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed.
"A very foolish thing," it said. "I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your Savior related." It stopped, staring at the gun. "Can you look me in the eye and do it?" the wub said. "Can you do that?"
The captain gazed down. "I can look you in the eye," he said. "Back on the farm, we had hogs, dirty razorback hogs. I can do it." Staring down at the wub into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. "More?" he said, looking around. "More, and some wine, perhaps."
"Not me," French said. "I think I'll go back to the chart room."
"Me too." Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. "I'll see you later." The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. "What do you suppose the matter is?" the captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It's only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I myself love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things. Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths—" Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him—" This has been Beyond Lies the Wub, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 31. Written by Philip K. Dick. Narrated by Scott Miller. Copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Production copyright 2021 by Scott Miller. Journey for the Brave. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 32. Written by Alan E. Norse. Narrated by Scott Miller. The base diner was hot and stuffy that night, as Scotty Johnson sat with Mitch and Jack and the other boys, sipping his last cup of coffee before 0 hour rolled around. Mitch and Jack had succeeded in sneaking him out of town before the reporters guessed what was happening. Now they sat in silence, sipping their coffee, glancing at him from time to time, as though to make sure he were still there. It annoyed Scotty. This was the time to laugh and joke and bull away, as if nothing was going to happen at all. The waitress trotted over with a coffee pot, and Scotty gave her his widest leer. "You know, I can't think of anything I'd rather have right now than a cup of coffee from you," he said. "How about a date in about 10 days? The girl looked startled and glanced away nervously. Mitch gave a tight little laugh. "Better watch out, Scotty. She's liable to be waiting on the landing field when you get back." They all laughed at that, and then silence fell again. They were nervous. Scotty could sense it, even though they tried to cover it up. All through these weeks of preparation in the hot New Mexico sun, the tension had been growing. But he should be the one to be nervous, not these lads. After all, who was the star of this show? Scotty nuzzled his coffee and twisted his wiry 5-foot 2-inch frame around so that he could see the door. "Better drink up," he said. "The Jeep should be here any minute." Mitch nodded and emptied his cup as the Jeep's tires screeched on the pavement outside. The door of the coffee shop burst open, and a head with an MP's crash helmet popped in. "All set, Scotty? Let's go." Scotty nodded. His blue eyes were bright as he buttoned up his jacket and winked at the waitress. Then he led the group to the door. "Love that gal," he said. The driver raced the motor as they piled in, and the Jeep took off down the concrete strip with a roar. The driver turned an admiring glance toward Scotty. "All set for the big trip, man?" Scotty grinned. "Been sleeping in a coffin all week just for practice." "Man, you may need that practice. You'll be good and stiff before you get out." He broke off, horrified at the pun. Scotty roared with glee. "You think you're kidding? That's all right. The way I see it, I'm getting 10 days vacation on the government, and plenty of pay besides. And once I get up there, I won't need much muscle to make my way around, they tell me." He lit a cigarette, peering down the strip ahead of them. Far ahead he could see the batteries of searchlights picking out the tall, shiny spire of the ship. It stood tall in its scaffolding, pointing like a needle toward the black, starlit sky.
Already the ground below it was swarming with tiny figures moving about on the final checkdown. My ship, thought Scotty. I helped to build it, and here's one job where they need a cocky, loudmouth little shrimp more than anything else in the world. Another jeep swerved in beside them on the strip. Scotty caught a glimpse of the general and a couple of official-looking civilians. "Everybody's going to see you off," said Mitch from the back seat. "Yeah, the whole damned crowd. My big day. You sure you got everything down cold?" Scotty gave him a scornful glance. "You kidding? How could I miss?" His freckled face broke into a grin from ear to ear, and his eyes were bright with excitement. "Why, I've got nothing to do but crawl in and zip things up after me. Don't even have to throw the fatal switch. They take care of everything from outside. I'm telling you, it's a cinch. 3 days to tell myself sea stories, and then I'll crawl out and tell you boys what Lady Moon really looks like." A crowd of reporters and photographers were waiting as the jeep sped up to the huge barbed wire enclosure surrounding the ship. Scotty stuck his head out of the jeep and gave them a big grin. The flashbulbs popped. Then the jeep roared on toward the field shack. Scotty stepped out, staring up at the tall, sleek ship. A little bottom-heavy now, perhaps, but with the first and second stages disengaged, a beauty of a ship. He stepped into the field shack and grinned up at the general. "Final check go all right?" The general nodded and smiled. "This is the Secretary of Defense, Scotty." "Well, guess I'm rating big visitors tonight." He gave the man's hand a jaunty shake. "You're taking a big trip," said the secretary. "Tell me, Mr. Johnson, how does it feel to be the first man to go to the moon?" "Can't say. I haven't been there yet." "You'd better get aboard," said the general. "Everything's been checked down. You'll have half an hour to make your own checks from inside. How's your weight?" "Down to 128.
"Fine. That's better than we'd hoped. But don't be afraid to holler if something doesn't look right."
He extended his hand, gripped Scotty's tightly.
"Good luck, lad. We're with you all the way."
A soldier rode up the gantry with him, high up past the brake lines of the first and second stages, to the small open port in the final stage of the rocket. Scotty could feel the eyes on him from below as he climbed into the port. One lone man to jockey the first manned ship to the moon. A big job, a job that really took guts. He grinned and slid through into the passenger chamber. Carefully, he reached back and slammed the port shut behind him with a farewell wave to the soldier, and gave the lock wheel a spin until he heard the seal click. Then he slipped down into the half-sitting, half-reclining couch, which nearly filled the tiny chamber. His heart was pounding in his throat as he snapped on the radio phone. "Okay, I'm in," he said. "Got her locked up?" Mitch's voice grated in his earphones. "Aye, aye. Give her a careful check inside there, then stand by." Scotty nodded and checked the banks of instruments on the tiny panel before him. He was the payload on this trip. The ship was little more than an upholstered tube with him jammed tight in one end and enough fuel to land him on the moon and shoot him off again in behind him. The other sections, far huger than this little pellet with him in the middle, would drive him out, break the frightful hold that Earth held on her subjects. But there was nothing superfluous here, nothing he did not actually need, and he checked quickly. Then he leaned back and flipped on the forward televiewer. The vast black expanse of space, peppered with 1,000 bright pinpoints of light, suddenly appeared on the screen inches from his face. It took him by surprise. His hand jerked down on the switch again, and he wiped a line of droplets from his upper lip and closed his eyes, his heart pounding against his ribs. The radio blipped in his ears.
30 minutes to 0,
it said. It struck Scotty Johnson, then, how very much alone he was. He felt a chill go down his spine, and he turned his eyes about the tiny chamber. Forward, within arm's length, was the dull glint of metal paneling and coiled wires and tight atmosphere ceiling. His small, wiry body sank against the deep couch, and he drew the safety webbing across his chest and thighs, the chill in his mind deepening. Above him was another pad of soft material to protect his head. His feet were lodged against a solid bar at the foot of the couch. Inevitably, he thought of a cocoon, a tight, soft, warm cocoon, and he was alone inside it. He tried to think when, in all his 34 years, he had been so completely and utterly alone. He sat very still, listening. All about him was silence, a muted, deathly silence. His headset pressed tight against his ears, and he shook his head, wondering if he had actually heard the words coming into his ears a few seconds before. 0 minus 30 minutes. 30 minutes to wait, alone. Suddenly, he knew that he was very much afraid. His lips formed a sneer, and he tried to fight the idea out of his mind. He was no longer afraid of anything. Those days were gone, far away. Nothing could scare Scotty Johnson, not even being completely alone. He reached out his hand, ran a finger over the control board. Oxygen, anesthetic, blast control. His hand trembled, and the thought seeped back into his mind again. A voice was whispering deep in his ear, "You're afraid, little man, afraid." He could feel the droplets of moisture forming on his forehead, and even the sound of his breath was muted in the silent chamber. The seconds ticked by. Still the voice whispered. He was alone and afraid. No one could help him now. No one in the world. This was his own world, here in this tight little cabin, and he could die here, and nobody would ever know. He shook his head savagely. Alone? Ridiculous. At the foot of the ship were 100 people, all watching, all thinking about him. They had built this ship. They were for him all the way. They would get him safely off the ground, and then it would be just like a subway ride. But after the blast-off, what then? The 100 men were staying behind. There were no men where he was going. There was nothing there. Nothing but death. His breath was coming faster, and he felt the first chill of panic stir in his mind. He tried to fight it down angrily. What was there to get excited about? Nobody had forced him into this seat. He'd begged for it. For 5 long years it had been an obsession, his wildest dream, to be sitting in this seat, waiting for the 0 count to come through the headphones. Years of hoping, of pulling strings, of talking to people and dropping chance remarks, of studying and working and practicing, and finally, the note in his box, the trip down to the general's field office that day. Inside the office, the general had sat down, regarding him for a long moment with those cool gray eyes of his. Then he said, "You're sure you want to do this, Scotty? Dead sure?" Scotty had nodded, hardly able to find his voice. "I'd give anything. You've got to let me go." The general nodded slowly. "You might have to give your life. Does it mean that much to you? Millions of dollars have gone into this ship, but there's no way to be sure of it. It's a fearful gamble." "I'll take any odds, General. The sheep and the chickens came back. I'll come back." The general looked out the window, his face carved with weary lines. "I hate to send a man alone, but what we need to know, 1 man can find out. 2 would be a waste, a tragic waste. The sheep and chickens didn't land, they just circled. But 1 man must go up to land a ship,
and take off again for the first time. His eyes caught Scotty's gravely. I want you to know why it's got to be you alone. We can't gamble on two men's lives when one will do. You're the guinea pig. Scotty had stood up then, laughing. Are you trying to frighten me? Look, General, I've been working on this ship since it first started. I know it inside out and backwards. I'm not afraid of this trip. I've got to be the one to go. The General had shifted some papers on his desk. All right. They weighed you in at 142 pounds. Our calculations call for 135. Every ounce over that cuts a hard percentage out of your fuel. You'll have to suck down. I can do that. All right. But don't starve yourself, and don't dehydrate any more than you absolutely must. You'll have enough water for 10 days, no more. 3 up, 3 back, 4 there. Now then, the psych boys will go to work on your coordination for the next few days. That's critical. The first and second stages will disengage automatically, but you'll have to maneuver your own landing. Scotty nodded. I've been maneuvering dummies until I'm blue in the face. You'll need it pounded in. It's pounded. Don't worry. The General gave a satisfied nod. All right, Scotty. See you at the blast-off. And remember, if you want to pull out, nobody will blame you. Right down to the last minute before zero, you can pull out. I don't think so, said Scotty. I don't think I'm going to pull out. Not on this one. 0 minus 20 minutes. The harsh, metallic voice dragged Scotty back to the present with a jolt. For a moment, he had almost regained the old familiar burn of self-assured bravado he had felt as he had finished talking to the General that day, and sauntered out toward the ship standing in the launching scaffold. He had even been smiling as he recalled the interview. But now his eye caught the dull gleam of the control board before him, and his smile faded. The voice was whispering softly, deep inside his head. Come off it, Scotty. Who are you trying to kid? His hand trembled, and he leaned back, forcing his tense leg muscles to relax. What do you mean, who am I trying to kid? He thought, angrily. You're crazy. Would I be kidding myself? I quit kidding myself years ago. I know what I'm up to. This is a journey for heroes, and I'm going to be the hero this time, for sure. This time there won't be any doubt. They won't have any doubt, and I won't have any doubt. You're alone, Scotty, remember? You can quit acting now. He shuddered and glanced uneasily around the tiny closed chamber. Alone. What a laugh. A man can never be alone. There are always a million memories wheeling and spinning and roaring around inside your head. Memories of people, of hopes and dreams and fears. You can build a heavy wall in your mind to keep them back, but when you're alone and scared and helpless, the wall starts to crumble down. There's nobody to fool anymore, Scotty. The act is over. Admit it. You're scared. You can hardly hold still, you're so scared. He clapped his hands to his ears, trying to shut out the whisper. He kept shaking his head, but it came through like a heavy surf. He sat tense, trembling, with salty droplets pouring down his face, shaking his head helplessly. You're caught now, the voice whispered. This is a one-way ride, and you know it, and you're scared. I'm not! The earphones clicked. You say something, Scotty? Scotty took a deep breath, unclenching his hands. No, nothing. What's the zero count, Mitch? 0 minus 16 minutes. Everything set? All set. I wish we could get going. Scotty twisted on the couch, feeling the silence close down around him like a stifling blanket. He was almost shouting to himself. All right, I'm scared. Wouldn't anybody be scared? Sitting here, waiting,
thinking about 200,000 miles of nothing with a rocky world of death at the other end to land on. Why shouldn't I be scared? They can stay back here and track me with their scopes and radar. It's fine for them. It's fine for the Secretary of Defense, too. No skin off his back if something happens. And the big boys in Hollywood can sit back at their desks and rub their fat hands together and hope their cameras work all right. Hope the pictures come out good so they can make their pile if I get back. Big gamble for them. First moon pictures released. See man's greatest adventure in glorious technicolor. Authentic films from the first moon rocket. Prices only slightly advanced. Big gamble. Those films will help pay for a lot of fuel, a lot of metal and man-hours spent on this ship. But can it pay for a life? Bitterness swept through Scotty's mind sharply. It was his life they were bartering. He was to be the star of those films, dead or alive. He could be killed in the blast-off, and the films would keep rolling, keep churning out the yardage, and 30 years later they could pick up the film and still make their nice, safe pile. 30 years of cold death for him. But why are you whining now, little man? Why all the tears all of a sudden? You asked for it. You made your bed right from scratch. You wanted to be the hero. Nothing else would do. Well, here you are, hero. Tough. You asked for it. But why? And then something was tugging at his mind, seeping through the heavy wall of memory. A terrible, loathsome thought. He shook his head, desperately trying to fight it back, but the wall began to crumble. Long dead pictures began drifting through, long hidden memories. A bare whisper of thought, cold, relentless, devastating. Admit it, Scotty. You had to come. You had to be sitting in this seat. You couldn't do anything else, could you? You couldn't let them know about you. You couldn't bear to let the boys down on the field suspect the truth, could you, Scotty? You looked into their eyes, and you were afraid they suspected, like Mattie had suspected, like Dad had suspected so many years ago. You had to come here. You couldn't help yourself, could you? The whisper broke into a coarse, derisive laugh, and Scotty cowered back, shaking his head in denial, his whole body trembling. Take a look, Scotty. Take a good look. Are you trying to hide the truth from yourself? But you can't get away with that. You can't hide it from yourself any longer. And then the wall of memory buckled and split wide open. You can fool the whole world, Scotty, but you can't fool yourself, the voice screamed in his ear. You can run and hide and twist and lie, but you can't ever really fool yourself. You know it's true. You always have known. You're a coward, Scotty, a dirty, yellow coward. You always have been, and you always will be. 0 minus 10 minutes. It wasn't true. He shook his head helplessly as his fingers found the safety belts, tightened them down fiercely on his chest and legs. Wasn't he sitting here now, waiting for the last count, waiting to start on the greatest adventure man had ever attempted? Would he be here if he were a coward? He snarled and clenched his fists tight on the armrests. It was a lie. It couldn't be true. No man can stare himself in the face and call himself a coward when there is a spark of life left in him at all. He can call himself a cheat, or a liar, or a fake. Those were things that could be changed, things that could be made up for. But a coward had something wrong deep inside, something that was built in, that could never be changed as long as a man lived. No man could call himself that. Scotty shook his head, half laughing, half crying. He was scared, sure. Anybody would be scared. But he wasn't a coward. He was in this ship because he wanted fame, because he craved excitement and adventure. Nothing had made him volunteer. He'd done it because he was that kind of guy. But he knew that was a lie. Its very falsehood writhed in his brain as he thought it. You're here because your cheap, cowardly little soul couldn't bear to face itself. You're here because you couldn't bear the looks of the men around you, with their barbed wisecracks and their guarded half-smiles. They thought you couldn't see them, but the whispers were there, and you couldn't stand for them to guess. But what did he care what they thought? What were they to him? He knew he was better than they were, quicker, smarter, braver. He didn't have to prove anything to them. And Matty? Does Matty know how brave you are, hero? Can you prove to Matty that you're not a coward? Matty knows about you. Remember? Scotty shook his head fearfully. That was so long ago. But things like that are never long ago, Scotty. They stay with you as long as you live. Sure, the Army said you were a hero. They gave you a silver star. But what would Matty say if he could ever say anything again? Would he say you were a hero? Suddenly, Matty's torn and twisted face seemed to be peering out at him from the control panel. His mind went whirling back through the years, completely out of control. In an instant he had slipped back 15 long years, back to the hot, stinking, sweaty deadlines of that little jungle island. They had been deep in the jungle that night, holed in, scared to move, afraid even to breathe. For a week they had been waiting for the snipers to move in and spot them. He could remember the cold, desperate fear that had gnawed at him that night, as he and Bill Matthews had clutched their rifles, waiting, creeping forward along the jungle trail through the blackness and the night sounds. His clothes had stuck to his body with sweat as they crept, the sweat of mortal fear. The mosquitoes whined in clouds around his head. His body stung with 1,000 insect bites. Up ahead, somewhere in the sticky blackness, was a machine gun, blocking them from their supplies, blocking them from the plasma and penicillin powder the patrol needed more than any food or water. They had been waiting for many days, and they were weak with hunger and thirst. But there was a gun and sharp, cruel eyes watching. They had been moving in pairs, and Scotty had felt the fear clutching his chest, fear beyond any words. He and Matty were working their way down a swampy river bottom, sliding on their bellies in the muck, when they had spotted the nest. And then the fear and panic building up inside him had broken through. He had jumped up, screaming, and burst forward, gun chattering in his hand. Blind rage and fear drove him forward as the startled gunners swiveled their gun, piercing the night with their sharp cries. Matty had shouted at him to get down, but he ran forward in the darkness wildly. A burst of fire screamed out at him through the jungle. He slid into the mud, panting, still firing into the face of the blazing machine gun, until he saw the last man twist and fall, and the gun fell silent. A hero, they said, but later he had found Matty, lying twisted with his head split open, a line of open holes cutting down through his neck and across his shoulders. Another few seconds, another instant of control would have given them time to get the machine gun in crossfire. But something had exploded in Scotty's brain that night, a fear greater than any fear of being shot, a fear of being exposed for what he was, what he knew he was. He had dragged Matty back through the long miles of sniper-ridden jungle, and they called him a hero, and he had never told them who had broken first and drawn the deadly fire. His forehead stood out with sweat now, and he tried to hide his eyes. He had spent many years forgetting that horrible night. trying to cleanse himself of the depths of guilt that had eaten away at him. And now it was back, harsh and undeniable, intensified by years of self-deceit and self-justification and rationalization. But the chips were down now. In a few moments, a great fire would explode deep in the bowels of this ship, and he would be driven forward, far out into space, along trails never blazed by man.
0 minus 5 minutes. Give her a final check, Scotty.
He jerked in his seat as though he had been struck. 5 minutes. His mind whirled with memories, and the cold fear cut through him like a knife. In a moment of panic, his mind was screaming, "Get out now, before it's too late!" The general said you could pull out, right down to the last minute. Well, pull out, now, before the engines start. But a peal of derisive laughter roared through his mind. There had been reporters, news stories. He had said things that had been splashed across 1,000,000 newspapers. Back out now? Tell the world what a coward he was? Then everybody would know. The boys down below, Matty, Dad. Dad had never actually said it, but it had always been there, as long as Scotty could remember. He had tried and tried to make up for his small size, for his skinny legs and bony chest. It hadn't been his fault that Dad was such a big man, such a rugged, powerful man. Those long hunting trips up through Canada, a man had to share the load. There was no place for weakness and weariness there. And Dad had taken him along, once, until he had tired and turned his ankle on a short portage. They had carried him out, and he knew that he had lost his dad that day. Dad hadn't admitted it, but it was true. There was always the half-hidden disgust and sadness and disappointment in his cool gray eyes.
-2, Scotty. Final check.
His hand flicked out automatically as fear and dismay welled up in his mind. Everything he had ever done he had flubbed somehow. He searched frantically through his mind for one small, pure act of absolute bravery, unadorned by words, unaltered by empty rationalizations and built-up courage. And his mind yielded nothing but hoarse, heavy laughter. Somewhere there was a key. It had started somewhere. If only he could remember. Somewhere beneath the years of futile failure, there was a core.
60 seconds, Scotty. Good luck, boy.
He froze, his hands clutching the safety belt in a grip of iron as the words pounded in his ear.
40. 35. 30. 25.
And then, like a great door opening up in his mind, he remembered. A day so long ago, so deeply buried that it had not come to mind in years. A day when he had been walking down a village street on the way to the store for his mother. A small boy, hardly 10. A group of boys appearing suddenly from the old garage he was passing. A thin-faced lad, tall and sharp-boned, with cold eyes and a sneer on his thin lips. Other boys, too, mostly bigger than he. His eyes widened, and he started to back away when Thin-Face grabbed his collar, pulled him up sharp. "Where you think you're going, bud?" "Just down the street." "Who said you could walk on this street?" "It's not your street. I can walk where I want." A gleam of cruelty in Thin-Face's eyes. Sissy thinks he's smart. A sharp-knuckled hand struck him across the nose. "You want to fight?" Scotty shook his head, eyes wide. "No, I just want to—" His eye caught one of the others, sidling around behind him. "Stand still!" He had been paralyzed. The rabbit punch struck him a hammer blow, and tears streamed down his face. Thin-Face hit him again, and blood spurted from his nose. "Put up your hands and fight." "I can't." You'd better fight, sissy. I'll kill ya. I don't want to fight. The fear, the mortification, the blind, paralyzing fear. Another blow struck him, and he tumbled backwards over the boy who had crouched behind him and struck his head on the sidewalk. They had roared with laughter, and one of them kicked him. And then he was on his feet, darting between them, running for his life, running with blind fear snarling at his heels, down an alley, into a backyard, across into another alley. He had seen the wide-open cellarway then, and crawled down in, heart pounding in his throat, waiting as the boys came through the yard, looking, laughing at the sport, walking on. He waited for hours before he dared come out. And every minute of those hours he trembled, desperately sick and ashamed, wondering what Dad would ever think of him if he should find out. Something struck him in the chest then, a firm, gentle pressure that grew and grew as the cabin vibrated with a powerful roar. The pressure grew larger, choking the breath from him. In a last terrible panic of fear, Scotty tried to fight his safety belt open, tried to cry out to stop, stop, stop. But it was too late. He pressed back, deeper and deeper into the couch, as the age-long seconds ticked by. And in the viewer the earth fell away, farther and farther, dwindling, dimming. He heard the explosion as the first stage disengaged, and his mind froze as the pressure shoved harder at his chest. Then suddenly there was a jerk, a bone-crushing jar that nearly broke his neck, and the ship started spinning crazily. "Scotty, Scotty, can you hear me?" It was Mitch's voice in the earphones, heavy with frantic urgency. "Can you hear me, Scotty?" Scotty groaned. "I can hear you," he croaked. "Scotty, the second stage didn't disengage properly. You got it on your tail yet?" Scotty gasped for breath, trying to focus his mind on the present, trying to drive out the paralyzing phantoms of the past. "Second stage? Wait a minute. You're way off course. There it goes. You've lost it." There was a scraping sound in the earphones, and then the General's voice snapped out, sharp and clear. "Scotty, listen, boy, you're off course. You aren't out far enough. You'll have to orbit back." "Orbit?" The word was wrenched from his throat, and he stared at the viewer in horror. "Listen, Scotty, get this straight. Can you hear me, lad?" Yeah, I can hear." "Then listen. Orbit your ship. Slam down the cutoff and—" "I can correct," Scotty cried. "I can get back on beam and make it." "Scotty, you'd used too much fuel. You didn't get out far enough. You dragged dead weight." "I can correct." "You'll never be able to land up there. If you do, you'll never be able to take off again." "I've got to get out there." The General's voice was frantic. "This is an order, man. Orbit your ship. We'll find some way to get you down, but you'll have to come back." Something exploded in Scotty's mind then. Rage bubbled over in his mind, and he was screaming in the speaker. "I'm going on out. I'm going to land up there. I can't flub it now. I can't." "Scotty, orbit while you can. There'll be another try." "I can't hear you." "I said, I'm going out. Get somebody up there to get me if you want to, but I'm going." He ripped off the earphones, the bitterness and rage and frustration of long years welling into his mind. He was seething, almost crying out in his rage. Everything he had ever done he had flubbed, but he wouldn't flub this one. Fiercely he went to work on the controls, tears rolling down his cheeks as he worked. He was going to go on, if it killed him. He felt the ship respond to his new course slightly, and then, gradually, the weight began to lift from his chest. He sank back, panting. Up in the screen was a pale yellow ball, and he was racing toward it as fast as a man could race. There would be plenty of time for the sensitive calculations, for careful course plotting later. But he was not going back. They might get a ship up to get him in time, and again they might not. He had food and water for 10 days at full rations. He could live for 30 days on it, maybe more. And when the rations were gone, how long could he live then? How long did we live in the jungle without food or water? He sat back then and laughed. It would be better to die up there than to spend the rest of his life dying down on Earth. Dying every day, 1,000 deaths. They might be able to rescue him with fast work, with a fearful margin of incredible luck. But it didn't really matter to him now whether they did or didn't. He knew that now. He had already died, back there on the ground, waiting for the zero count to come. He was reborn now, a new man with a great, courageous job to do. This time he would do the job right. Fear was behind him now, for he could never be afraid again like he had been afraid a few short minutes before. The gauntlet was run. He would land on the moon, and no man nor memory would stop him from doing it. No fear, no cowardice, because a coward would have turned back. He settled back in the couch and drifted into sleep with a peaceful smile on his lips. This has been Journey for the Brave, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 32. Written by Alan E. Norse. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostscifi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Export Commodity. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 34. Written by Irving Cox, Jr. Narrated by Scott Miller. 3 of the hairless bipeds stood in front of the frame building talking. Concealed by the brush beyond the road, Hennig studied them carefully. These were the dominant species on this primitive world. Unspeakably grotesque things. The pale, white-skinned animals had a culture of sorts. Their language, their buildings, their wheeled vehicles testified to that. But an animal society was very different from the rational civilization Hennig knew. He was naked, and he carried no weapons. That was the logic of the computers. But Hennig was a fleet lieutenant, not one of the scientists. He put his faith in arms rather than computer logic. Stripped of his weapons, he lost a fundamental part of himself. The computers had said he would be safe, but too many things could go wrong. Too many factors might have been left out of the observer data submitted to the machines. Hennig inched cautiously toward the 3 white things standing near the wooden structure. The telecommunicator, which the surgeons had planted in his skull, caught the sound of alien voices and made a conceptual translation in terms Hennig understood. He could have used the same device to communicate directly with the alien minds, but the scientist general had warned him against that. The hairless bipeds, he told Hennig, are only an animal species. They have no civilization. Make no mistake about that, Lieutenant. And if we decide we need their planet, sir, we'll set up reservations for them so they can't interfere with our operation. They won't have weapons to match ours, Hennig suggested, hopefully. If you go in uniform, Lieutenant, even these witless things would recognize you as an alien. It would be foolish to let them know we exist until we have the final report on your physical survey. Sir, are we actually sure you're questioning the computer logic? The scientist general was very amused. Not that, sir. It's just, you see, I'm a soldier, and I don't understand these things. You'll have to take our conclusion on faith, Lieutenant. You're the only individual of your particular species aboard, and it would be absurd for us to wait for the center to send out a scientist with your physical qualifications. This planet is too insignificant for us to waste that much time on the survey. The chemistry of the atmosphere and the pressure of gravity approximate what you're accustomed to on your home world, Lieutenant Hennig, and the coincidence of your appearance is the best disguise you could have. Sir, isn't it true that sometimes on these primitive worlds the animal species war against each other? Wouldn't I be likely to get involved? The computers say no, and we can't argue against mechanical logic, can we, Lieutenant? Naturally, the scientists relied on their data, Hennig thought bitterly, but they weren't making the observation. They weren't standing naked and unarmed on an alien world. The miniature recorders sent down by the ship were only machines, after all, without a logical sense of judgment. The lieutenant had experienced alien worlds before. Facts were all very well, but the unpredictable quality of emotion was something else again. How could a recorder make note of that? How could feeling be measured or tabulated by the computers? The lieutenant lay in the brush, listening to the talk of the three hairless aliens. It was surprisingly trivial, the sort of thing he might have heard on his own home world. The rising price of food in the city, the cost of fuel for their wheeled vehicles, obscure references to politics, an amusing remark about the female of the species. The similarity to what he knew gave Hennig confidence. He slid out of his hiding place and moved toward the three bipeds. This was the ultimate test. If the computers had been right, the lieutenant would pass them unnoticed. He was nearly across the road when the alien thing saw him. They fell silent and backed away from him. He saw terror in their faces a split second before one of them, a female, began to scream. The second male turned and fled into the trees. The other drew out a cylindrical tube which was a weapon. Hennig tried to read the emotion in their minds, but the only comprehensible thought the telecommunicator picked up was a paralyzing horror. Hennig sprang at the hairless biped who had the weapon, clawing the ugly white face. The female screamed again and beat at him with her forepaws. The weapon exploded as the male went down, his face a torn, beaten pulp. Hennig felt the hot pain of the metal pellet lodged in the flesh of his shoulder. In panic, he fled beyond the frame building. The scientist general had said he would be safe, without weapons, without the protection of his uniform. The logic of civilization didn't apply on a primitive world of animal emotions. Hennig expected pursuit, but he heard no footsteps behind him. He stopped running and crept back toward the wooden building. The pain of his shoulder wound spread numbly into the rest of his body. His nerves seethed with nausea. Blood oozed from the torn flesh, congealing on his naked chest. He saw the female bend over the animal which had tried to kill him. Her mate, Hennig guessed. Logically, she should have fled, since Hennig was still nearby. Even a primitive would have been aware of the danger. But she seemed more concerned for the male. She wiped the blood from his face tenderly and began to drag him toward a four-wheeled vehicle, which stood idle inside the frame building. The lieutenant admired her courage. To risk herself so futilely in order to help another of her species, entirely illogical. No civilized being would be so foolish, yet heroic and noble. Hennig hated himself for what he had to do, yet he had no alternative. He couldn't let either of them escape to give the alarm. He sprang at the female. She screamed once as he clawed her throat. The blood pulsed through the wound, and she died quickly. Hennig was glad he could finish it so mercifully, with so little pain. He took a rock and beat in the skull of the male. The lieutenant stood beside the frame building, blood dripping from his hands, and looked across the road toward the brush-covered hillside where he had hidden his landing shuttle. It was safe, protected by a refraction field which made the metal tube visually transparent. Hennig had to make a decision, but pain pounding in his wounded shoulder made logical thinking difficult. He could return to the ship now and try to make the scientists understand that the computers had been wrong. His physical appearance was not disguise enough on this unknown world. Or he could complete his survey. With luck, that would be finished before dawn. The test area was relatively close to the hills where he had brought down his shuttle. Yet he knew he had no real choice. His experience with the 3 hairless bipeds, granting that the scientists accepted all of it at face value, was not data enough to outweigh the facts which the mechanical observers had previously fed to the computers. This would be considered an isolated episode, not a basis for a hypothetical generalization. The computer logic would strip Hennig of his rank and brand him a coward. He had worked too hard for his lieutenancy to give it up so easily. He had to go through with his assignment. He hid the bodies of the 2 animals he had killed behind the frame building. The third one, which had escaped, might spread the alarm, but Hennig had no way of preventing that. It was a risk he had to take. He examined the 4-wheeled vehicle which was inside the building. It was a relatively primitive mechanism powered by an internal combustion engine. The fact that the native vehicle was one Hennig could drive more than counterbalanced the potential risk from the white-faced animal which had escaped. With any luck, he could have his survey done in half the time he had estimated. The fuel from the alien vehicle gave Hennig part of the answer he needed. The mechanical observers had already used it for fuel. It must have been here in recoverable quantities. The lieutenant needed only to take 1 sample from the test area for the scientists to determine whether or not the oil was worth the expense of exploiting the planet. Hennig fingered the dash, looking for the ignition. The lettered symbols over the various dials meant nothing to him, since his telecommunicator was capable only of translating spoken words. The lieutenant turned 1 dial, and sound blared out at him. Music of a sort. This primitive animal culture had been clever enough to discover a process for radio transmission. For a second time, the lieutenant found himself unconsciously admiring the hairless bipeds. As inventions go, the internal combustion engine and radio were relatively insignificant. Yet this animal world had developed its technology without outside help, and that suggested a brilliant science. Hennig's empire had a vastly superior technology, but the scientists drew upon the ingenuity and inventive skill of 100 united worlds, and they had the tool of the logic computers. Far more characteristic of a primitive world was the ignition lock. An animal society, trapped by uncontrolled emotion, would have no mutual trust. Their machines would have to be locked against theft. That was the emotional environment Hennig had not expected. But then he thought of the female who had stuck by her mate when it meant her own death. 1 jarring note, 1 violation of the predictable pattern. The more he considered it, the more it disturbed him. Was it typical of the way they all behaved? The lieutenant began to envy the logic that made such affection possible. He thought of the mates he had been assigned from time to time by the psychological services. None of them, in a similar situation, would have tried to help him. Personal heroics were not a part of the computer civilization. He was suddenly conscious of the loneliness and the emptiness of scientific logic. These people, these pale, white-faced animals, had something better. And that thought was heresy. In haste, Hennig broke the ignition lock and twisted the loose wires together so he could start the motor. The seat was designed for the bipeds, and it was most uncomfortable for him to drive the car. Fortunately, he had only a short distance to go. The oil field selected for the test area was in the foothills, on the outskirts of the city. The traffic was heavier as he approached the field, but it was nearly dark by that time, and no one seemed to notice the lieutenant slumped low behind the wheel of the stolen vehicle. Had the computers been right? He wondered. Did he resemble an animal species which lived at peace among the aliens? In that case, what accounted for the reaction of the 3 hairless things when they first saw him? He had left the radio going,
listening to the weird discord of the savage music. Sometimes a voice sang the melody, and his telecommunicator gave him a conceptual analysis of the words. All the lyrics revolved around one theme: personal affection. Love was apparently the dominant trend of this culture. According to their music, they died for it, sighed for it, cried for it. No sacrifice was too great if it were made in the name of love. Hennig saw nothing trite in the wording. His logical mind limited his understanding to a strictly literal translation. He knew that an animal society was built upon emotion, but he had never before come across a primitive world where the focal point was love. Hate, greed, ambition, conflict, envy, those were typical and normal. The emphasis upon affection put this world in a special category. The white-faced bipeds had discovered a bond stronger than all the logic of the Empire. Because he was logical, the lieutenant had to admit that to himself. If the Empire came to exploit the oil reserves, it would destroy something magnificent. But Hennig wasn't sure. He had too little specific data: the courage of one female, the chanted songs of a radio program, and, of course, the lonely isolation of the logical life he lived. But to throw that in as a factor was to argue emotionally, on an animal level, himself. As he turned down a side road into the oil field, the program of music ended, and Hennig heard a brief news summary. It was predominantly a report of a developing war. Now that made sense. That was the sort of emotional behavior Hennig expected from an animal world. But how could they sing love chants while they simultaneously prepared to slaughter each other? At the end of the broadcast, the newscaster mentioned the discovery of 2 brutally mutilated bodies behind a mountain garage. An alleged eyewitness is held by the police. He claims to have seen a strange animal approach the victims shortly before the murder. The announcer repeated a very accurate description of Hennig, which, he said, tallied with no species known to zoology. To Hennig, that statement was incomprehensible. The computers couldn't be that wrong. They were objective, logical machines, processing the information submitted by the mechanical observers. The computer said Hennig resembled a native species. That much had to be true. The conclusion that he would be able to pass unnoticed on the alien planet might be faulty for lack of emotional data. But the newscaster claimed no such species existed. The lieutenant hid his vehicle in a copse of trees close to the deserted side road. He slid off the seat, glad to escape the cramped position behind the wheel. As he walked toward the oil field, his wound began to pain him again. With his tongue, he worked the small capsule loose from the back of his mouth, the only place where he could conceal it, since the computers had decreed that he come naked to this world. He stooped beside a sump and watched the black earth filter slowly through the membrane into the capsule. In his own mind, Hennig had no doubt that the petroleum resources here were economically worth exploitation. He thought, for a moment, of the brutal occupation by the Empire fleet, the slaughter and the destruction, before the survivors could be herded into prison reservations. The killing and the burning of their primitive cities didn't disturb him. The aliens were animals. Because of their biological evolution, they would never achieve a higher social level. They were eternally tied to emotion, and a logical civilization was beyond their mentality. To wipe them out meant no more to Hennig than the extermination of a germ colony or a nest of vermin. Still, the particular emotion dominating these bipeds was unique. It was worth preserving, if that emotion actually existed, if he were reading the data correctly. The lieutenant still didn't know. He still couldn't make up his mind. The test Earth seeped slowly into the capsule. Hennig raised his eyes and studied the field. It was dark, and the skeletal shafts of the oil derricks were silhouetted against the glow of the city lights. The hairless bipeds had developed the field extensively. 2 or 3 generations ago, Hennig thought enviously,
The planet must have been enormously rich in oil, if, after so much native exploitation, it was still worth an empire invasion. 2 galactic millennia had passed since the Empire had reached that same period in technological growth, depleting the petroleum resources of 100 worlds. The Empire had to have oil, not for fuel. Atomic energy had been harnessed long ago, but for lubrication. All the scientists, all the logical computers which governed the Empire had never come up with a satisfactory substitute. The sample capsule was full. Hennig stood up, sealing the vial again at the back of his mouth, and as he turned toward the road he saw one of the aliens watching him. Behind the biped a pipe was burning gas, exhausted from the field. The flame lit the animal face, and Hennig saw the crushing weight of terror. The animal turned and ran, blowing on a whistle which was suspended around its neck. Hennig sprang after him and caught the white thing with a blow that split the fragile neck bone. But one blast on the alarm whistle had been enough. Hennig saw other animals pouring out of the low-roofed stone building nestled among the oil derricks. Bright lights blazed up, sweeping the field with a deadly glare. Hennig ran toward the trees where he had hidden his vehicle. He saw the lights of other cars on the side road, and he heard the nervous scream of sirens. He swung aside, running in the direction of the suburban cottages in the foothills. Unless he found another vehicle unguarded, he had to return to the shuttle on foot, and that would give the aliens too much time to spread the alarm. As he crossed the main highway, he saw 2 bipeds walking together, arm in arm. The female began to scream. Hennig had to silence her. He sprang for her throat. Without his customary weapons, that was the only self-defense he had. The male should have turned and fled, since he was not armed. That was sensible, and that was logical. But once more the lieutenant tangled with the unique emotional reactions of this planet. The male held his ground and tried to protect the female. Hennig's first slash missed her throat, and she fought back too. The male's forepaw, doubled into a hammer shape, struck Hennig's wounded shoulder, and blood oozed down his naked chest again. A nausea of pain snapped Hennig's strength. He staggered toward the shadows beyond the road. If the 2 aliens came after him now, he was lost. He was too weak to defend himself. He collapsed, panting and retching. But he heard no footsteps. When he was able, he looked back toward the road. He saw the male holding the female in his arms and mopping blood from the gash Hennig had torn in her cheek. These inexplicable aliens and their affection for each other. It defied all logic and reason. Their behavior was absurd, yet somehow sublime, too. From the arid emptiness of his logical mind, Hennig, for a moment, had a vision of something great, a new world, which fused the intellect of the computer civilization and the warmth of this animal emotion. These ugly, white-faced animals had a resource far more valuable than petroleum to export to the Empire. Then he heard the sirens coming closer, and he began to run. He saw a brightly lighted street where bipeds crowded the walks. He turned in panic down a dark alley. The sirens were behind him. He saw savages at both ends of the alley, and he pushed his way blindly into a dark warehouse. He fell across a pile of sacks filled with a soft, grainy substance. A narrow shaft of moonlight made a sharp angle on the floor. He tried to examine his wound in the light. It was still bleeding. The skin was puffy and inflamed. A kind of dull haze crowded the periphery of his mind. The lieutenant knew the symptoms. He had been wounded twice before when the fleet occupied primitive worlds. He would be all right when he reached the shuttle. He had an emergency kit there, and he could sterilize the wound. He heard footsteps and muffled voices in the alley. He shrank closer to the sacks. Unconsciously, he clawed a rent in the cloth, and the grain spilled out, making a tiny pyramid in the moonlight. There was a scurrying of tiny feet, A shrill squeal and a rodent came from the darkness to nibble at the food. It was the smallest rat Hennig had ever seen, no larger than his hand. Instinctively, his mouth began to water. The rat would make a tasty, delicate morsel, and it was a long time since he had eaten. But before he could pounce on it, another animal shot out of the shadows and caught the rat in its claws. Then Hennig knew the truth. He knew why the computers had been wrong, and he knew what data the mechanical observers had failed to transmit. For the small animal, which was torturing the rat with its forepaws, was a physical duplicate of himself in miniature. No wonder the radio newscaster had said this world had no zoological species like Hennig's. It was a question of relative size, and the error might have amused him if he had been safely back aboard the exploration ship. Hennig was aware of minor physical differences. The small, green-eyed miniature of himself did not walk erect. Its bare feet had not yet evolved the necessary alteration in joint structure, and its claws were still only cutting tools, incapable of more delicate manipulation. Tentatively, Hennig used the telecommunicator to explore the animal mind. He found no indication of a cerebral cortex. But the animal apparently felt the transmission, for it arched its back, and every hair on its body stood on end. It dropped the rat and swung toward Hennig, hissing and spitting into the darkness. The lieutenant grinned and purred. This little creature was like a newborn child, lying in the family nest. It was the first familiar thing he had found on this alien world of hairless bipeds. But his purring frightened the animal. It dropped its rat and fled, screaming. The sound brought the feet running back to the alley door. Hennig heard the pounding fists beating upon the wooden panels. He clawed his way to the top of the pile of sacks, where he saw a window. As he broke it open, the door gave, and the hairless animals tumbled into the darkness. A weapon flashed, and a metal pellet split the wood close to Hennig's head. He leaped through the window. The jar, when he landed, sent pain spiraling through his body. He staggered along a dark street. Behind him he heard footsteps and hysterical voices. He couldn't outrun them, he knew that. When he saw a garden gate, he pushed it open. He fell exhausted into a bed of blooming flowers. He didn't quite lose consciousness. He heard the animals when they ran past the garden gate. In the sullen silence, he began to breathe more easily. The terrified pounding of his heart slowed. He tried to push himself to his feet, and he found that his arm below the shoulder wound was paralyzed with pain. He turned on his back and rolled against the legs of a female who stood above him, looking straight ahead toward the street. He waited for her to scream and call the others. Instead, she said in a whisper, "Poor thing, you're hurt." Hennig's mind soared with hope. Was it possible that the love these animals felt for each other could be extended to include himself? She knelt beside him, gently feeling his wound with her hairless fingers. Her head was still erect. She did not look at him. He winced when she touched him. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'll have to put something on it for you." She went very slowly to a dilapidated garden shed. She moved by shuffling her feet along the gravel walk, occasionally reaching out to brush her hands against the larger shrubs growing beside the path. When she returned, she poured a liquid over Hennig's wound. The new pain was like fire, but he knew she had used a primitive remedy to burn out the infection. There was no doubt in his mind after that. While some of her species searched the streets for him and tried to kill him, she was ready to give him help. Although the scientist general had warned Hennig against it, he decided to use the telecommunicator. If she would help him, he had a chance of getting back to his shuttle. It was the only way he could escape. He took one risk in using the device. The female might become aware of every concept in Hennig's mind, but that was a small risk. Only an intellectual equal with the heightened perceptions of the computer civilization would read the full context of his communication. "I need help," he conveyed to her. "I have a place of safety in the mountains. Will you take me to it?" With a sudden indrawn breath, like the hissing of a small child, the female stiffened beside him. Had he frightened her? He tried to explore her mind, but her cerebral pattern was amazingly complex. He couldn't evaluate the interlocked emotion, shock, sorrow, a sympathetic loneliness, and finally understanding. How much of his thinking, how much of himself she had seen, he did not know. Her rational logic was subordinate to the emotion. Her most surprising reaction was pity. Pity for him because of the computer civilization that had shaped his mind. "Of course you must go back," she said. So she had dredged that much out of his mind during the brief openness of the telecommunication. "And you have found a resource that your unfortunate people need." The petroleum? Did she understand about that too? Then why would she help him escape, since it meant the invasion and destruction of her world? She told him she would persuade her brother to drive his truck up the mountain road. She had learned from the telecommunication where Hennig wanted to stop. "You'll be hidden in back. Open the door and slip out when we stop. It won't be far to your shuttle." So she had understood that, too. Hennig realized he had grossly underestimated the mental abilities of these emotional animals. Very gently she put a salve and a bandage on his wound. She helped him into a small panel truck, which was sheltered in a frame building open to the street. Before she closed the door, she handed him a package of nut meats. "This will help you with your other problem. Give them to your scientists. We call these nuts peanuts. They make an excellent oil. You may have the soil on one of your worlds to grow them for yourselves. If not, we might be able to produce the oil for you." She closed the door. Hennig felt a tight constriction in his throat. This hairless female had read every thought in his mind. There was no question of that. And she was letting him go home unharmed. She was helping him escape. To Hennig, this was the final demonstration of the emotion of her species, the quality of love that the computer civilization had never found. He would not let her world be invaded and exploited. The oil resources were not that important. Very carefully, he removed the sample capsule from his mouth and emptied it. With his unhurt arm, he clawed loose dirt together from the floor of the truck and pushed it through the membrane. When the scientists analyzed that sample, they would leave her world in peace. The motor hummed and the truck began to move. In the darkness, Hennig opened the package of peanuts and crushed one between his teeth. As a food, it was very unpalatable. Perhaps the hairless bipeds enjoyed it. From her mind, the telecommunicator had picked up the fact that they looked upon it as a food, but nothing like this was of any value to the Empire. The various species in the computer civilization were not vegetable eaters. Hennig was sure the nut was not a source of oil. The female, of course, had underestimated his mentality, just as he had misjudged hers. The purpose of her gift was forlornly obvious. She wanted to buy off the invasion she had read in his mind, and presumably the nut meat was their favorite food, which they produced in quantity. The lieutenant grinned over her emotional foolishness. Her world needed no subterfuge to protect it. The bipeds had something better. They would be safe. Hennig would make sure of that. After a time, the truck came to a stop. Hennig opened the rear door and dropped to the road. He recognized the garage where he had killed the two aliens that afternoon. He knew where he was. The lieutenant leaned for a moment against the open truck door, adjusting to the new pain in his wound. In the front of the vehicle, he saw the girl and her brother. A pale light from the dash fell on their faces. Hennig saw the girl's eyes for the first time, and he realized suddenly that she was blind. No wonder she had helped him then. She hadn't known he was an alien. That accounted, too, for her quick understanding of his telecommunication. Sightlessness had heightened her other perceptions. The radio in the truck was on. The girl and her brother were listening to a newscast, reporting the diplomatic maneuvers of something referred to as the Cold War. Impatiently, the blind female snapped off the broadcast. Hennig heard her say softly, "Have you ever wondered, Fred, what another race might think of us? They'd call us fools, I suppose. We have the ability to build so much, but instead we're using our science to destroy ourselves." But you know, Fred, I don't think that would seem important to an outsider. Perhaps he wouldn't even be aware of the conflict. Simply because we're human beings, Fred, we have something far more significant. We have it because men and women have to live together. Because love? Her brother laughed. We take that for granted. It's a pity we can't see ourselves, just once, as strangers might. We would be able to understand our own greatness then. But Hennig didn't know that, for he wasn't conscious of how much of a change the impact of love had made in himself. He was thinking about the last mate the psychological services had assigned him. He wanted to see her again. He wanted to see her litter of young, hissing and purring in the family nest. It was the first time in his life he had felt the need to go back, and the feeling was a factor no computer could measure. He would have clawed the throat of any scientist who told him such thinking was illogical, for Hennig had found what he considered to be the higher logic of emotion. Silently, Hennig scurried through the forest toward his shuttle, carrying with him a useless sample of dust fastened at the back of his mouth, and an idea that would one day overthrow his computer civilization. An emotion marked for export from an anthropoid world, the exportable commodity of man. This has been Export Commodity, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 34. Written by Irving Cox, Jr., narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. Wanted, One Sane Man. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 37. Written by Frank M. Robinson. Narrated by Scott Miller. The small man adjusted his bifocals and stared critically at the huge brass nameplate over the glass entrance doors. Personnel Incorporated, in neat, modest lettering. Directly above the plate was a traveling neon sign, which informed the public in letters 6 feet tall that personnel can supply the man for any job. 75% of the personnel problems on the American continent are handled by personnel. Does your job seem boring lately? See personnel and be psychologically fitted for your work. Personnel can supply the man for any job. 75% of the small man looked at it for a minute and turned to his tall companion. Tell me, Maxwell, why the 75? Why not 80 or 83? Maxwell glanced up at the sign. If they do 76% or more of the business, they're a monopoly. It must pain Whiteford to have to hold himself down to only 75. Whiteford? Maxwell looked surprised. You haven't heard of him? The newest boy wonder in the business world? He's the genius who runs this modern slave market. He looked at his watch. And incidentally, he's also the guy we've got an appointment with in 5 minutes. They joined the crowd streaming up the wide granite steps and found themselves in the large entrance lobby, directly opposite the battery of ascending elevators.
The small man approached the starter.
Pardon me, but would you tell us what floor Personnel Incorporated is on?
The starter looked shocked. Personnel ain't just on one floor, mister. It's the whole building. Who'd you want to see?
We wanted to, well, that is, whoever's in...
The starter brushed him aside. Step out of the way of the passengers, mister. Be with you in a second. Okay, lady, maid service and domestics is on the 31st floor. Don't shove in the elevator, please. Next elevator, please. He turned back to the small man. We got administration on the first floor. Second floor, automotive and transportation, assemblers, welders, painters, cushion upholsterers, sprayers, muck-up men, testers, and greasers. Third floor, electrical, solderers, cabinet workers, wirers, draftsmen, coil winders, and design experts. Next floor, entertainers, everything from acrobats to zither players and concert artists. Fifth, we want to see Whiteford. Maxwell cut in impatiently. The starter looked impressed. The chief, eh? Administration's on the first floor, like I told you, mister. Straight down to the end of the corridor and to your left. You can't miss it. He had a second thought and turned and shouted after them. If you want a job, general employment's on the second corridor to your right.
Think this will do any good? The small man asked, mopping the sweat off his bald head.
We don't have any choice. We've got to try it.
Maxwell pushed open one of the double-swinging doors marked Office of the President. They walked into the outer fringes of a whirlpool of noise and bedlam, rivaling that of a stock exchange or a grain pit in the middle of the harvesting season. The room covered more than an acre, with 90% of the floor space devoted to adding machines, typewriters, tabulators, collators, sorters, key punches, automatic alphabetizers, and the other 10% to their operators. A battery of sorters on their left digested stacks of small white cards and spewed forth more stacks of them into waiting hoppers. On their right, the nearest of three switchboard operators smiled a weak greeting and turned back to her board. Personnel Incorporated, National Carbide and Carbon. Just a moment, please. I'll connect you with the President's office. Personnel Incorporated, Chrysler Corporation. That's the automotive division, extension 2214. Personnel Incorporated, Shanghai Importing Company. I believe our sales division can furnish you with the men. Extension 230. She turned to the small man. The monster's office is that glass enclosure down there. She pointed to a glassed-in office at the end of the room. And while there, tell him he'll have to get some more help for the switchboard. She mopped her forehead with a soggy handkerchief. It's more than we can handle. The center of the whirlpool was the glassed-in office with the name Whiteford on the door. Nothing else. Whiteford himself, neatly dressed in a business suit with creases sharp enough to shave with, was sitting behind half an acre of mahogany desk. He was young, about 30, with the healthy and slightly overfed look of a graduated college halfback. Maxwell decided he didn't like him. He looked like a character who exuded confidence like perspiration. Whiteford didn't bother looking up, but continued barking into the intercom. Lyons, about the Amazon Valley deal. Fly in 3,000 semi-skilled next week. Get 'em housed in Quonset huts and make arrangements with a coast concern for shipments of fresh fruits and vegetables for the central kitchen. He paused. Better call in the bug experts to liquidate the mosquitoes instead of spending the money for netting and anti-malaria. Cheaper in the long run. He took time out to gulp some pills from a bottle and wash them down with water from a desk-side tap. Just a quick lunch, he apologized. His voice was brisk. What can I do for you? The small man gestured to himself and his companion. I'm George Berger, director of the experimental division at Atlantic Motors. And this is Frank Maxwell. He's with the government. We have something important we'd like to discuss. Be glad to. Whiteford looked at his watch. For about 4 minutes, I have an engagement at 11. As you were saying, Mr. Bircher?
The small man winced.
"Berger, we need—"
A secretary came in on the run.
"Call for you from London, Mr. Whiteford, about dredging the Thames. A man—"
"I'll take it out there in a moment, Miss Hancock."
"To pilot—"
The phone rang.
"A rocket—"
"IBM? Call me back in half an hour."
"To the—"
Whiteford flipped the intercom switch. "Tell the man from General Motors we'll be able to supply the gear specialist, Miss Hancock."
"Moon."
Whiteford glanced at his watch again and frowned. "Really, Berger, I'm a very busy man. You'll have to cut it short." Maxwell shouldered past Berger and leaned possessively on Whiteford's desk, his jaw an inch from Whiteford's own. "It so happens that what concerns Atlantic Motors vitally concerns the government, Whiteford. We'd appreciate it if you could stretch that generosity of yours and give us 5 minutes of your undivided attention. After all, we did have an appointment." Whiteford turned off the intercom and leaned back in his swivel chair, his fingers tapping nervously on the chair arm. "Sorry, Maxwell, but keeping the organization running keeps me on the hump." "Like it kept the slavers of the 18th century on the hump," Maxwell growled. Whiteford's eyebrow shot up. "Personnel Incorporated was founded on one of the most obvious needs of our civilization, Maxwell. With the expansion of production after the first atomic war, the demand for personnel, and increasing labor management difficulties, it was obvious that dozens of little employment agencies and company employment divisions were only hampering manufacturing facilities. A single, centralized bureau was needed. Personnel Incorporated filled that need. From myself on down, everybody who's been handled by personnel has been psychologically tested for their job, which means strikes and walkouts have been cut to a minimum. Modern civilization would be impossible without personnel, Maxwell. But that's water over the dam." He nodded to Berger. "You have a personnel problem?"
"That's why I came here," Berger said testily. "As you may know, Mr. Whiteford, Atlantic Motors has constructed a rocket to make the first flight to the moon. We need a pilot for that rocket."
Whiteford looked bored. All the Sunday supplements have carried articles about the AM rocket. As for the pilot, there are thousands of men in this country alone who are probably qualified for the job. To find one would be routine, I should think.
"It's somewhat more complicated than picking a pilot out of a hat, Mr. Whiteford. Not just any pilot will do. There are, of course, certain technical qualifications, but there are more important ones than that. Our man would have to be perfect mentally. No nervousness, neurosis, streaks of instability, or anything of the sort. We could hardly trust $75 million worth of rocket to a man who wasn't sound physically and mentally."
"I take it you couldn't find any." Berger shook his head. "Where does the government come in?" "The government is naturally interested in rockets," Maxwell said. "It's rumored the Russians aren't far behind us. At any rate, without a pilot, the rocket is useless."
"And the government has been unsuccessful too?"
Maxwell hesitated. "As a matter of fact, we found a pilot. At least we thought we had. He piloted the first rocket that was sent. One flight has been attempted before. From what little evidence we can gather, it appears he deliberately crashed the rocket on the moon."
"Why?"
Maxwell shrugged. "Off his trolley, I suppose. That's reason number one for our qualifications being so high."
"I frankly don't think you can find one," Berger added nastily. "Atlantic Motors has tried for months with no success."
"Personnel Incorporated is not Atlantic Motors, Berger," Whiteford said sarcastically. "We've never failed. Never failed." He repeated it like a liturgy. "We don't intend to fail now. Come back in a week and we'll have your man." "Just like the Royal Canadian Mounted," Maxwell muttered. When they had gone, Whiteford flipped the switch of the intercom. "Miss Hancock, cancel my appointment with the directors of AT&T. Call in the company psychologists to prepare a personnel test. Contact Haskins at our London office and Schubert in Paris and tell them we intend to launch a campaign for rocket pilots immediately.
Examination papers for applicants will be forwarded at once. Notify our other branch offices to the same effect. All on the QT, you understand. And, Miss Hancock, have the psychologist test our advertising for confidence appeal. A representative of Atlantic Motors just implied we couldn't supply them with help. Those cards represent exactly 250,342 applicants, Whiteford said proudly, gesturing to stacks of tabulating cards by the sorting machine. Berger looked mildly surprised. All of them qualified to be the pilot? Whiteford smiled indulgently. Probably only a small portion, several thousand or so. Each hole punched in the card represents either the applicant's physical condition, his technical knowledge, or answers to carefully phrased questions which will reveal his mental state. The sorting machine here, he patted the mechanical monster at his side, has been set to sort out only those cards that meet with the qualifications the company's psychologists have set up. I have arranged this demonstration to show the efficiency of the corporation. We have quite a reputation for fulfilling contracts. He shot a glance at Berger. We'll run through this large stack here. Applicants from England first. Maxwell pointed curiously to a small pile. Where's that stack from? Whiteford glanced at it casually. That stack was forwarded from our branch office in Hindustan. Some Indians make darn good pilot material. He inserted part of the stack of cards from England into the chute of the machine and started it up. There was a slow snick, snick, snick as the cards passed through the intricate system of metal fingers that would separate the sheep from the goats, or, in this case, the pilots from the remainder of the applicants. The chute emptied, and no cards had been tossed out into the acceptance hopper. No luck, eh? Maxwell couldn't help grinning. Whiteford frowned. We've just started. 2 hours later, the entire stack of cards, including the stack from Hindustan, had been run through. The acceptance hopper was still empty. Whiteford was in his shirt sleeves, beads of sweat dripping unnoticed off the tip of his nose. I can't understand, he muttered. I can't believe. Miss Hancock, call in Dr. Burroughs. When the doctor had showed up, Whiteford pointed to the cards lying in heaps on the floor. Not a one qualified. Not a single one. Why, Burroughs? Burroughs hemmed and hawed and finally decided to risk it. Well, that's, not too hard to understand. Unfortunately, the majority of applicants were nothing more than, if you'll pardon me, crackpots, the kind who will volunteer for anything. Most of them lacked the technical knowledge. Those who had it either failed the physical or were, again, mentally unstable. Only slightly in most cases, but enough so there was a danger of it becoming pronounced while in the rocket. Those who might have qualified weren't interested. Why not? The pay was good. Let me pose a question. What entirely sane man would volunteer, for any amount of money, to pilot a plutonium engine rocket around the moon and back? Whiteford looked blank. In other words, personnel can't supply the man. Is that it? Maxwell interrupted. Burroughs spread his hands in an expansive gesture. Well, now, I wouldn't say that. Someplace there must be a man. Whiteford turned and went into his office, slamming the door behind him. They could see him collapse into his swivel chair. Well, what do you suppose came over him? Berger gasped. I suppose that God has finally found a stone he couldn't lift, Maxwell murmured. Whiteford kneaded his knuckles and stared morosely out the window. From time to time his hand strayed to the intercom, and then he'd snap it back. He'd been sitting that way for 2 hours. For 2 hours, the gigantic cogs of Personnel Incorporated had been stopped by a grain of sand, or at least so it seemed. Suddenly his hand lashed out, and he flipped the intercom switch. Would you please come here a minute, Miss Hancock? Yes, Mr. Whiteford? Do you think you could run Personnel Incorporated while I'm away? Well, I hardly think I'm capable.
You're not, Whiteford said dryly, but you're more capable than anyone else that's here. You'll assume my duties until I return. He paused at the door. In case anyone asks, I'll be gone for a month. Berger wrung his hands nervously.
Only a half hour until takeoff time, Mr. Whiteford. I think we've thought of everything. You realize that your position on the rocket actually is only the safety factor of the rocket itself. And, of course, an observer is preferable. First-hand accounts of human reactions on board the rocket will be invaluable. You've been drilled for 2 weeks in your duties on board, the listing of meter readings in the logbook, a careful diary of your own physiological reactions, etc., and, naturally, what to do in case of an emergency. Of course, the chances are several million to 1 of anything actually going wrong with the rocket. Oh, yes, the pictures of the first rocket flight. The film actually doesn't show much, but it might be of interest.
Whiteford followed him to the small projection room.
The camera was tracked by radar,
Berger exclaimed.
We can follow the rocket all the way. I'll speed up the action a little.
The pinpoint of light on the screen leaped ahead, and in a few moments the pock-marked face of the moon came into view. Berger slowed the action down to normal. The tiny tadpole of light swam closer to the moon. Suddenly, it swerved, and in a moment there was a tiny burst of light on one of the craters, and the screen went blank.
The crash, eh?
Berger nodded.
You can still back out, you know. You can, up until the moment you step inside the rocket.
Don't be silly, Whiteford snorted. They went out to the landing field.
Incidentally, Mr. Whiteford, you'll find a small cabinet on board with various books, puzzles, and whatnot for your leisure hours. They've been scientifically selected for your type of personality.
Berger smiled faintly.
In fact, you'll discover that the pilot has been provided for very well, considering weight limitations and all. Practically every possible occurrence has been provided for. I'm sure you'll experience no difficulty on the flight.
Whiteford nodded absently. Just be sure and tell Maxwell that Personnel Incorporated can always supply the man. Always. Inside the cabin, Whiteford methodically went through the takeoff preparations he had practiced during the previous 2 weeks. He gave the chronometer, synchronized to start with the takeoff, a quick inspection, and turned to the meters on the instrument panel. He quickly went over the small control board that would permit him to make deviations and corrections in the ship's course of as much as 5 degrees, and checked the Geiger counter apparatus, which emitted a faint burp as a stray cosmic ray hit it. The counter was designed to warn against stray radiation from the engines, but the chances were 10 million to 1 that there would be any, Berger had said. He flicked through the pages of the ship's log and idly noted the entry pages for meter readings and observations. Against the rear bulkhead of the small cabin was a hammock-like affair, suspended by coil springs. He punched the hammock casually. It would serve to cushion the effects of acceleration at the takeoff, and as a bunk for the pilot for the rest of the trip. Near it, and almost a part of the deck, was a food locker. There was a small spigot at the top that served as a water tap for the tank below. Around the top of the cabin there was a series of small ports of steel-strong plastic, permitting an outside view. The ports were currently closed with steel overlap caps. He looked down at his watch. 2 minutes until takeoff. He strapped himself in the hammock and bounced once or twice to test the springs. They hardly gave it all under his efforts. They were designed to give way under the acceleration of 8 or 9 Gs. The hammock and the skin-tight pilot suit were supposed to keep him together under the crushing weight of acceleration, at which time he'd be like jelly in a mold. A light sweat sprung out on his forehead. If something went wrong with the apparatus, they could scrape him off the rear bulkhead like a pancake off a hot griddle.
He hadn't thought of that before. Not only that, but how about radiation from the engines? Shielded, of course, but even the best engineers could sometimes... Good God, how did he ever get... There was a sudden surge of the ship, and the springs holding the hammock stretched as easy as a dime store rubber band. He felt his weight double and triple. His breath came in tight little gasps, as if a sorting machine had been dumped on his chest. The weight kept increasing, and the cabin started to spin. Little black dots danced around the edges of his area of vision and gradually covered it. He felt like he was smothering in a dark black pit. Maxwell's face flashed at him out of the darkness.
"Always supply the man, eh?"
It sneered. Hands appeared before the face and dropped application cards until they fluttered in front of it like snow. The snow cleared, and he could see prim Miss Hancock coming toward him. A suddenly alluring Miss Hancock, sans glasses and most everything else. He had a faint impression of being shocked. The image faded, and he saw himself being chased down the boulevard by a group of animated tabulating machines. He made it to the personnel building and made a dash for the elevator. Instead of going up, the elevator went down, faster, faster. He felt the bottom of the elevator drop away from under him, and he floated in the air, vainly kicking at the walls. Whiteford opened his eyes slowly. The hammock quivered a little on the springs, but they were no longer stretched. The chronometer read 5 minutes since takeoff. He unstrapped and tried to get out of the hammock. An instant later, he found himself floating at about the same level as the hammock, not touching the deck. A fragment of a dream about an elevator touched his mind, and it suddenly occurred to him that he was falling faster than he had fallen before. He closed his eyes, which promptly made it worse. He was falling hundreds of miles to Earth. An image formed in his mind of the ship entering the atmosphere, the screaming of the tortured air, the heating of the metallic shell from friction until it glowed a cherry red, roasting its occupant to a blackened cinder. He screamed, and the sound of his own voice brought him back to sanity. The sensation of falling was what he should expect from weightlessness. It was like being in the elevator he had imagined that kept going faster and faster until it fell away from beneath him. He kept his mind on the concept with an effort. He managed to control his imagination, but his nervous system kept sending the impulses which screamed that he was falling. He clutched at the hammock in a sudden wave of nausea. The feeling didn't leave him, and he closed his eyes and vomited. It was amazingly easy to do. In free flight, gravity no longer helped in holding down his meal. He was in the middle of an agonizing attack of what any sailor would recognize as the dry heaves before he managed to gain control of his knotted stomach muscles. The hammock served as a point of orientation, and he dragged himself onto it and buried his face in the canvas. He tried not to feel anything, or hear anything, or think anything. He had lain like that for a long time when he felt something brush his face. He opened his eyes and saw a few little spheroids of matter floating in the cabin. He batted idly at one with a free hand, and it immediately broke up into smaller spheroids, which drifted apart from each other. He groaned. It had been a mistake to vomit. Whether he liked it or not, his next duty would have to be to gather up all the spheroids and stuff them into the disposal chute. He found a rubberized bag in the medicine kit and went after the spheroids much in the same way a little boy catches butterflies. When he had finished the unpleasant task of collecting the spheroids, he glanced over at the chronometer. It read some 50 minutes since the beginning of the trip. Time to begin his tour of duty. He took the logbook and made his round of the meters and jotted down their readings. Under personal reactions, he jotted down sick, steady and unremitting feeling of nausea. 10 minutes later, he had accomplished his duties for the next 8-hour period. That left only, 14 days going, same time returning. He had left only 27 days and 23 hours before he'd see Earth again. 27 days and 23 hours of sheer hell. Things, unpleasant things, seemed to pile up on him. He had suffered from migraine headaches before, but nothing like he did now. It was easier for his heart to pump blood to his head, and the minute enlargement of the blood vessels in his head caused splitting pains to shoot through it. He had noticed the headaches shortly after he had attempted to look through one of the ports. Not that they weren't there before. He had been too busy vomiting to take note of them. The ports were a fiasco in themselves. The practically solid beams of light coming through had blinded him temporarily, even when he wore sunglasses, enough to show him that sightseeing and human observation were out of the question. And mixed in with all of these were the difficulties of getting around the small compartment. He could kick himself around, inasmuch as he was weightless in free flight, but the piping and equipment in the compartment turned it into a hazardous obstacle course. He nearly broke his arm once, trying to stop from running into a bulkhead. And there were other things, embarrassing things, or, considering he was alone in the compartment, just mildly annoying things. After trying to look through the ports, he pushed back to the hammock and lay down. He could just as easily have rested, floating in the air, but the hammock was a great mental aid. He tried to keep his mind blank, but snatches of thought kept running through it. Today was Friday on Earth, about time for the evening meal. Fried perch and scalloped potatoes. He groaned again. Nowhere on the examinations they had made out for the applicants was there a question asking if the prospect was susceptible to space sickness. Whiteford lay on the hammock and thought about what it had been like on Earth a few hours before. It would be near quitting time and the 5 o'clock rush just beginning. Most people would be going home to a hearty dinner. He skipped that. And then a quiet evening with the television, or perhaps a ringside table at any of the local night spots where he used to entertain clients. There would be the many little tables with the clean white tablecloths and the neat arrangement of polished silver, the glasses filled to the brim with sparkling clear water. He rolled his tongue around the inside of his mouth. It felt like fur. Sparkling clear water might be just what he needed. A few sips of ice water and a cold, wet rag on his face would work wonders. Clear, cool, gushing water. He had to have water. He rolled out of the hammock and dove for the water tap. A split second later, he remembered his first accident and twisted frantically in the air, trying to slow his momentum. He grabbed for some pipes that threaded through the cabin, missed, and hit the water tap butt first. The plastic panels at the front splintered and broke, and the tiny aluminum tubing, scientifically designed to deliver water under conditions of free flight, bent and crumpled. Whiteford felt wet. He turned and grimly surveyed the demolished water tap. A few drops of water floated lazily, tantalizingly in the air. He had to have water. A kit near the food locker yielded some cooking utensils and an old-fashioned can opener, one end of which might serve as a crude lever. He had to wedge himself between the tap and the bulkhead to get leverage to pry with. Otherwise, a hearty twist only resulted in his body turning a slow circle in the air. The tubes didn't straighten very easily. Finally, the can opener broke, a loss that didn't become immediately apparent. He grabbed the pipes with his hands and heaved outward. They bent. He heaved again, and they bent still more. On the third heave, he felt a slight pain in his side. He was exerting quite a bit of effort which on Earth would have made him sweat and his heart pump faster. He was sweating now, but his heart wasn't only pumping faster, it was racing.
He grasped the pipes harder for a final effort. With a brittle snap, one of the connections burst and a few drops of water sprayed out at him. He didn't notice. He was holding his sides in pain while his heart took off like a racehorse. The veins in his wrists swelled to the size of lead pencils, and he could feel the throbbing pulse of blood. He floated stiffly in the air, half paralyzed by sudden fear. When the pumping had slowed down, he turned his attention back to the battered pipes. He straightened one of them out, being careful not to overexert himself, and used it to suck the water through. The water was clear and cold, but tasted a little of metal. It refreshed him, and he began to think of something to go with it. Whether he felt like eating or not, it was obviously going to be necessary. It wasn't too bad so far. He could take the headaches and the nausea if he had to. There were other things, though. Fear of what might happen. Meteorites were one thing. Chances of this ship colliding with a speck of dust were 10 million to 1 against it. But still, he went to the food locker and broke out a small electric hot plate, a skillet, and a dozen eggs. The skillet was a little flatter than an ordinary one, with a hinged cover to keep the contents in. It wasn't pleasant to think about. The ship, a drifting derelict, riddled and airless, with his body frozen as hard as stone, floating on the inside. What rubbish! Let's see. A 1 kilogram meteorite with a velocity of 10 miles a second hitting the hull probably fuse a section of it. 10 miles, 16 kilometers a second. Approximately 5 minutes later, he was trying to coax an egg, floating sedately in midair into it. He'd have the affair around it, hurriedly close the lid, and watch the air forced out from between the skillet and the lid push the egg away. A 1 kilogram meteorite at that speed could fuse about 15 kilograms of hull, about 33 pounds, enough to... The trick was to close the lid slowly. With that accomplished, he discovered that grease wouldn't stay in the bottom of the skillet. Finally, he filled the skillet with water and poached the egg. Vaporized a section of the hull big enough so he could poke his fist through it. With a velocity of 100 miles a second, there probably wouldn't be enough left of the ship to identify. He dumped the egg into the disposal chute. He had lost his appetite. Read the meters, list the readings in the logbook. Note any changes between consecutive readings. Test the air, note the humidity. Read the meters, list the readings in the logbook. Note the... oh, hell. He knew the order by heart as it was. Under personal reaction, he wrote, "Damn sick and tired of it. 10 days to go before halfway mark." He flipped the switch that cut the light circuit and floated lazily in the dark. It was peaceful and quiet, and his eyes closed in sleep. Tick, tick, tick. He jerked awake. What the hell? Tick, 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 tick. It sounded a little faster now. Tick, 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 tick. The ticking swelled to a roar and then subsided to a gentle, purring tick, tick, tick. He crouched there in the dark, straining for the sound, wondering what it was. It almost sounded like a slow-motion tabulator. The Geiger counter. His heart skipped, and a cold sweat broke out on his skin. There was a counter on board to warn against stray radiation. Not that there would be any. The Cameron Smith energy converters were shielded so thoroughly that not even a single stray particle could get through. They were supposed to, that is. Was it possible that the engineers could have slipped up? Pictures of the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, hideous with radiation keloids, flashed into his mind. A news story about radiation poisoning gibbered in the back of his imagination. Tick, tick, tick. tick, sterility. He flipped the light switch and floated over to the counter readings on the instrument panel. The row of tiny lights flashed rapidly in succession, and the counter added another digit. Stray radiation. Stray. It came to him then. For a moment he had forgotten that the counter was apt to read high, due to the increase in cosmic ray radiation once outside the atmosphere of the Earth. He laughed weakly. What a thing to forget. Something snickered in the back of his mind. Yeah, what a thing to forget. And how will you tell whether the counter is reading stray radiation from the converters or the increase in cosmic rays? The engineers never make mistakes, though. Never? Well, hardly ever. The question of adequate shielding of the converters haunted him continuously. By the 6th day out, Whiteford had become accustomed to the life in the cabin. He took it easy getting about and kept up with the business of the ship. By splitting the day into segments, as on Earth, he managed to keep up a fairly normal routine. 16 hours on duty and about 8 for sleeping, although sleeping wasn't too easy. He was rarely physically tired and made the mistake of trying to force himself to sleep. By the 6th evening, he had developed into a first-rate insomniac. And by the 6th evening, he was aware that the job of pilot was one of sheer boredom. It was a dull routine with nothing to break the monotony but worry. There was no radio, no television, no telephone to shatter the silence. The first day or so he had whistled and sung to himself. Now he hated the sound of his own voice. He floated disgustedly in the hammock. He had read the meters, he had listed the readings in the logbook. He had noted the changes between consecutive readings. He had tested the air and noted the humidity. He had listed his own physiological reactions from acne to watering eyes. He had cleaned and loaded the automatic cameras, all of which took about 1 hour out of every 24. He threaded his way over to the locker containing the books and games Berger had mentioned. Odd that he hadn't thought of it before. This was more like it. Everything was designed to appeal to the business-minded type of man, which was all to the good. He picked up the thin books printed on India paper to conserve weight and frowned. One of them was almost a text on finance. Ordinarily, if he could have curled up in an easy chair with nothing around to bother him, he'd be interested. The other book he had read before. That left one, and 15 minutes later he discovered that he couldn't concentrate. His eyes bothered him, and the type blurred. He was a little too sick to drum up interest in a book. He went back to the cabinet and got out a popular parlor game. It was designed so that one person could play at it. The game itself was simple, based on a combination of finance and mathematics. The object was to corner all the real estate on the board and break the bank. It provided an hour of amusement. After that, he discovered he always won. The board was too simple. He had memorized the exact sequence of moves to win the game every time. The remaining game was a complicated three-dimensional chess set. This he discarded even sooner. He couldn't win at all. He fell back on a deck of cards and tried to play solitaire, but the cards were too slick, and their weight wouldn't hold them down anymore. He would manage to arrange them in neat rows and then accidentally jar them, and they would go skidding off through the cabin. He finally tore the pack in two with disgust and spent the rest of the day picking up the pieces from the various corners where he had thrown them. His nerves were fraying rapidly. He couldn't shave, and he couldn't shower. The air was dry, a little too dry, and he began to itch, a vague, annoying sensation that shifted over his body. And the cabin smelled. The air purifiers worked to satisfaction as far as the meters were concerned, but the odor of unwashed humanity still clung to the cabin. He had a hunch it would get worse as time went on. He no longer bothered to prepare full meals for himself. He was too tired. He didn't want to go to the effort. He didn't feel hungry anyways. He ended up by nibbling on cold meats and bread at idle moments. With the change in diet, his face broke out in large, ugly splotches that bothered him considerably. Among other things, the diet he had been originally supplied with had been designed to avoid just that. If he had kept on the original diet, if he had the energy to prepare a full meal, if he didn't feel so damned sick, if only that had been taken into consideration. The steady, irritating ticking of the Geiger counter worried him constantly. He could never be sure that the ticking was entirely innocent. He grew to have a superstitious dread of the rear bulkhead that stood between the cabin and converters. He unconsciously avoided it, keeping to the front of the cabin as much as possible. Little noises startled him. If an occasional drop of water happened to collide with him in the cabin, it sent him into a raving fury. Blood pressure be damned. He even derived a certain grim amusement from it, thinking of the times he had laughed at the typical picture of the apoplectic businessman. On the 8th day, when making the check of the instrument panel, he noticed that the panel on the board reading Manual Control was lit. The one marked Automatic was out. In the middle of the board was the face of an oscilloscope, with two hairlines intersecting at the middle. A small red dot, representing the rocket, should have been set exactly at the intersection. It wasn't. It was at the bottom of the scope, almost off the face altogether. To hell with all engineers, he snarled to himself. He would have to jockey the dot back to the center before the automatic controls would take over again. If he failed, the rocket would be hopelessly off course, a tiny wanderer in space. The auxiliary chemical rockets, allowing for 2-degree corrections in the line of flight, would have to be used. They consisted of 4 sets at right angles to each other around the hull. By jockeying between them, he should be able to work the ship back. He pressed the key for firing the portside jets. The next moment, he felt himself hurled from his position and thrown against the left-hand bulkhead. The cabin exploded into a pinwheel of stars that quickly faded into blackness. His head hurt, and something that felt very much like oozing blood was sticking his eyelids together. He wrenched them open and rubbed his head with his hands, then wiped the stickiness off on the pilot suit. It was blood, flowing from a cut in his scalp. Judging from the cabin, he had lost quite a bit, but the cut was of secondary importance. He clawed his way back to the oscilloscope. The spot on the face had moved way over to the other side of the scope. He braced himself into position so that the sudden acceleration wouldn't affect him again. He pressed the key very lightly again and waited for the dot to shift. Sweat collected on his nose and stayed there. He shook his head, and a spatter of drops flew off. The dot on the scope shifted too much. He felt weak. This was going to be a precision job. The slightest pressure on the firing stud might prove to be too much again. He'd have to jockey it back and forth until, by sheer luck, he hit the center of the scope. He could do it, but it would take time. 5 hours later, a worn-out, nervous Whiteford left the control panel and drifted wearily over to the hammock. He was dead tired, so tired he couldn't sleep. It was the 13th day out. A floating drop of water brushed lightly past Whiteford. He batted at it, swore, and began to cry. A peculiar sobbing that shook his whole body. He blubbered for 10 minutes. He was sick and hungry. The cut on his head began to fester, and his whole head throbbed with pain. There was a first aid kit in the cabin, but he felt too weak to get it. His beard itched, and his body felt slimy.
Sweat didn't drop off, but stuck and spread over his skin until it formed a thin coating. Just a poor little lamb who was lost in space. Ha ha ha. The tune slipped into his mind, and at the end he laughed with the chorus. He couldn't stop laughing. It built up to a hysterical roar that left him shaking silently in the hammock. Oh, Whiteford had a spaceship, its hull as white as snow. But every time he pressed the stud, the ship refused to go. That was hilariously funny, too. He was sick, he was tired, he was dirty. He hadn't had enough energy or ambition to fill in the log books for the last 2 days. Besides, who gave a damn? He was just the stupid jerk who piloted the thing. What did it matter if he got killed in the attempt? My rocket started out for the star-spangled void. My rocket started out in great haste. But the G's were far too many for me, and I stuck to the bulkhead like paste. Berger and Maxwell had sent a rocket as far as the moon, hadn't they? He was sick. He didn't care whether he lived or died. He was a sucker, a dope, a sick dope who wished to hell it was all over. The moon was close now. If he waited until he got just a little closer and then pressed the port-side firing stud, he could wreck their blessed rocket. Sir Berger and Maxwell right. As for himself, he was so sick of the whole thing that death would come as a relief. That's what he'd do. My Bonnie, my Bonnie, my Bonnie so true. Do you think you will miss me if I die in the blue? Sea day for crack-up day. He put his thumb on the key and allowed himself 5 extra seconds of gloating. The company would have a tough time sending a wreath to his funeral. The company. Who in hell would run Personnel Incorporated if he failed to return? He nodded his head thoughtfully, faintly surprised that he hadn't thought of it before. Who would run the company? He was the only one who knew how. He was the company. He had practically raised it all by himself to where it was now. He took his thumb off the key. And what would happen to the company's reputation if he failed to come back? That meant that their slogan no longer held, that they hadn't found the man for the job. And he hadn't kidded about the mottos. They had been capable of finding a man to do any job, even this one. Not just to go out on a job, to do a job. He had a sudden vision of Maxwell shouting gleefully, "I told you so. Personnel can't supply the man." 5 minutes later, he hardly remembered his desire to crash the ship. He thought fleetingly of the movies showing the crack-up of the first ship. Something pretty much the same as had happened to him must have happened to the pilot on the first flight. He shuddered and kicked his way over to the first aid kit. The next day, the ship began the long, smooth curve that would carry it around the moon, and on the last leg of the journey. Whiteford went to the panel board and pressed the key, releasing the steel porthole caps. He pressed the key again, and when they still didn't move, realized they were stuck. It wouldn't be hard to find the trouble, but it wasn't worth the effort. He didn't give a damn whether he saw the moon or not. He drifted back to the hammock and went into an almost coma state, staring dully at the overhead. He lay that way until time came for his next round of readings. 2,000 miles out from Earth, the ship started the first of a dozen trips around the Earth that would slow it down for a landing. 500 miles up, the ship entered the first tenuous wisps of atmosphere. 100 miles up, the air was screaming past the ship, and the hull began to get warm. 10 miles up, Whiteford jettisoned the rocket tubes and engine over the Atlantic Ocean. At the same time, he released the double-duty nylon parachute attached to the cabin. Inside, Whiteford had begun to experience discomfort as his weight returned. It was an effort to move around, and his heartbeat seemed sluggish. His stomach sagged heavily,
and he thought wistfully of a gentleman's girdle. Water bubbled merrily from the broken water pipes and splashed unheeded on the deck. The cabin thudded on something soft, and Whiteford crawled to the hatch and opened it. The ship was floating on a large body of water. Waves slapped cheerfully against the hull, and overhead a few startled gulls cawed angrily. A cool gust of fresh air blew in. Whiteford hauled himself erect and stripped off the pilot suit. He stood nude in the opening, inhaling the air in greedy gulps. It smelled as clean and cool as the conditioned air in his office at Personnel Incorporated. "Ahoy there!" There was a boat a few feet from the hatch. "Coming aboard!" They drifted closer, and one of the men in the boat grabbed the ladder by the hatchway. 5 men and a woman tumbled aboard. "The Coast Guard at your—" "I'm from the Daily News World, Mr. Whiteford. I wonder—" "You must have been simply thrilled." Berger's bald head pushed itself forward. "How did the moon look to you, Mr. Whiteford?" Whiteford had to think a little. "Come to think of it, I never saw it." There was a dead silence. "Oh, it's all on the films the automatic cameras shot. I wasn't too much interested myself." The reporters frowned in disappointment, but tried again. "What do you intend to do now that you're back? Do the town? Go on a fishing trip?" Whiteford looked at them as if they had crawled out from under a rock. "Nonsense," he snarled. "I'll get back to my office, of course." Maxwell looked at the president of personnel approvingly. "I honestly didn't think you could do it. Once I heard that you had gone—" He paused and fumbled with his pipe. "Pretty tough, wasn't it?" Whiteford knocked the ash off his cigarette and reached for the bottle of pills on his desk. "I wouldn't say so," he said expansively. "Just a matter of being fitted for the job." Maxwell inspected his fingernails. "You didn't take the examinations your own outfit rigged up. Any particular reason?" Whiteford looked annoyed. "I was technically qualified. Engineering course in college. As for the rest, I successfully piloted the ship, which should establish something on that score." Maxwell twirled his hat self-consciously. A half-smile played on his lips. "Oh, sure, absolutely." He tamped his pipe. "You know, it's hard to visualize anybody wanting to go to the moon. It must be, well, some terrific drive that makes them do it." Whiteford stared at him suspiciously. "What are you getting at?" Maxwell looked innocent and gave an exaggerated shrug. "Why, nothing. Nothing at all. It's just that it seems so unusual that you couldn't find a qualified man, a completely normal man who wanted to go." The temperature in the room dropped 30 degrees. "Implying," Whiteford said icily, "that I'm not quite sane?" Maxwell stood up and chuckled. "Exactly. Hasn't it occurred to you that the qualifications you set up for a pilot were all wrong? When has a completely normal man ever succeeded at anything that was a little difficult? Why did you succeed? Because you're just a shade neurotic. Because you've got a streak of monomania in you. It's what built up Personnel Incorporated. It's what got you to the moon and back. Hell, Whiteford, after this, when we want pilots, we'll just run your characteristics on the sorter and pick them out that way." Whiteford glared at him, and for a moment Maxwell felt sorry. He had pushed a big man off a pedestal. He had punctured an ego. Suddenly, Whiteford grinned self-consciously. "Maybe you've got a point there. I never thought of it that way." Maxwell started for the door and paused, his hand on the knob. The look he gave Whiteford was one of sudden admiration. "There's something else, too. Something that it takes to send a man to the moon and back, and something you can't measure on an IBM machine." He paused. "It takes courage. A hell of a lot of it." This has been Wanted, One Sane Man,
Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 37. Written by Frank M. Robinson. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. The Pioneer. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 38. Written by Irving Cox, Jr. Narrated by Scott Miller. The old ship wheezed and clattered into the landing slot. Greg was an expert pilot, but skill was no substitute for outdated equipment. He unstrapped the safety webbing and eased himself out of the cabin, cluttered with its worn and scarred electronic gadgetry. With the hand crank, he opened the airlock. Rusting metal screamed as the panel slid back into the hull. Greg found himself panting from the sudden muscular effort in the heavier atmosphere of the earth. I'm an old man, he thought bitterly. Old at 40. As antiquated as my ship, and as much in need of repair. But no one can do anything for either of us. I gave them the stars, and in 20 years they've forgotten. They've made me a museum piece, these pampered, undersized kids of the new generation. Greg walked down the ramp. He hadn't been home for 7 years, but he was still surprised that no flight inspector met him with the officious clipboard of checkout sheets. The landing fields in the colonies were far more efficiently supervised. Greg saw a light in the field control building and walked toward it. The field, sprawling for miles across the California desert, was empty, a mocking moment to the magnificent dream the new generation had rejected. Behind him, Greg saw the long rows of landing slots, towering metal shafts raised against the night sky. Only 4 ships rested in the slots, his and 3 other rusting cargo carriers. In front of the unlighted terminal building, the passenger liners stood untended, decaying hulks that would never lift again. 15 years ago, even as recently as 10 years ago, the California field had hummed with activity. Greg could remember the tide of humanity, the clattering pickup trucks gliding like curious ants among the freighters, the shotgun blast of lift tubes, the parade of ships trailing flame across the sky. Now the dream was gone. The terminal windows were filmed with dust. Grass grew in the cracking asphalt of the field. Greg pushed open the door of the control building. One man sat with his feet propped on a desk. Once, the room had required 100 technicians. Once, the traffic control panel, filling a wall nearly a quarter of a mile long, had been a maze of dancing colored lights. Now the board was dead. The enamel was peeling. The exposed metal was red with rust. The attendant took Greg's manifest without interest. "You're our first landing in 2 years, Captain." He glanced at the sheet. "Captain Gregg, I see you're in from Mars. I'm carrying 5 tons of red earth. In the old days, such a cargo would have cleared $3 million after transportation costs. A whole new industry had been built on the Martian antibiotical spore. No market, I'm afraid, Captain." The attendant flipped the manifest aside. "Sell it at auction. I have to raise enough cash to—" "You won't get a buyer. I've got to get some new equipment for my ship. You'd have done better in the colonies. Mars has excellent repair facilities, we understand. At sky-high prices, sure. The Earth isn't building flight equipment anymore. What's the point? The kids don't want it." The attendant shrugged his shoulders. "You aren't the first one, Captain Gregg, who's come home for nothing. And you won't be the last. Check with me tomorrow. I'll see what I can work out. If I can't dispose of my cargo, we waive all field charges in cases of destitution. You can dump the red earth, and the kids will stake you to a cargo of iron ore. It's going at triple premium on Venus, we're told." Gregg turned on his heel and walked stiffly out of the building.
One bitter word burned in his mind: destitution. It was like a kick in the teeth. He thought, in a fury of blind anger, I gave them the stars, and they make me a charity case, this new generation. Children who could never build a colonial bubble or pioneer a star route. Soft-minded and soft-muscled idiots. The field attendant hadn't even recognized Greg's name. Suddenly the past was alive again, like an angry nightmare. The speeches and the headlines, the bands and the screaming mobs, the politicians, the scientists, the generals, hand clasps and newsreel pictures. Just one more, sir, for the TV cameras. A citation by a joint session of the Congress of the United States to Captain Victor Gregg, U.S. Rocket Forces. Gregg makes Mars. L.A. welcomes Gregg. First spaceman in New York parade. And I say to you, my constituents, the name Gregg shall forever writ large in the hearts of a grateful people. Gregg lands first Martian cargo. For the discovery of Red Earth, the eternal gratitude of the medical profession. Gregg takes Nobel Prize. A small token of the gratitude of American industry. Gregg joins import firm. The undying gratitude of the United Patriotic Mothers of America. First colonists on Mars. Colonies on the moons of Jupiter. Venus bubble completed. The dream of yesterday, and the dream was gone. The rocket ports were dead. The machines were crumbling into rust. And Captain Victor Gregg, a destitute tramp, waiting for a handout from a generation of brats which had forgotten him. He crossed the field toward the clutter of buildings beyond the terminal. Port City, raised in less than a year on the California desert, the first minor miracle of the new frontier. The endless mass of traffic, the noisy honky-tonks, the nervous neon shimmering in the night, the brassy bands and the fancy women, all of it was gone. Desert sand had drifted across the streets. The high-poled intersection lights, still burning, cast a blue halo in the empty, dirty windows. Gregg's shoulders sagged as he walked toward the central square of Port City. He had to see the monument again. He had to drain the last bitterness from his homecoming. In the Martian colony, they had told him it would be like this. He hadn't believed them. How could a legend be forgotten in a generation? From a block away, he saw the metal statue, turned a sickly blue by the corner streetlight. The high shaft of a primitive rocket ship, with its nose foregear lifted proudly toward the stars. In the foreground, the towering giant of a spaceman, his legs spread wide to embrace the symbolic sphere of the Earth. Sky Frontier, the sculptor had named it that. Gregg sat wearily on the granite base of the monument. He could read, all too clearly, the lettering on the plaque, commemorating the first solar flight, Earth to Mars, made by Captain Victor Gregg of the U.S. rocket fleet, launched from this site on the first day of June, and completed. Gregg ground his fists against his eyes. Yet still the words danced through his brain. His attitude of dejection was an ironic counterpoint to the confident metal monster rising above him. 20 years and a new generation made the difference. Yet there was a striking similarity between the statue and the man, for Gregg had posed for the original model. Gregg was still a powerful, muscular man. His face was still clean-cut and unlined. Only the torment in his eyes reflected the dream he had lost. But nothing is lost. It is just different. Gregg looked up. A serious-faced boy of 12 stood close to him in the shadow of the statue, one of the new children. Gregg felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. Fear and loathing. He hated them. They had destroyed his world. They had made him a non-entity. Yet when the boy came closer and Gregg saw how frail and small he was, The fear seemed foolish. "You live around here, kid?" Greg asked. Out in the colonies, they said the new children read minds, which really wasn't much, considering their other abilities. But Greg refused to believe it. "Not minds," the boy corrected him. "We know your feelings, which is probably much the same thing. No, I don't live in Port City. I came from Chicago after you landed. I thought you might need me." From Chicago? 1,500 miles. The instantaneous transportation of living matter. Greg's mind boggled at the familiar fact. He felt the hate and the fear again. These were not the natural children of men, but monstrosities spawned by an unknown universe and eating out the heart of human culture. Greg stood up, his arms stiff and his fists clenched. "When I need the help of a kid," he growled, "I'll know it's time to cash in my chips." "It's wrong to think that way, Captain Gregg." "No pint-sized child's going to tell me." "I wanted to make things easier for you. You should have stayed in the colonies. It was a mistake to come home." "Now you're trying to drive us off the earth." "We want to save you the discomfort of homecoming. We can't turn back the clock. Neither can you." Greg strode down the deserted street, through the small drifts of sand. He recognized the corner where there used to be a bar. He flung open the door and entered the long, dark room. The stale air smelled of dust and neglect. His boots echoed hollowly on the oak floor. He fumbled for a match, and in the pale yellow light he saw the bottles crowding the shelves. He snatched a fifth of bourbon and ripped off the cap. He gulped the liquor thirstily, and the hot fire burned warm in his veins. After the third drink, he felt the strong self-confidence of his manhood again. He leaned his elbow against the bar and glanced toward the street. The sad-eyed kid was out there, somewhere, waiting like a nightmare. Or maybe he had already done his magic and transported himself back to Chicago. It didn't matter. The kid wasn't human. Greg took another pull at the bottle, and he saw it all very clearly. In the beginning, men had speculated about life forms on other worlds. Before Greg's pioneering flight to Mars, the Sunday supplements had been filled with a vast number of lurid speculations. Yet the spacemen had found nothing but virgin worlds, which became the colonies of man. The truth was, Greg understood it now. They had looked for intelligent life in familiar forms. But there had been something out there, something as undetectable as a virus epidemic, and as deadly. It had invaded the earth and captured the minds of the children. Greg killed the bottle. By that time he was very impressed with the brilliance of his own reasoning. Small inconsistencies kept nagging at his mind, and it seemed strange that no one had ever thought of it before. But all that was of no consequence. Greg heard footsteps outside. His body tensed. Was it the kid coming back? He would know what Greg was thinking. He would know how close Greg was to the real truth. And the new children, no, invaders, Greg must remember that, would not let him survive. They were puny and undersized. Physically, Greg had no reason to be afraid of them. But how was he to fight an enemy who could instantly disappear and materialize thousands or millions of miles away? The shuffling steps came closer. A stooped, white-haired man wearing soiled and unpressed tweeds stepped through the door. Greg seized the newcomer's shoulder. The man gave a bleat of animal terror. "Who the hell are you?" Greg demanded. "Dr. Vale, Adrian Vale." "The astrophysicist?" Greg remembered the name from the ponderous text he had studied in the flight school. The old man straightened his shoulders with a semblance of pride. "You know me? What are you doing in Port City?" "This is where I live. I couldn't stand it in the city any longer, and I didn't want to emigrate to the colonies. The children don't object. They bring us supplies. Holly and I are quite comfortable." Dr. Vale ran his fingers over Greg's uniform. "You're a pilot. I haven't met one in years. Usually the children send them back to the colonies as soon as they land." "Where do you live, Dr. Vale?" "The best hotel in town. I'll show you." He bent closer and whispered, "And I'll let you see what we're working on, but I have to have my nightcap first." Vale groped in the dark for a bottle. He drank the liquor eagerly, wiping his lips on his sleeve. Greg and the astrophysicist went outside. Greg looked along the deserted street for the 12-year-old, but the boy was nowhere in sight. Perhaps he had returned to Chicago. Yet if he had come to send Greg back to the colonies, would he have given up so easily? The blue intersection lights swam in a comfortable haze, spinning when Greg looked at them directly. Occasionally, the drifts of sand seemed to run like water, and Greg became unsure of his footing. He knew he was drunk, but alcohol had never interfered with his reasoning. Back in the bar, he had made a tremendous discovery. He mustn't let it slip his mind. The children were alien invaders. That was it. In the morning, he would be able to decide what he was to do with the information. The old man took him to a pseudo-Spanish structure across the main highway from the field. The Biltmore Hacienda, at one time the gaudiest and costliest hotel in Port City. Now the neon signs were out, the street-front shops were closed, and only a pale light glowed dimly behind the ornate iron gate. As he followed Vale up the 3 tile steps, Greg looked back toward the field. He saw his ship standing in its landing slot. Someone was working to unload his useless cargo of red earth. The field attendant was displaying an unusual conscientiousness, Greg thought. He hadn't expected action in less than a week. Then, abruptly, Greg knew the real significance of such prompt service. It fit with the discovery he had made in the bar. The only trouble was his mind was too hazy for him to grasp the connection clearly. It would come to him later. He was sure of that. He followed Vale through the dusty, thick-carpeted lobby. Vale slept in a disorderly room adjoining the cavernous hall of the dining room, where the tables were covered with dust and the band instruments lay rusting on the bandstand. The astrophysicist swept a litter of loose manuscript pages from his bed and sat down. He fished a bottle of gin from under the bed and took a long drink. "For my nerves," he apologized. Greg saw a score of empty bottles in the debris on the floor. Apparently, Vale had been treating his nerves for a long time. Greg picked up one of the manuscript pages. It was a part of a book. At least the patter of phrases was familiar, but the whole context was incoherent, without beginning or end. "My new text," Vale explained. "When it's finished, the kids have promised to publish it. That's why they let me stay here, so I can work in peace." He pulled at the bottle again. "They're still children at heart. An adult can twist them around his finger if he goes at it properly." "You mean the book's just a blind?" The scientist eyed Greg carefully. "You're too old. You can't be one of them." He rolled back the mattress and took out a thin file of paper, holding it tenderly in his hand. "I'm analyzing the cause, sir. I'm going to demonstrate how the children have made us believe they are able to defy the laws of physics. When I publish this, the nightmare will be over." Vale handed over the file reluctantly. Greg turned back the cover, and the shock sobered him. Vale was an established authority. Vale was an eminent scientist. Vale was a man Greg had learned to respect. But the book Vale showed him contained nothing but blank pages.
You're interested in our project?
The throaty, silky voice came from the open door. Greg whirled. He saw a tall, thin woman, heavily painted. She was wearing a bangled scarlet gown, which hung loose from her shoulders. Her beauty had faded long ago. Her face was a lined marble mask. Her yellow hair was streaked with gray. 15 years ago, Greg could have found her counterpart lurking in any Port City honky-tonk, her thin hips swaying with the brassy jargon of the music and invitation in her eyes. "This is Holly Wilson," Vale said. "My secretary." Secretary, Greg thought. So that's what they were calling it now. Holly Wilson's profession had gone by many names. The pickings on Earth must have become mighty thin if she were satisfied to saddle herself with a white-haired professor of astrophysics. Greg introduced himself, grinning contemptuously.
"You're just in from the colonies, Captain?"
she asked. "Yes."
"Staying long?"
"That depends. I have a cargo to auction, and—"
"The kids will take care of that. But you'll stay through tonight, of course. Let's see if we can find you a room."
Greg thought he knew what she had in mind, but as soon as they were out of earshot of the scientist's bedroom, she said,
"Come outside, Captain. I have to talk to you."
They went into the tiled patio of the hotel. The kidney-shaped pool was empty, and its basin was crisscrossed with gaping cracks. Many of the potted shrubs had died untended, but the palms still flourished. The fronds lay skeletal fingers across the face of the full moon. The dry desert wind washed through the trees, the ghost whisper of the dream that had died in Port City.
"Don't say anything to Dr. Vale about his book."
Holly Wilson's voice was surprisingly sincere.
"Play along with him, please. Let him go on thinking he's found the great secret."
"What is it? Alcoholism or madness?"
"A little of both. No one's really sane anymore."
"I came home the last time 7 years ago. It wasn't this bad then. What's happened?"
"Most of the adults have emigrated to the colonies. There are only a few derelicts left, like Adrian Vale and myself."
Nearly sober, Greg remembered the discovery he had stumbled on in the bar, and the logic still held up. They've taken over the Earth and thrown men out.
"The children? You talk as if—"
"Tell me everything about it, from the beginning."
"The kids are different. That's all there is to it. They read minds. They move themselves anywhere they please simply by thinking about it. God knows what else they'll learn to whip up after they get the hang of it."
"Are all the children like this?"
"No. The others emigrated with their parents. Dr. Vale says there are about 5 million. That's approximately the total population of the Earth now. They've shoved the rest of us out."
"By force?"
"Who wants to hang around like a pet ape to amuse his own brats? Dr. Vale was too old to go. I couldn't get a medical clearance."
"I don't think the colonies are aware that the emigration was so large."
"Why should they be? We've 6 worlds out there. They could absorb us all."
"So the kids have taken over everything?"
"What they wanted, yes. For a while we thought it was temporary. Dr. Vale didn't begin drinking until we knew the change was permanent. The oldest kids are 19 now. They're beginning to marry, and all their children have the same abilities. Or witchcraft. Call it what you like."
"As old as 19? Then the change dates from—"
"From your first flight, Captain Gregg. I sometimes look at that damn statue in the square and laugh till it hurts. A brave new frontier you discovered, but that wasn't all you gave us."
"You believe I'm responsible for—" Greg gestured toward the slow decay in the patio.
"For this? Who else, Captain? It's the kids who should build you a monument. You gave them the Earth."
For the first time, Greg saw the monstrosity hidden by his dream. He had made the pioneer flight, and he had created this new generation. The relationship was plain, if he could unravel it and find the real cause, but he knew that now. An invasion, an invisible virus life that had taken over their minds. How? When he knew that, how could he fight it? How could he turn back the clock and restore the earth to man? He walked slowly to the end of the patio where he could see the deserted field across the highway. In the slot, they were still scooping the red earth of Mars out of the hull of his ship. He smiled grimly. A decade ago, the red earth had been priceless. That one import alone had made the conquest of space commercially possible. Red Earth had built Port City and the colonies. Red Earth had created the import companies, once so tremendously profitable. A light burned for a moment above Greg's ship. Clearly, he saw the puny 12-year-old boy and the 4 other children who were dumping the cargo. It gave him another explosive insight. Greg knew then how the invasion had come from the stars. The red earth of Mars, the invisible molds of that unknown world, that was the alien life form no man had recognized. The enemy was tangible. The enemy was real. And such an enemy could be conquered. Greg's first inclination was to cross the road and smash with his fist the pint-sized weaklings who had stolen his world. Physical conflict. That was something man understood and respected. But the children were not human. He must never allow himself to forget that. They had to be fought on other terms. First, Greg had to escape the earth without letting them read his mind and measure his hatred. Until he could lift his ship, he had to play along with whatever plans they made for him. The children didn't want him here. Escape should be easy, if he could only wall off his thinking. He turned back toward the faded woman in the scarlet dress. As matter-of-factly as he could, he asked her to show him his room. "I'll probably leave tomorrow. They're doing an efficient job out there. The kids don't waste any time. They'll stake you to a cargo of iron ore for Venus. That's the usual procedure." She put her arm through his. "And you promise, Captain, you won't say anything to Dr. Vale?" "Why are you so interested in that old fool?" "We're derelicts. It would be damn lonely without him. He has something to believe in. Nonsense, yes. But what difference does that make? Sometimes I can almost believe in it, too. Men aren't licked yet." She laughed. "You noble souls who drop in on us out of space talk so bravely. That's your brand of madness, Captain. Thank your stars you don't have to get to know these kids as well as we do." She took him to a room on the first floor of the hotel. The air, when he opened the door, was stale. The full moon behind the Venetian blinds made an unpleasant, symbolic shadow pattern of prison bars on the carpet. Greg ripped open the zipper of his flight jacket. His chest was wet with sweat. The woman turned to go, and he caught her arm, pulling her toward him. "This much, at least, hasn't changed." He grinned. She neither resisted nor responded. She stood looking up into his face. Her eyes were cold and tired. "I have to go back to Adrian, Captain Gregg. He's frightened when I leave him alone too long." "That doddering graybeard?" "None of the things that used to be so important matter anymore. All we have left is our love for each other. Adrian and I have that. I don't want to lose it." She glided away from him. Angrily, Greg jerked up the blinds to erase the prison symbol and ground open the windows. The hot desert wind whispered through the screen. Greg stripped off his uniform and lay naked on the bed. After a time, he slept, fitfully, caught in a confusion of fragmentary dreams. The hope of yesterday and the disillusionment of now. His pride as a pioneer and the pain of his responsibility for what his frontier had created. Out of the chaos, a pattern of action slowly emerged. Sometime in the small hours before the dawn, Greg made up his mind what he would do. It would be futile to try to arouse the colonies to attack the earth. Each man in his own soul might admit the truth, but as a culture they would all reject it. They needed to keep this symbol of Earth as home, though they might never return to it. Even if that psychological objection could be overcome, war was not the answer. Only if the children were taken completely by surprise, given no time to use their alien abilities, could they be effectively destroyed. Greg knew how that could be done. A decade before his pioneer flight to Mars, the first artificial satellite had been sent up in an orbit around the Earth, a purely military weapon, capable of destroying any objective on the surface of the Earth. The satellite had overturned the balance of power and forced the creation of a united world. The resources of a planetary government had made Greg's first flight possible. Afterward, in the excitement of exploiting the new frontier, the satellite had been forgotten. But it was still there, still armed with a firepower capable of wiping the Earth clean of life. It would be the murder of a world, but murder to save humankind. Greg could do it alone. His only problem was to lift his ship without the children knowing what was in his mind. He felt no guilt, no pang of conscience. Once the decision was made, Greg slept easily, and he awoke completely refreshed, with only a slight headache from the liquor he had drunk the night before. Dr. Vale and Holly Wilson insisted that Greg breakfast with them in the hotel. He would have preferred to forage for himself. The painted woman's protective, maternal affection for the astrophysicist made Greg acutely uncomfortable. It was not the sort of behavior he would have expected of either of them. Greg's discomfort quickly became a feeling of guilt. If he used the old satellite wheel to destroy the alien children, he would be slaughtering the few human beings who remained on the Earth. Discreetly, he asked how many others had stayed behind. "It's hard to say," Vale told him. 100,000, perhaps. "Do you keep up any sort of contact?" "Why should we? We're outcasts." With a sudden rationality, he added, "We're ashamed. When we're together, we feel bound to face the truth. It's impossible for man to admit he's a second-rater, so we hide out in deserted villages like this one and pretend all this nightmare never happened." Then Vale slipped back into his delusion again. "However, all that will be different as soon as my research is finished. Why, do you know, Captain—" "I'm leaving this morning," Greg broke in. "Would you like to go with me?" Vale shook his head. "I'm too old to make a new start on your frontier, Captain." He reached for the woman's hand. "And as long as my secretary can't have a clearance—" "Leave us as we are," Holly said. "Your dream is no better than ours." After breakfast, Greg left the hotel and crossed the highway to the field. It was still early morning, but the desert sun blazed hot in a copper sky. As Greg passed the old terminal building, the 12-year-old boy suddenly materialized and fell in step beside him. This was the thing Greg feared most. He began to walk more rapidly, fighting a rising panic. How could he keep the kid from prying into his mind? Desperately, he tried to think of something else, anything, inane or banal. The children were not gods. They couldn't dig deeper than his conscious thought. Or could they? Greg wasn't sure. "We're giving you a cargo for Venus," the boy said conversationally. "It will put you in business again, Captain. The Martian colony is equipped to repair your ship. You'll have enough cash to pay for it now." "Fine," Greg grunted. In his mind, he was frantically reciting a rhyme his grandmother had taught him a long time ago. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, open the door. Reciting it with fervor, like a prayer for survival, which it was. "After this, Captain, it might be better if you stayed in the colonies. Don't get me wrong, you're welcome on Earth any time you want to come home, but conditions are different here, and—" Suddenly, the boy's tone changed.
But you aren't responsible, Captain.
Greg's muscles tensed. So the boy had probed that deep.
A new frontier always means change, Captain, but not tragedy, not defeat. We've never supposed any of you would believe that. You gave us a miracle, the greatest frontier men have ever crossed. When all the other pioneers are forgotten, Captain, your name...
Pretty words, like the pretty speeches Greg had listened to 20 years ago. They wanted to confuse him, make him doubt the decision he had made. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, open the door. The boy caught Greg's sleeve.
You might as well blame Galileo or Copernicus, because they studied the universe. Or go back to the beginning. Blame the unknown who did our first scientific pioneering.
What was the kid trying to say? And why would a 12-year-old speak so glibly, so knowingly of the giants? That proved his alienness. When Greg was 12, the only thing he had thought about seriously was football or baseball or summer vacation, or how he was going to get out of the piano lessons his mother imposed on him. The boy pulled him to a stop.
The first pioneer, Captain. Do you blame him for it all? We don't know his name, but we do have his monument. Look, Captain Gregg.
In the drifting sand, the boy sketched the outline of a wheel. Greg panicked. He was too intent upon keeping his mind impregnable to make any other interpretation. The wheel symbolized the satellite riding above the earth. Then the boy knew what Greg was going to do. Greg swung his fist blindly. He took the boy by surprise. The child had no time to rematerialize at a safe distance. Greg's fist struck his chest, and the boy went down with a cry of agony. Greg felt a subconscious surge of satisfaction. Humanity hadn't been defeated after all, and the children were by no means invulnerable. Surprise, physical initiative gave men their trump card over these undernourished mind readers. Greg sprinted toward his ship. The body lay on the drifting sand, gasping for breath, gesturing futilely with his small hand. Greg's foot was on the ramp when he heard a scream behind him. He looked back toward the road. He saw Dr. Vale and Holly Wilson running toward him. A mongrel, frothing at the mouth, was yapping at their heels. Greg reacted with an altogether human instinct. He ripped a metal bar loose from the ramp rail and went back to help them. 2 fellow humans in trouble. A tiny warning of logic flamed briefly in his mind. This could be a trick. His only real chance of escape was to leave now while he could. But he ignored it. He ran across the field and swung the bar at the dog, crushing its skull with one blow. The woman clutched his arm. Her hands were shaking. Her face was white with fear. "What happened?" Greg demanded.
Adrian and I were clearing the breakfast table. Suddenly the dog he was just there, growling at us.
"A mad dog," the astrophysicist added. "The kids did it. They can make any living thing appear anywhere they please." "A trick," Greg said. The whisper of logic had been right. He glanced at where the boy had fallen. The child was gone. "They're trying to make me leave," Vale complained, "before I finish my research. They know I have the answer to—" "Now you have no other choice," Greg snapped. He pulled the scientist toward his ship. The woman followed. Greg reasoned that he might still have an outside chance. The children obviously had expected him to take Vale back to the hotel. That would have given them a chance to disable his ship. Greg pushed the 2 through the airlock. His luck still held. He shoved them toward the safety webbing and jerked down the firing toggle. As the ship quivered in the thunder of the power tubes, Greg dialed the satellite course on the pilot computer. It was the simplest setting he could make. His was an old ship, built when the satellite had still been used as an initial landing station, before the new fuel had made the big wheel obsolete. Every ship had once had an automatic satellite course projection taped in the pilot computer. Without a new setting, the ship would move into the core ramp of the wheel, and the lock would open automatically when the magnetic seal was completed. Greg felt the sudden crushing weight of gravity. He caught at the safety webbing until the pressure stabilized. From that point, if he remembered his early flights accurately, it would be 6 minutes before the ship reached the satellite. He had won. Nothing could stop him. Nothing. Then Holly Wilson screamed, and Greg saw the 12-year-old boy standing beside the flight console. "It wasn't a virus invasion," the child said, shouting to be heard above the roar of the power tubes. "I didn't know you were thinking that this morning. I could have explained if—" Greg swung his fist against an emptiness. The boy rematerialized 2 feet away. "Reset your course," the boy cried. "You understand machines, Captain. We don't, and I can't get enough technical information from your mind to do it for you." 1, 2, buckle my shoe, Greg thought, in an ecstasy of triumph. He had kept that much of his thinking safe. The kids were making one last effort to save themselves, he was sure of that, but it wouldn't work. They had the alien skill to pry into a human mind, but they were helpless against man's machines. Inexorably, the computer would drive the ship to the satellite. Nothing could stop it. "Think rationally," the boy pleaded. "Not with your emotions. You have only 4 minutes left, Captain Gregg. If the Red Earth was a virus invasion, as you believe it was, why were only the children affected? We made it an antibiotic. We used it for millions of people. Every colonist was inoculated before he emigrated." He was lying. He had to be lying. He was trying to confuse Greg with side issues. It didn't matter now how the virus had been brought back to the Earth. 3, 4, open the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks. "We aren't different, Captain. We've simply crossed your frontier in a different way. We have a theory how it happened, but no proof. The Martian Red Earth worked as a sort of mental catalyst when it was used for newly born infants. It awoke the full thought potential of our cerebral cortex. That's all. We have no ability that men haven't always been capable of. If you believe that, you can do it yourself." Belief. Mystical nonsense. Did the kid really think Greg would buy that? Greg glanced at Adrian Vale. The scientist's face was gray with horror. Sweat stood in beads on his lips. Holly Wilson clung desperately to his hand. "I drew a wheel in the sand for you, Captain. Another monument to another pioneer. The first primitive who grasped what we might do with a rolling disc. He gave us terror and disaster, yes, but he gave us progress, too. Do we blame him because his heirs sometimes misapplied his discovery? Do we call ourselves alien invaders because we have a more complex technology than his? Then why heap shame on yourself because you gave us a frontier in the stars? It won't end the way you thought it would. Nothing ever does. We're your children, Captain. We're your new frontier." "Aliens," Greg spat. "My research was for nothing," Dr. Vale said numbly. The words were a whisper of agony, the torment of a soul ripped out of the comfortable world of madness. "Don't say that. You'll finish your work," Holly told him soothingly. He pushed her away. "Not now. It was pointless." The boy wrung his hands. "You have only 2 minutes left. Forget your emotions. Put aside your self-pity. It's a luxury you can't afford any longer. Use the brains God gave you, Captain Gregg. You can't land on the satellite. You must." Greg swung again, and again he missed the boy. But he lost his balance and plunged into the pilot computer, smashing the machine. Greg saw what he had done and began to laugh. It was impossible now for anyone to change the course setting. The boy's pleading was for nothing. The 12-year-old rematerialized and stood looking at the broken computer, then shrugged his shoulders calmly. "1.5 minutes left, Captain, and now you have no choice." The child sighed as a parent might have sighed over the prank of a mischievous son. "You killed the mad dog," he said. "You didn't hesitate about that. I thought him into Port City to give you an object lesson.
You missed the point, I'm afraid. You couldn't understand that you were yourself a mad dog, yapping at our heels. Potentially, all the older generation threaten us the same way. Your kind of emotional reasoning, in one form or another, will sooner or later infect them all. We encourage the migration to the colonies in order to prevent a conflict. By administering the red earth to every adult who left the earth, we thought we might make a few of them realize their mental capacity. Apparently, the catalyst only works with an infant, and not always then. In a sense, Captain Gregg, your frontier has made us two species. Ours, mankind. Yours, the rejects, the unfinished men. Dr. Vale made a choking sound deep in his throat. His dream was gone. The comfort of his madness had been stripped away from him. And if it does come to the point of conflict, the boy went on quietly, we fully intend to survive.
Not after I reach the satellite, Gregg answered grimly. His voice sounded hollow and uncertain even to himself. The boy had destroyed the dramatic fiction of a virus invasion. Gregg's dream, too, was gone.
I tried to save you, Captain, but by your own violence you made that impossible. Now you will provide another object lesson. What I have told you is true. Every man has our ability. In 60 seconds, your ship will reach the old satellite. The airlock will open automatically. Only there will be no air in the wheel. This shell rusted open years ago. You face death just as certain as if you leaped into outer space. But you can save yourselves, all three of you, by thinking yourselves back to the Earth, or out to one of the colonies. This experiment interests us a great deal. We didn't intend to resort to it quite so soon, but you've given us an ideal opportunity. If you can unshackle your minds now, we have hope for the rest of the rejects. There will be fewer mad dogs for us to dispose of later on.
The boy was gone. Gregg felt the ship slide into the ramp of the satellite. He heard the grapples clang against the hull, and the scream of rusting metal as the airlock began to open. A paralyzing emotional opiate flamed through his mind. This was a dream, nothing more. In a moment he would jerk himself awake and be amused by his terror. But there was something else in his mind, too. A stirring of greatness, a fire of magnificence, a new self he had never known before. He groped blindly toward that pinpoint of light. From a great distance, like an echo of shattering ice, he heard Adrian Vale's voice.
The children have mastered the art of hypnotic illusion, but obviously they cannot violate the established physical laws. Our problem is entirely mechanical. I am sure Captain Gregg can work out.
Vale had found the sublime ignorance of sanity, and that was no solution.
"Kiss me,"
Holly Wilson whispered.
"Nothing else matters, Adrian."
And she had chosen the equally blind sterility of resignation. Gregg knew they were both wrong. He was a realist. A spaceman had to be. The kid had been able to read his thoughts. Naturally, the kid could put this weird sense of a new self in Gregg's mind. It was only a clever semantic manipulation of words to keep Gregg from using the satellite. He squared his shoulders. The star point of greatness flickered out in his mind. Gregg was a man, a product of a sophisticated and intelligent culture. This undernourished alien generation wasn't going to confuse him with mystic mumbo-jumbo about belief. He knew how to sort out fact from childish magic. He walked toward the lock, straight and proud with the confidence of man. He was smiling savagely. Mankind was no mad dog to be crushed into oblivion by a pack of puny children. They might as well learn that now. And then the airlock screamed open. This has been The Pioneer. Lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 38. Written by Irving Cox, Jr. Narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. The Beachcomber. Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 40. Written by Damon Knight. Narrated by Scott Miller. Maxwell and the girls started their weekend on Thursday in Venice. Friday they went to Paris, Saturday to Nice, and on Sunday they were bored. Alice pouted at him across the breakfast table. "Vernon, let's go someplace else," she said. "Sure," said Maxwell, not too graciously. "Don't you want your bug eggs?" Alice pushed them away. "If I ever did, I don't now. Why do you have to be so unpleasant in the morning?" The eggs were insect eggs, all right, but they were on the menu as œufs procyon Thibault, and 3 of the half-inch brown spheres cost about 1,000 times their value in calories. Maxwell was well paid as a scriptwriter for the North American Unit Ministry of Information. He bossed a gang of 6 gag men on the Cosmic Cocktail Show. But he was beginning to hate to think about what these 5 days were costing him. "Where do you want to go?" asked Maxwell. Their coffee came out of the conveyor, steaming and fragrant, and he sipped his moodily. "Want to run over to Algiers or up to Stockholm?" "No," said Alice. She leaned forward across the table and put up one long white hand to keep her honey-colored hair out of her eyes. "You don't know what I mean. I mean, let's go to some other planet." Maxwell choked slightly and spilled coffee on the tabletop. "Europe is all right," Alice was saying with disdain, "but it's all getting to be just like Chicago. Let's go someplace different for once." "And be back by tomorrow noon?" Maxwell demanded. "It's 10 hours even to Proxima. We'd have just time to turn around and get back on the liner." Alice dropped her long lashes, contriving to look inviting and sullen at the same time. Not bad at that, Maxwell thought, for 10 o'clock in the morning. "You couldn't get Monday off, I suppose," she said, giving him her #1 smile. "We could have so much fun together." They took the liner to Gamma Tauri 4, the clearing point for the system, then transferred to the Interplanet Shuttle for 3. 3 was an almost undeveloped planet. There were perhaps 100 cities near the equator, and some mines and plantations in the temperate zones. The rest was nothing but scenery. Maxwell had heard about it from people at the ministry. He'd been warned to go within a year or so if he went at all. After that, it would be as full of tourists as Proxima II. The scenery was worth the trip. Sitting comfortably on their rented air scooters, stripped to shorts and singlets, with the polarized sunscreens moderating the blazing heat of Gamma Tauri, Maxwell and the girl could look in any horizontal direction and see 1,000 square miles of exuberant blue-green foliage. 200 feet below, the tops of gigantic tree ferns waved spasmodically in the breeze. They were following a chain of low mountains that bisected this continent. The treetops sloped away abruptly on either side, showing an occasional glimpse of reddish-brown undergrowth, and merged into a sea of blue-green that became bluer and mistier toward the horizon. A flying thing moved lazily across the clear, cumulus-dotted sky, perhaps half a mile away. Maxwell trained his binoculars on it. It was an absurd lozenge with 6 pairs of wings. An insect, perhaps. He couldn't tell. He heard a raucous cry down below, not far away, and glanced down, hoping to see one of the carnivores. But the rippling sea of foliage was unbroken. He watched Alice breathing deeply. Maxwell grinned. Her face was shiny with perspiration and pleasure. "Where to now?" he asked. The girl peered to the right.
where a glint of silver shone on the horizon. "Is that the sea over there?" she asked. "If it is, let's go look for a nice beach and have our lunch." There were no nice beaches. They were all covered with inch-thick pebbles instead of sand. But Alice kept wanting to try the next place. After each abortive approach, they went up to 2,000 feet to survey the shoreline. Alice pointed and said, "There's a nice-looking one. Oh, there's somebody on it." Maxwell looked and saw a tiny figure moving along the shore. "Might be somebody I know," he said, and focused his binoculars. He saw a broad, naked back, dark against the silvery sea. The man was stooping, looking at something on the beach. The figure straightened, and Maxwell saw a blazing crest of blonde hair, then a strongly modeled nose and chin as the man turned. "Uh-oh," he said, lowering the binoculars. Alice was staring intently through her binoculars. "Isn't he handsome?" she breathed. "Do you know him?" "Yeah," said Maxwell. "That's the beachcomber. I interviewed him a couple of times. We'd better leave him be." Alice kept staring. "Honestly," she said, "I never saw such a— Look, Verney, he's waving at us." Maxwell looked again. The beachcomber's face was turned up directly toward them. As Maxwell watched, the man's lips moved unmistakably in the syllables of his name. Maxwell shortened the range and saw that the beachcomber was indeed waving. He also saw something he had missed before. The man was stark naked. "He's recognized me," he said, with mingled emotions. "Now we will have to go down." Alice took her eyes away from the binoculars for the first time since they had sighted the man. "That's silly," she said. "How could he— Vernon, you don't mean he can see us clearly from that far away?" Maxwell waved back at the tiny figure and mouthed silently, "Coming right down. Put some pants on, damn it." He said to Alice, "That's not all he can do. Weren't you listening when I said he's the beachcomber?" They started down on a long slant as the little figure below moved toward the jungle's edge. "The who?" said Alice, looking through the binoculars again. "Watch where you're going," said Maxwell, more sharply than he had intended. "I'm sorry. Who is he, dear?" "The beachcomber, the man from the future. Haven't you seen a newscast for the last 5 years?" "I only tune in for the sports and fashions," Alice said abstractedly. Then her mouth formed an O. "My goodness! Is he the one who—" "The same," said Maxwell. "The one who gave us the inertialess drive, the anti-friction field, the math to solve the three-body problem, and about 1,000 other things. The guy from 3 million years in the future, and the loneliest man in all creation, probably. This is the planet he showed up on 5 years ago, now that I come to think of it. I guess he spends most of his time here." "But why?" asked Alice. She looked toward the tiny beach, which was now vacant. Her expression, Maxwell thought, said that there were better uses to which he could put himself. Maxwell snorted. "Did you ever read—" He corrected himself. Alice obviously never read. "Did you ever see one of the old films about the South Seas? Ever hear of civilized men going native or becoming beachcombers?" Alice said, "Yes," a trifle uncertainly. "All right. Imagine a man stranded in a universe full of savages. Pleasant, harmless savages, maybe, but people who are 3 million years away from his culture. What's he going to do?" "Go native," said Alice, "or comb beaches." "That's right," Maxwell told her. "His only 2 alternatives, and either one is about as bad as the other from his point of view. Conform to native customs, settle down, marry, lose everything that makes him a civilized man, or just simply go to hell by himself." "That's what he's doing?" "Right. Well, but what is he combing those beaches for?" Maxwell frowned. "Don't be a cretin. These particular beaches have nothing to do with it. He just happens to be on one at the moment. He's a beachcomber because he lives like a bum. Doesn't do any work, doesn't see people, just loafs and wants to be old enough to die." "That's awful," said Alice. "It's such a waste." "In more ways than one," Maxwell added dryly. "But what do you want? There's only one place he could be happy. 3 million years from now. And he can't go back. He says there isn't any place to go back to. I don't know what he means. He refuses to clarify that point." The beachcomber was standing motionless by the edge of the forest as their scooters floated down to rest on the pebbly beach. He was wearing a pair of stained, weathered Duraplast shorts, but nothing else. No hat to protect his great domed head, no sandals on his feet, no equipment, not even a knife at his belt. Yet Maxwell knew that there were flesh-eaters in the jungle that would gobble a man outside the force field of his scooter in about half a second. Knowing the beachcomber, none of this surprised him. Whether it occurred to Alice to be surprised at any of it, he couldn't tell. She was eating the beachcomber with her eyes as he walked toward them. Maxwell, swearing silently to himself, turned off his scooter's field and stepped down. Alice did the same. "I only hope she can keep from trying to flirt with him," Maxwell thought. Aloud, he said, "How's it, Day?" "All right," said the beachcomber. Up close, he ceased to be merely impressive and became a little frightening. He stood over 7 feet tall, and there was an incredible strength in every line of him. His clear skin looked resilient but hard. Maxwell privately doubted that you could cut it with a knife. But it was the eyes that were really impressive. They had the same disquieting, alien quality as an eagle's. Day never pulled his rank on anybody. He went native perfectly when he had to, for social purposes. But he couldn't help making a normal human adult feel like a backward child. "Day, I'd like you to meet Alice Whirling." The beachcomber acknowledged the introduction with effortless courtesy. Alice nearly beat herself to death with her eyelashes. She managed to stumble very plausibly as they walked down to the water's edge and put a hand on the giant's arm for support. He righted her casually with the flat of his hand on her back, at the same time giving a slight push that put her a step or two in advance, and went on talking to Maxwell. They sat down by the water's edge, and Day pumped Maxwell for the latest news on Earth. He seemed genuinely interested. Maxwell didn't know whether it was an act or not, but he talked willingly and well. The beachcomber threw an occasional question Alice's way, just enough to keep her in the conversation. Maxwell saw her gathering her forces and grinned to himself. There was a pause, and Alice cleared her throat. Both men looked at her politely. Alice said, "Day, are there really man-eating animals in this jungle? Vernon says so, but we haven't seen a one all the time we've been here." And her gaze ran down the beachcomber's smooth, naked torso, and she blushed very prettily. "I mean," she added, and stopped again. The beachcomber said, "Sure, there are lots of them. They don't bother me, though." She said earnestly, "You mean you walk around like that in the jungle, and nothing can hurt you?" "That's it." Alice drove the point home. "Could you protect another person who was with you, too?" "I guess I could." Alice smiled radiantly. "Why, that's too good to be true. I was just telling Vernon, before we saw you down here, that I wished I could go into the jungle without the scooter, to see all the wild animals and things. Will you take me in for a little walk, Day? Vernon can mind the scooters. You wouldn't mind, would you, Vernie?" Maxwell started to reply, but the beachcomber forestalled him. "I assure you, Miss Whirling," he said slowly, "that it would be a waste of your time and mine." Alice blushed again, this time not so prettily. "Just what do you mean?" she demanded. Day looked at her gravely. "I'm not quite such a wild man as I seem," he said. "I always wear trousers in mixed company," he repeated with emphasis. "Always." Alice's lips grew hard and thin, and the skin whitened around them.
Her eyes glittered. She started to say something to the beachcomber, but the words stuck in her throat. She turned to Maxwell. "I think we'd better go." "We just got here," Maxwell said mildly. "Stick around." She stood up. "Are you coming?" "Nope." Without another word, she turned, walked stiffly to her scooter, got in, and soared away. They watched the tiny, shining speck dwindle and disappear over the horizon. Maxwell grinned and looked at the beachcomber. "She had that coming," he said. "Not that she's out anything. She's got a return ticket." He put a hand behind him to hoist himself to his feet. "I'll be going now, Day. Nice to have—" "No, stay a while, Vern," said the giant. "I don't often see people." He looked moodily off across the water. "I didn't spoil anything special for you, I hope." "Nothing special," Maxwell said. "Only my current light o' love." The giant turned and stared at him, half frowning. "What the hell?" said Maxwell disgustedly. "There are plenty of other pebbles on the beach." "Don't say that." The beachcomber's face contorted in a blaze of fury. He made a chopping motion with his forearm. Violent as it was, the motion came nowhere near Maxwell. Something else, something that felt like the pure essence of wrath, struck him and bowled him over, knocking the breath from him. He sat up, a yard away from the giant, eyes popping foolishly. "What?" he said. There was pain and contrition in the beachcomber's eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. He helped Maxwell up. "I don't often forget myself that way. Will you forgive me?" Maxwell's chest was still numb. It was hard to breathe. "Don't know," he said with difficulty. "What did you do it for?" Sunlight gleamed dazzlingly on the beachcomber's bare head. His eyes were in deep shadow, and shadow sketched the bold outline of his nose, marked the firm, bitter lines of his mouth. He said, "I have offended you." He paused. "I'll explain, Vernon, but there's one condition. You must never tell anybody else, ever." He put his big hand on Maxwell's wrist, and Maxwell felt the power that flowed from him. Almost hypnotically, he knew he never would be able to. He was aware his mind was being schooled in what to remember. "All right," said Maxwell. A curious complexity of emotions boiled inside him. Anger and petulance, curiosity and something else, deeper down, a vague, objectless fear. "Go ahead." The beachcomber talked. After a few minutes, he seemed almost to forget Maxwell. He stared out across the silver sea, and Maxwell, half hypnotized by the deep, resonant voice, watched his hawk-like profile in silence. Dimly, he saw the universe the beachcomber spoke of, a universe of men set free. Over that inconceivable gap of time that stretched between Maxwell's time and theirs, they had purged themselves of all their frailties. Maxwell saw them striding among the stars, as much at home in the pitiless void as on the verdant planets they loved. He saw them tall and faultless and strong, handsome men and beautiful women, all with the power that glowed in the beachcomber, but without a hint of his sadness. He tried to imagine what the daily life of those people must be like, and couldn't. It was 3,000,000 years beyond his comprehension. But when he looked at the beachcomber's face, he knew that the last men were human beings like himself, capable of love, hate, and despair. "We had mating customs it would seem peculiar to you," said the beachcomber after a while. "Like elephants, because we were so long-lived, you know. We married late, and it was for life. My marriage was about to take place when we found the enemy." "The enemy?" said Maxwell. "But didn't you say you were the only dominant life form in the whole universe?" "That's right." The beachcomber outlined an egg-shaped figure with a motion of his cupped hands, caressingly. The universe, all of it, everything that existed in this space, it was all ours. But the enemy didn't come from this universe. Another dimension? Maxwell asked. The beachcomber looked puzzled. Another, he said, and stopped. I thought I could say it better than that in English, but I can't. Dimension isn't right. Call it another timeline. That's a little closer. Another universe like ours, coexistent with this one, anyhow, said Maxwell. No, not the same as ours at all. Different laws, different... He stopped again. Well, can you describe the enemy? Ugly, said the beachcomber promptly. We've been searching other dimensions, if you want to use that word, for thousands of years, and this was the first intelligent race we found. We hated them on sight. He paused. If I drew you a picture, it would look like a little spiny cylinder, but a picture wouldn't convey it. I can't explain. His mouth contracted with distaste. Go on, said Maxwell. What happened? They invaded you? No, we tried to destroy them. We broke up the crystal spider webs they built between their worlds. We smashed their suns. But more than a quarter of them survived our first attack. And then we knew we were beaten. They were as powerful as we were, more so in some ways. Wait, I don't get it, said Maxwell unbelievingly. You attacked them without provocation? Wiped out 3/4 of them, simply because there was no possible peace between us and them, said the beachcomber, and it was only a matter of time before they discovered us. It was simply chance that we made the contact first. What would an unspoiled South Sea Islander have made of the first atomic war? Maxwell wondered. Morals of one society didn't apply to another, he knew. Still, was it possible that the beachcomber's people, Maxwell's own descendants, still had a taint of the old Adam? And was it accident that they were the only dominant life form in the entire universe? Or had they eliminated all other contenders? Not for him to judge, he decided. But he didn't like it. He said, Then what? They counterattacked? Yes, we had time to prepare, and we knew what they were going to do. The trouble was, there simply was no defense against it. He noticed Maxwell's wry smile. Not like the Planet Busters. There is a defense against those. You just haven't found it yet. But there was actually no defense whatever against their weapon. They were going to destroy our universe, down to the last quantum, wipe it right out of the series, make a blank where it had been. And, said Maxwell. He was beginning to understand why the beachcomber had never told this story to anyone else, why the public at large must never know it. There was a feeling of doom in it that would color everything men did. It was possible, he supposed, to live with the knowledge that the end of it all was death. But fatalism was the mark of a dying culture, and there was just one thing we could do, said the beachcomber. Not a defense, but a trick. At the instant before their weapon was due to take effect, we planned to bring our universe back 3 million years along its own timeline. It would vanish, just as if it had been destroyed. Then, if it worked, we'd be able to return, but on a different timeline. Because, obviously, on our own line, nothing like this doubling back had already happened. Changing the past changes the future. You know the theory. Yeah. So you were too late? Is that it? You got away, but all the rest were destroyed? The timing was perfect, said the beachcomber. All the calculations were perfect. There's a natural limit to the distance in time any mass can travel, and we managed to meet it exactly. 3 million years. I wish we hadn't. If we hadn't, I could go back again. He stopped, and his jaw hardened. There isn't much more to tell, he said. I happened to be chosen to execute the plan. It was a great honor, but not an easy one to accept. Remember, I was about to be married. If anything went wrong, it meant that we'd be separated forever. We couldn't even die together. But I accepted, and then I set up the fields and waited for the attack. Just 1 microsecond before it would have reached us, I released the energy that was channeled through me, and the next instant I was falling into the ocean out there. He turned a tormented face to Maxwell. "It was the worst possible luck," he said. "You can see for yourself. There was less chance of my landing anywhere near a planet than of finding one given pebble on all the beaches of this planet." Maxwell felt as if he had missed the point of a joke. "I still don't understand," he said. "You say you landed, but what about the universe? Where did it—" The beachcomber made an impatient gesture. "You don't think we could bring it back into a space it already occupied, do you? It was in stasis, all but a fraction out of this timeline. Just a miniature left so that it could be controlled. A model of the universe so big," he spread his thumb and forefinger an inch apart. "Just a pebble." Maxwell's jaw dropped open. He stared at the giant. "You don't mean you—" "Oh, yes," said the beachcomber. "I landed about 20 miles out from shore 5 years ago." He stared out across the sea while his fingers groped nervously among the pebbles at his feet. "And when I hit the water," he said, "I dropped it." This has been The Beachcomber, Lost Sci-Fi Short Stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Book 40, written by Damon Knight, narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller. This has been Space Travelers and Nothing But Space Travelers, 20 lost sci-fi short stories from the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, narrated by Scott Miller. Please visit lostsci-fi.com for more information on our growing library of science fiction audiobooks. Copyright and production copyright 2022 by Scott Miller.